Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 3 of the series. Chapter 138 Important Information from Wu Yijin. Bai Zemin blinked several times at the message flashing in green letters across his retina, and the smile that had formed on his face after hearing Lilith's charming voice widened. Noticing his face practically beaming with joy, Lilith couldn't help but find it cute and amusing at the same time. Seeing the excitement in your eyes, I guess I don't need to ask. Lilith smiled slightly and sat down next to him as she stretched her hand forward. Bai Zemin looked at her flawless hand and chuckled. If it was before, he might not understand her intention. But after more than half a month of living together and practically never separating, it was easy for him to know what she wanted. Without saying a word in return, he took her delicate hand in his clearly larger one. His movement was so gentle that he seemed afraid of hurting her, even though he knew such a thing was impossible. Soon, the description of the newly acquired skill flickered across both of their retinas. Lightning Movement Second Order Active Skill Level 5. This is a skill capable of increasing the user's movement speed and slightly utilizing the power of lightning. First activation: after consuming 40 stamina points, it increases agility by 70 points for 5 minutes. Second activation consumes 5 stamina points to make a lightning clone that can use 10 of the user's overall power. In addition, it consumes 1 stamina point per second for each clone. Currently, a maximum of 3 clones can be created. Seeing how powerful the skill acquired after consuming the mutant fruit was, Bai Zemin had to restrain the urge to want to roar at the sky. 70 points of agility, that was the terrifying amount of boost this skill granted him, and for a total of 5 full minutes, even with the consumption of 40 stamina points. It was nothing compared to the benefits. This skill had so many uses that Bai Zemin didn't know where to start. Fleeing, dodging, chasing, killing, helping teammates, etc. Simply too many uses to describe them all. Furthermore, the second activation of the lightning movement skill was even more powerful than the first activation, depending on how one used it. Oh, Lilith also raised an eyebrow and pointed out, this skill is one of the most powerful skills that the Heaven's Army's Archangel Gabriel possesses. Of course, his lightning movement is far more advanced than yours currently. Don't worry. There will come a time when he will eat the dust I left behind. Bai Zemin stood up and said confidently. Lilith held back the urge to laugh and said excitedly, that will be fun to see, but let me tell you just in case, but the Archangels are almost all in the 7th Order. Cough cough. Bai Zemin began coughing viciously and nearly choked to death. He could even feel his face getting hot with embarrassment. Due to the enthusiasm of the moment, he couldn't help but say words in a big way. Little did he expect that his own words would turn around to bite him so soon. I'd better get going. Bai Zemin wisely did not comment further on the matter and walked towards the door. Lots of work to do. Lilith shook her head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and followed him as she calmly reminded him, the order in existence is and does not represent that they are more powerful. I think you already know that from how you were able to defeat beings way higher than you when you didn't even have your main class yet. Still, 7th Order. Bai Zemin thought silently. That was even higher than Lilith. As Bai Zemin walked down the stairs, he heard a few voices and easily identified most of them. However, the content of the conversation caused his brow to furrow slightly. We already said yesterday that he is busy and can't attend to anyone. Kai Jingyi's helpless voice rang out. Busy this time. It was Shengyuan Bingzu answering, and she was clearly a little upset. This is important. In fact, it could be said that he will benefit the most from all of this overall. But you're telling me he's busy. We're just saying what he told us to say in case anyone is looking for him. Kang Lan sighed. Before anyone else could say anything, Bai Zemin came into the room and looked at Shengyuan Bingzu before calmly asking, what's wrong, seeing that even you, who is usually calm, is agitated like this? It must be something really important. Not only was Shengyuan Bingzu present, there was also Chen He, Wu Yijin, Fu Zufeng, Zhang De, and even Liu Cheng. They all seemed anxious about something, and had it not been for Kai Jingyi, and Kanglan insisting on not letting anyone pass, they would have gone looking for him. Shang Yuanbing Zhu rolled her eyes and couldn't help but complain. "Where have you been? We've been looking for you since yesterday for a matter of grave importance." "I'm sorry, but it was something really important." Bai Zemin apologized honestly and gestured for everyone to sit down. As a leader, he knew that disappearing for too long was not a good thing, much less now that his position was just consolidating properly and was still not a 100% sure thing. However, circumstances had forced him. After all, the sooner he consumed the fruit, the sooner he could become more powerful. "Let's forget about that and do what's really important here, Chen," he exclaimed with a serious voice and a touch of excitement. He spread a map of the Ruilin subdistrict on the table before looking at Wu Yijin. Wu Yijin nodded slightly and stood up. Her graceful figure was shown at its best with the tight clothes she was wearing, and her expression together with her baby face was unbelievably charming. Bai Zemin looked at her for a few seconds before looking at the map, which was mostly green due to the large number of wooded areas in the surrounding region. After about a minute or two of staring completely focused at the map on the table, Wu Yijin pointed to a particular area and said confidently, "In the past, I came to this place with my grandfather. At that time a military camp was being built in the area, and because of his position in the government he personally inspected the task. It's been a few years since then, but I still remember the area vividly. I'm sure there should be some military equipment and weapons in this place," she concluded before looking at Bai Zemin with a smile shaping two beautiful dimples on her cheeks, and left even Chen He stunned. Bai Zemin was dumbfounded at first, but then the joy made his blood boil furiously. A military camp. His heart was beating like a wild horse at the thought and possibility of acquiring the weapons of a military camp, just by raiding a local police station. Ikigang and the other three had managed to arm several dozen men without a problem and obtain many supplies and resources. If what Wu Yijin said was true and there really was a military camp stationed there, then Bai Zemin could start moving in a southerly direction immediately. The whole process of meeting his family again would become a lot easier. Chapter 139 Royalty Long-Term Contract. It was only after hearing Wu Yijin's announcement that Bai Zemin finally understood the reason why even the generally cold Shang Yuanbing Zhu was so agitated. At the same time, he also came to understand why she said that in the end, the one who would benefit most from everything would be him. After all, if there really was an armed camp stationed in that place, many things would be easier for him, and, as a leader, it was natural to want his own power to grow and expand. Bai Zemin looked at the beautiful Wu Yijin and asked with a frown, "Although it's none of my business, but may I know who your grandfather is? I know you come from a prominent family, but to think that even your grandfather has a high enough rank to know confidential information and even be able to take his granddaughter to such a place." Wu Yijin smiled sweetly and answered in all honesty, "My grandfather is Wu Jianhong and my father is Wu Keqian. You probably already heard about my grandfather, and since your family is resident of Changping district, I assume you already heard his name too." "Wu Jianhong," Bai Zemin muttered, and his eyes grew wide. Your grandfather is the premier of China." When Wu Yijun nodded naturally, the place fell silent for a second before a series of gasps could be heard in unison. Except for Chen He and Shang Yuanbing Zhu, who already knew about Wu Yijin's family background. Everyone in the room gasped as they stared at the woman in front of them. Even Bai Zemin himself was shocked for a moment. Although the world had changed, it was hard to shake off 20 years of living in a normal family. For him, the premier of China was a supreme and absolute existence, but now, in front of his eyes, the beloved granddaughter of the second most powerful man in the whole country was looking at him with a charming smile. Besides, even if the world had changed, if Wu Yijin's family did not collapse and her grandfather continued on his feet, it was only a matter of time before they would rise to power again. But rather than feeling relieved and joyful, what Bai Zemin felt was a severe headache, for it was highly probable that in the future he would have to fight the entire old regime unless he was willing to surrender his armed power, something that was simply impossible. How could he casually surrender to all their efforts? Bai Zemin shook his head and looked at her curiously without letting his inner thoughts reveal themselves. "I see. Then it makes sense that you would know such information. Also, To think that your father is actually the mayor of Changping district. You sure are something, eh? Wu Yijin shook her head and smiled bitterly. To be honest, sometimes I wish I was born in a normal family. Besides, I hope you can continue to treat me the same way you've done so far, and my family won't affect your way of thinking about me. Shindu and Bingzu, Shen He, and the others inside the room looked at Bai Zemin waiting for his reaction, but he simply nodded slightly and said with a casual smile, "Of course, you don't need to worry about that." Although I'm surprised, that's all. With today's world, I don't think the past matters much considering that practically the entire society fell down. Haha. Wu Yijin smiled sweetly and her eyes curved into a crescent moon shape. She looked at him and asked somewhat curiously, "Bai Zemin, do you have a girlfriend?" Bai Zemin was taken by surprise and for a moment did not know what to say. Not only him. Shengyu and Bingzu opened her beautiful eyes and looked at her friend in shock. Yijin, you, Shen He also couldn't believe what he was hearing. What Wu Yijin shrugged and said innocently. I'm not asking him to go out with me. I just asked out of curiosity. That's all. The corner of Chen He's mouth twitched a couple of times as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he shook his head and remained silent. Maybe Wu Yijin's act could fool everyone here, but he and Shengyu and Bingzu knew her too well after all. I don't currently have a girlfriend. Bai Zemin replied and closed his eyes before opening them again. Before anyone could say anything, he added, but you could say that I have a long-term contract with a woman to whom I owe a lot. Oh, Wu Yijin looked interested and narrowed her eyes. In fact, everyone looked curious and looked at him. They wanted to know what kind of person she was to make even in this world he would remember her like that. Even though he had been forced to do so many things to survive and had gone through so many hardships, there was still such a woman in his mind. You should know that there were actually dozens, if not hundreds of women of different ages who would be more than willing to become his woman, but Bai Zemin never gave any of them a second glance. In fact, since the beginning of the apocalypse he was never seen to be too close to any woman except for occasional conversations with Wu Yijin or small contacts with Shengyu and Bingzu. Invisible and away from everyone's sight, the woman who was the center of conversation watched and listened to everything with a bright smile that, fortunately or unfortunately, no one could see. A long-term contract. I like how it sounds. After more than an hour of deliberation, the group finally made the decision to start moving in a southerly direction, as fortunately the armed camp was located in one of the forests about 150 kilometers away from where the beginning village was situated. This was a matter of utmost urgency, just as Shengyu and Bingzu had said earlier, mainly due to the fact that they currently only had a little over 15,000 rounds of ammunition and the grenades did not even number 20. With such low ammunition and considering the low hit rate that people without military training could have against zombie heads, out of those 15,000 rounds of ammunition it was improbable that more than 1,000 zombies could be killed, and this was already a generous estimate. Bai Zemin also asked what had happened during the day he was away, and learned that Shengyu and Bingzu had the brilliant idea to divide the entire village into 3 areas and 3 groups. The groups were as follows. Normal citizens, they lived in the worst housing in the outer ring of the village, so the security was also lower. It was composed of those who did not want to work or who simply did not have any useful ability or the courage to fight. Noble citizens, they lived in the middle area of the village. Their living conditions were considerably better than those of the normal citizens as they were not only safer, but also received better food. They were composed of those who did work and did not differentiate between doctor or animal keeper, as all professions were important nowadays. Royalty, they lived in the central area of the village. Their houses were the best and their living conditions were far superior to those of the 2 previous groups. The royalty consisted of those who actively fought on the front lines against zombies, evolved beasts, and any other enemy of the village. Because they were at the greatest risk, they could eat the best food and enjoy the best treatment. Unlike the first 2 groups, the royalty members were differentiated as there were the militants and the main leaders as well as the top leader, who was currently Bai Zemin. This type of setup was incredibly simple and even rustic in a sense. However, The reason Bai Zemin openly praised Shangyuan Bingzu for thinking of such an idea was because since they only had a little over 1,000 survivors, such simplicity made the divisions extremely clear and everyone's work would be much easier. Furthermore, with this clear distinction, the survivors would slowly begin to realize that the world was no longer as it was before and that if they wanted better treatment they should not expect help from anyone but themselves since, unlike in the past, here there was no government to complain to. Chapter 140 Working with the Evolved Beast Bodies. With the guidance of Wu Yijin, Bai Zemin visited the place where an important task was being carried out in order for him to advance and enhance his own personal power, and that of his followers even further. A step behind the two, Lilith in her human form followed them silently as she looked around calmly. In a large walled courtyard which was being protected by a total of 10 men armed with Type 79 submachine guns and 3 magazines of ammunition each, a group of survivors was huddled in different parts of the place working tirelessly. Leader Bai Xiao Min, one of the first militants to surrender before Bai Zemin and one of the few to survive, quickly advanced and bowed respectfully when he saw him appear in the courtyard. Because of her beauty, Wu Yijin received several stares, but she was already used to it, so she acted as if nothing. Besides, after 1 or 2 peeks, no one dared to continue looking for fear of losing their heads. Bai Zemin nodded toward Xiao Min and asked in a deep voice, "How is the work going?" Xiao Min also focused on him and hurriedly replied while pointing to the different spots in the courtyard. Thanks to the new rules, all the survivors are very satisfied. No one dares to slack off, because they know that if they lose this job they will go hungry again and their families will return to indigence again. Bai Zemin nodded silently and watched the scene with satisfaction. More than 200 survivors were surrounding different mutant beasts and taking care of their bodies without daring to be neglected. With one of the first order's evolved cat claws or shadow tiger claw that Bai Zemin had killed before leaving the university, the survivors were tearing off the scales of the First Order's Jiao Lao snakes. Although it was difficult to do, with the evolved snakes dead, the survivors could put the hard, sharp claw between the small spaces between each scale and slowly pry it away from the flesh. Elsewhere, a group of survivors with expertise in tailoring was taking care of the different skins, such as the skin of the platinum ape, shadow tiger, gale cat, etc. Using metal pieces from the shell of one of the First Order blazing beetles, they were carefully cutting the skin, and when the fur was completely removed from the body it was placed in large wooden bundles and tied with strings, so that they were well stretched. In that way, the fur of the other beasts was slowly beginning to dry. "Looks good," Wu Yijin said cheerfully and looked at Bai Zemin with a cute smile. "Bai Zemin, follow me. I'll take you there." Bai Zemin looked at her smile and his mood seemed to improve a bit. After following her and walking several meters, he finally saw one of his main objectives for this visit. The 4-meter-tall and approximately 7-meter-long body of the reinforced iron boar lay lifeless in a large open field. Surrounding it were several survivors with bitter expressions. Seeing Bai Zemin and the 2 beauties approaching, a middle-aged man with several parts of his hair already white quickly advanced and bowed. "Leader Bai." The rest of the survivors surrounding the reinforced iron boar's body also bowed and quickly greeted. Bai Zemin nodded and looked at the middle-aged man. "Jiang Yang, I heard that you have problems with this boy." Jiang Yang smiled bitterly and nodded. He pointed at the reinforced iron boar Jabali as he said, "Leader Bai, this monster's armor is too tough. Even with the beast claws you gave us it is simply impossible to break through the defenses." Even with the Xuan Yuan sword, Bai Zemin had not been able to break through the defenses of the First Order reinforced iron boar, so he was not too surprised to hear such a statement. In fact, if it wasn't for his terrifying strength and agility as well as the help of his blood berserker class, he could never have killed such a terrifying monster. "It's alright. Do you think you can handle it if I make a breakthrough?" Bai Zemin frowned slightly and asked. After all, it was impossible for him to stay too long here guarding the iron-reinforced boar. He still needed to expand southward and he couldn't afford to waste time at the beginning of the apocalypse, as it would kill him in the intermediate stages. Jiang Yang was silent for a moment and after careful reflection nodded. I think it's possible if we remove some extra flesh. Then let's do it like this. Bai Zemin nodded and waved his hand back. Wu Yijin, Lily, Yangda, and the rest of the survivors quickly retreated, clearing the area around the giant monster. Bai Zemin took out a bottle of blazing beetle blood from his backpack and casually scattered it on the ground. Then, he concentrated fully, and under the astonished eyes of the survivors, the blood began to move slowly. Under his control, the gruesome-looking blood soon took solid form and turned into a long, sharp, ruby-colored sword that reflected the sun's rays. Bai Zemin's face turned slightly pale as to form this sword he had consumed 150 mana points. If it were before, such an action would be difficult. But with his 300 mana points, it was not too much of a problem except for a slight faintness that disappeared as soon as it appeared. The sword floated on its own and fell gently into his right hand. Then, under the eyes filled with envy, admiration, and trepidation of the survivors, Bai Zemin activated the skill attached to the blazing ring in his right hand. The temperature in the place rose explosively, and everyone was forced to take several steps back, with fearful eyes as they looked at the crimson flame that had appeared out of nowhere and danced softly on the blood sword. Bai Zemin advanced, and with a slight jump, his body flashed and appeared above the head of the reinforced iron boar. He observed carefully, and after a moment's consideration pierced the center of the monster's forehead. Wu Yijin's eyes glittered with a hint of disbelief as she noticed how the hard metal armor that even with her skill she could not damage even a little bit, began to slowly give way. The metal armor that came in contact with the tip of the blood sword began to gradually melt as the burning flames did their work. After the tip of the sword pierced and reached the monster's flesh, Bai Zemin stopped trying to go deeper and began to walk upwards from the head slowly while dragging the blazing blood sword along with his movements. With great care and concentration, the metal armor began to slowly open under Bai Zemin's attention, forming a long line that stretched from the forehead to the back of the creature's body. As Bai Zemin finished the work, Wu Yijin looked at Lily and asked, curiously, "May I know how long you have known Bai Zemin? I don't think you have only known each other for a couple of days." Lily looked at her as if surprised by the sudden question and asked back, "May I know what is the reason why you think so?" Chapter 141, First Battle of the New Armed Militia. Wu Yijin smiled slightly and replied composedly, "Actually, I'm not the only person who noticed the strange closeness between the two of you. I mean, Bai Zemin obviously doesn't treat you like a maidservant or a normal assistant, and he certainly cares about you and gives importance to your opinion when it comes to making important decisions. Who would do something like that unless they knew the other person well enough?" Lily simply smiled and didn't comment on the matter. In fact, there was nothing to comment on, and everyone could think or assume whatever they pleased. Seeing that she did not want to continue with that conversation, Wu Yijin shook her head and did not insist. If it were someone else they might fear her, as her position in the group was quite high. But as someone who was under the direct care of Bai Zemin, Wu Yijin's position was not something to be too afraid of, and as long as she was given the necessary respect, everything would be fine. After about 5 minutes, Bai Zemin wiped away the few beads of sweat that had formed on his face, and took a deep breath as he cancelled his blood manipulation skill, which caused the crimson flame to evaporate the liquid blood and extinguish in midair. From the forehead to the back of the body on the beast's back, a large gash could be seen as if it wanted to split the body in two. The metal armor of the reinforced iron boar was incredibly tough, and in order to cut through it, Bai Zemin had to keep his blood manipulation skill active at all times, which had consumed a lot of his mana. After getting off the body, Bai Zemin walked towards Zhang Yang, the person in charge of this group, and ordered, "Start working now. The sooner you finish this, the better. In fact, if possible, I would like you to finish within 3 days at the most." 3 days. Zhang Yang frowned slightly, but seeing the serious expression on his face, he dared not refuse, so he nodded hurriedly. "It will be difficult, but we will give our best effort to finish as soon as possible." Bai Zemin nodded in satisfaction, and gave him a light tap on the shoulder, before pointing to a pile of Jiao snake scales that had been ripped off, and said to Xiao Min, "When they are done with the scales, have someone take them directly to my villa." "Understood." Xiao Min nodded, and sent the trio off before returning to work. On a road south of the beginning village, a convoy consisting of a modified bus, a Dingfeng truck, and 3 jeeps raised a cloud of dust as they moved forward without stopping. In the lead jeep, Bai Zemin sat in the passenger seat looking out the window. Trees whizzed by and he occasionally saw some zombies or broken corpses lying in the blood-stained grass. To reach Camp Bakewin they needed to travel a considerable distance. But before that Bai Zemin needed to clear the surroundings, collect as many resources as possible, find survivors, expand his power, and get the new armed militia used to battle slowly. Otherwise, should a battle break out between his group and the opposing camp, his troops would panic and flee at the first sound of gunfire. After driving carefully for about 2 hours and going through several obstacles blocking the road, Bai Zemin made a gesture and Luo Cheng stopped the vehicle at the roadside. Little Luo Ning was in the back seat chatting with Lilith happily. Feeling the vehicle stop the gear, she looked forward and asked curiously, "Big brother Bai, are we killing zombies?" "That's right." Bai Zemin nodded and got out of the vehicle without another word. "I can finally get stronger myself too." The little girl jumped out of the jeep and looked at the surroundings with bright eyes. Luo Cheng looked at his little sister not knowing whether to laugh or cry as he saw the emotion in her eyes. This little girl had acted cuddly with Bai Zemin all afternoon, and when she asked him if he could take her to hunt zombies he didn't even hesitate and agreed. In fact, Luo Cheng was grateful to him. After all, if Luo Ning could evolve and become stronger it would be a lot better for her in case something bad happened to him, who was her only family. In this new world, power and, unfortunately, courage were needed. Fighting from a distance was fine for Luo Cheng, but unless he had some kind of protection against the zombie infection, it was impossible for him to muster the courage to fight head-on. Shen He got out of another jeep and stood next to Bai Zemin as they looked toward the town 500 meters ahead. Behind, Fu Zifeng and Kang Lan were giving some orders to the 30 armed men they had brought along this time. As for the rest, they had stayed in the beginning village protecting the camp. Bai Zemin looked at Fu Zifeng and the latter nodded before charging towards the town at full speed. With him currently reaching level 19, and using his points in agility and stamina every time he leveled up, as well as the sum of other stats gained, Fu Zifeng was currently 5 times faster than a normal person who had not been nurtured by soul power. In a short time he arrived at the entrance of the small town and began to shoot noisily into the sky. The zombies in the area were attracted by the strong soul power emanating from him as well as the sound of gunfire, and began to stagger in his direction. In a short time more than 1,000 zombies gathered with the intention of surrounding him, and after killing several of them Fu Zifeng was forced to retreat or else even he would die pathetically. The newly recruited militants sucked in a breath of cold air as they saw the wave of 1,000 zombies advancing towards them. 30 untrained armed men against over 1,000 zombies. They were naturally scared and everyone couldn't help but take a step back. Just then, Bai Zemin's voice resounded everywhere. "If any of you run away, your right as a noble citizen will be revoked immediately. Furthermore, if any of you dare to disobey my orders or those of your immediate leader, you will be forbidden the opportunity to obtain any other jobs and will have to settle for relief rations for the rest of your lives." At such a threat, the militants turned pale and did not dare to take another step. What a joke back to those days of suffering and hunger. No thanks, none of them were willing to lose the life they had just obtained. Bai Zemin realized that although his words were somewhat effective, the hands of the armed men were trembling lightly as they gripped their guns tightly. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before they would all start fleeing when the 1,000+ zombies got too close, or they would simply start wasting precious ammunition. "Shen He, you watch them," Bai Zemin ordered and looked at Fu Zifeng and Kang Lan before saying, "You two come with me." Without waiting for a reply, he rushed forward like a whirlwind. Chapter 142 Against the Zombies. "Shen He, you watch them," Bai Zemin ordered and looked at Fu Zifeng and Kang Lan before saying, "You two come with me." Without waiting for a reply, he rushed forward like a whirlwind. Before the newly formed armed troops could react to what was happening, Bai Zemin had already crossed a distance of 300 meters in the blink of an eye. His body flickered like a flash of lightning, and under everyone's disbelieving gaze the head of a dozen zombies shot into the sky along with a torrent of blood. Strong Fu Zufeng exclaimed in shock. Although he was already infinitely close to level 20, but even he was unable to discern Bai Zemin's movements distinctly before several zombies were decapitated. With 201 agility points, Bai Zemin was simply a monster who was 20 times faster than a normal person in good physical condition before the arrival of the soul record on Earth. Although Fu Zufeng was fast, there was still a great distance between him and Bai Zemin. Kang Lan's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of surprise and admiration as her idolatry towards him increased exponentially. No matter how many times she saw him, she never ceased to be amazed by the power of her leader. The two looked at each other and quickly charged forward to join the fray. Although not as monstrous as Bai Zemin, Fu Zufeng used a meter-long claw from one of the first-order Gale cats to claim the lives of his enemies. As for Kang Lan, she could not use her poisonous cloud skill against the zombies as it, unfortunately, had no effect. Therefore, very carefully to avoid being scratched, she stood on the edge without being surrounded and casually decapitated the nearby zombies. As for the other militants, none of them managed to see anything before the zombies' heads flew off. In just a matter of 5 minutes, more than 500 zombies had been decapitated. Of these 500, most had naturally been killed by Bai Zemin, since he was the only one with a treasure capable of protecting his body almost completely from infection. But even then he needed some restraint. Blood ran like a river along the length and breadth of the road as headless corpses piled up close to each other. The zombies in the back even stumbled over the corpses of their dead comrades, becoming easy soul power for the 3 evolved ones who slaughtered them mercilessly. You too, go back. After killing another 100 zombies, Bai Zemin called Fu Zufeng and Kang Lan to retreat. The duo did not hesitate and quickly retreated. Fu Zufeng was starting to get exhausted because even though less than 10 minutes had passed, the amount of stamina consumed had been especially high, since although the zombies were only level 5 at the moment, the danger they represented was still present in all its splendor. As for Kang Lan, her stamina was relatively low, so her chest was constantly rising and falling. Her light clothing had clung onto her body, which was gradually becoming more and more charming as a result of the sweat, giving her a somewhat seductive, but at the same time dangerous vibe due to the blood stains that had inevitably reached her. As the two safely retreated, Bai Zemin decapitated another 20 zombies before backing away at full speed, appearing next to Chen He again in an instant. As he raptly glanced at the 30 armed men, Bai Zemin noticed how everyone's eyes were burning as they stared at him in naked admiration. Fuck, a militant whispered and tightened his grip on his gun as his whole body trembled uncontrollably. In fact, all the militants were trembling as they clutched their firearms. However, unlike before, this time it was not out of fear of the zombies, but because of the excitement bubbling in their veins and the adrenaline coursing through the bloodstream of each of them. Such ghostly speed, such an ability to take on an army of zombies by himself, such strength, and such an aura brimming with confidence. If before they had joined the armed troops to feel safer and to live better lives, now they were also doing it out of admiration for the young men in front of them. With such leaders, what was there to fear? Bai Zemin nodded, secretly satisfied with the result as he saw the morale of the armed troops soaring. In a battle, morale played an extremely important role. It was precisely for this reason that he entered the wave of zombies, to make a show of overwhelming power and let everyone see that there was nothing to fear. The remaining 400 or so zombies approached slowly but surely. Their white eyes and deformed faces were incredibly terrifying, but seeing the firm back of the leader in front, no soldier feared. As the zombies reached 100 meters range, Bai Zemin easily noticed how panic threatened to return to the militants' eyes, and knew that temporarily it was the best thing he could do. Fire at will, Bai Zemin ordered loudly, and casually took aim with his Desert Eagle before pulling the trigger. 100 meters ahead, a zombie fell noisily backwards, never to get up again. Fire, Chen He shouted, followed by Fu Zufeng. The militants raised their guns and shouted to shake off the dread they felt as they unleashed a storm of bullets uncontrollably on the enemies. Type 54 pistols, Type 79 submachine gun, Type 85 sniper. All kinds of old firearms were fired by the 30 armed men and hundreds of bullets disappeared with every passing second. Among the wave of 400 zombies, some were shot in the abdomen, chest, heart, limbs, but they continued to advance without fear and without any sign of pain. They were creatures that, unless their brains failed to function, never stopped, and even those who lost mobility after being hit by some shots that damaged the bones of their legs made an effort to crawl before being crushed by those who came behind. Occasionally there were some zombies who were shot in the head and died, but it was simply impossible for only 30 untrained men to stop 400 monsters without fear of pain. Therefore, when a zombie fell, another one behind would advance and take its place. This gave the illusion of an inexhaustible troop that chilled everyone's blood. By Zeman and Chen He never missed a shot. Within a distance as short as 100 meters. By Zeman's special forces soldier skill and Chen He's sniper skill demonstrated their power to the fullest. Bang! By Zeman aimed and fired, killing a zombie, without even a second's delay. He took aim again and another zombie's head exploded a split second later. Seeing the ease with which he aimed and fired without even securing the target, Shen He was speechless. This was the first time he had seen Bai Zeman use firearms in such a way, so he was naturally surprised. This man is really scary, Shen He thought silently as he killed zombies without a break except for changing the magazine of his gun. Chapter 143 Constantly Evolving Zombies. Faced with the endless wave of bullets, the zombies were slowly beginning to fall. However, it was simply impossible for 30 inexperienced people to annihilate more than 400 enemies who felt no pain and did not fear death when the distance separating them was only about 100 meters. Cease fire, retreat 100 meters. Bai Zeman commanded deeply as the zombies approached 50 meters in front of them. The militants turned pale as a sheet when they saw for the first time in a long time so many zombies from such a close distance. Upon receiving Bai Zeman's direct order, those who could barely contain the urge to flee as they remembered the consequences immediately turned around and began to run in disorderly fashion toward the second line of defense marked in advance. Seeing how disorderly the retreat was, Bai Zeman sighed secretly and also retreated after making sure that all the men had reached a safe point. On my signal, Bai Zeman shouted, and while looking behind him ordered, "Fire in bursts, don't leave the trigger pulled like idiots, and aim for the head." As the now just over 200 zombies approached, Bai Zeman ordered, and the militants began to shoot in bursts. This caused the zombie kill rate to drop, but the accuracy increased dramatically as the vibration of the guns was far less. The ammunition savings also became noticeable and gradually the zombies began to fall. After retreating a total of 200 meters more than the initial 100 meters, the group led by Bai Zeman had consumed 70 of the ammunition they had brought for this assault. "Cease fire," Bai Zeman shouted again, as the number of zombies amounted to just over 60 and the militants gradually stopped firing. The fearful look in everyone's eyes had long since been nowhere to be seen, and as they looked at the less than 100 zombies approaching at a snail's pace, a bit of self-confidence began to be born naturally. This confidence came from the victory they had built together with their own hands. "Yuo Ning, are you sure you're all right?" Bai Zeman approached the girl standing next to Lilith and asked carefully. "It's okay, big brother." Bai Yuo Ning nodded with determination and looked at the zombies more than 100 meters away without fear. Then, she looked at Bai Zeman and smiled in a cute manner as she said, "Besides, little Ning knows that you will protect her." "Little girl, you." Bai Zeman didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the confidence this little girl had in him, even though he had barely known her for 3 days. "What the hell, man, after all you can act like that too." Shen He sighed secretly, and a smile formed on his face as he watched the little interaction between the two. Bai Zeman took off his full coat and helped Yuo Ning equip it. The treasure glowed and adjusted to the girl's stature automatically, showing just how powerful the soul record really was. With all of her natural stats gaining a 5 boost, the 9-year-old girl had no problem lifting Bai Zeman's Xuan Yuan sword and slashed a couple of times with relative ease. "Follow me and don't be afraid." Bai Zeman took the girl's hand and advanced to meet the zombies slowly. As he saw them walking away, Yuo Cheng opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, shook his head and sighed. His eyes filled with worry stared at the back of his only family as he silently prayed for her safety. Don't worry. Kang Lan stepped closer and pointed out the undeniable truth. There's no way a few level 5 zombies can hurt someone he wishes to protect. Although I have my differences with him, I must say that at least he's a man who keeps his word and so far hasn't tried to bite off more than he can handle. Shen He reached over and lightly patted him on the shoulder. The two's words calmed Luo Cheng a little, but it was simply impossible for the worry to disappear completely. However, soon all that worry disappeared almost 100 within seconds when he witnessed the scene before him. Bai Zemin waited for the zombies to approach, and as he felt the small hand he held squeezing tightly with his own, he looked at the girl beside him. You stay behind me. I'll take care of those zombies first, and then you can level up just by giving the final hit. Okay. Luo Ning nodded with bright eyes and her eyebrows curved like a crescent moon. When the zombies were 20 meters away, Bai Zemin seemed to disappear from his previous position, and the ground under his feet cracked slightly due to the strength of his legs. Bang 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 bang. Yuoning could not follow his movements, but she could hear the constant bangs, and for each bang, a zombie fell to the ground with its 4 broken limbs. Of course, each bang she heard was actually at least 4 explosions, but due to Bai Zemin's speed, the time between each one was too long, so they seemed like one. Although he had lost his full coat momentarily, with one hand covered by his piercing glove and with his feet protected by the velocity boots, Bai Zemin was not afraid of zombies. Besides, with his overwhelmingly superior agility compared to the slow zombies, there was no way he would be in danger unless he was surrounded on all sides. After a minute, the 70 or so zombies lay on the ground growling furiously. However, although their appearances were still as horrifying as before, the danger they posed had practically dropped to the lowest possible level. The Yuoning carefully approached under Bai Zemin's guidance, and noticed how each zombie had the bones of both arms and legs completely destroyed beyond recognition. The girl's face turned pale at the bloody scene, but she gritted her teeth and endured. Although she was a child, she was actually not as naive as she looked. Luo Ning was aware that the world she knew would never return. Precisely because of this, she desperately wanted strength not only for herself, but also to protect her loved ones. Just take 3 small steps forward and cut off the head. You don't need to get any closer than that. Bai Zemin pointed at the first zombie and instructed. Following his words, Luoning took 3 small steps forward and raised the Xuan Yuan sword high into the sky before slashing downwards as a faint battle cry came out of her mouth. With a blade over a meter in length, the sword's edge easily severed the zombie's head. Although it failed to hit the neck, the brain turned to mush and the life of the human who failed to adapt to the world's mana was finally over. You have acquired the soul power of normal zombie level 5. Stamina 3. As time passed, the level of the zombies also slowly ascended. At the beginning of the apocalypse, most of the zombies were level 2 or level 3, while level 4 zombies were relatively rarer. However, now all of these zombies were level 4 or level 5. This meant that mankind had to hurry up and become stronger if they did not want to be devoured by the other beings wandering the earth. Chapter 144 Summon Shadow Cat Elite Troop. In the past, Bai Zemin had once asked Lilith about zombies. What kind of path did they follow? How did they evolve? Her answer was very simple, but extremely clear and without leaving any misunderstanding. Zombies evolve by devouring other living beings. But they can also absorb mana from the world. The problem was that when evolving by forcibly absorbing mana from the world, the evolution could not be chosen by oneself, just as when absorbing soul power from another existence. This meant that the evolution was almost 100 of the time countless instances weaker, and a second-order existence that had evolved incorrectly did not necessarily possess the power of a true first-order existence. It was a similar case to the first-order blood-sucking bee that Bai Zemin had killed after setting fire to the mutant forest due to its bad evolution after absorbing the mana that the mana embryo expelled. The blood-sucking bee had lost all mobility except for its wings due to its disproportionate body. However, this did not overshadow the fact that the zombies evolved relentlessly, which was incredibly frightening considering they were creatures that never slept and possessed seemingly infinite stamina. While the zombies and other creatures were evolving, Most humans were hiding in some corner and only the vast minority actually had the courage to come out and fight. Bai Zemin noticed that the girl's hands were trembling slightly as she gripped the sword with all her heart. He walked over and calmed her down, praising her for her good work. "See, this is your skill." He pointed to the skill scroll that had fallen next to the slain zombie's body. My skill?" Yuoning followed his glance and her eyes shone. The girl seemed to forget her fears as she clutched Bai Zemin's shirt tightly and said cheerfully, "That's my skill just like Big Brother Bai. I can also have a cool skill." Bai Zemin chuckled and nodded. "That's right. It's yours. Let me pick it up for you." "Hurry up, Big Brother. Hurry up." The little girl jumped like a rabbit all over the place as she pushed him forward. She still didn't dare to pick up something that was so close to the zombie's bloodied and messed up body after all. After picking up the scroll under Yuoning's anxious eyes, the contents of the skill flashed in his retina. Summon Shadow Cat. First order active skill level 2. Spend 5 mana points to summon a Shadow Cat and consume 2 mana points for every 5 seconds. The Shadow Cat can blend in and camouflage itself with the darkness to become almost undetectable to the enemy's eyes, making it a perfect beast for surprise attacks. The skill is currently limited to 1 Shadow Cat. Bai Zemin raised an eyebrow and handed the skill to the little girl. Little Yuoning's eyes shone with joy and under Bai Zemin's guidance, the white scroll with dark speckles turned into particles of light that soon disappeared inside her body. "Yuoning, let's continue to raise your level to increase your mana as much as possible. And later we can see what your skill can do." Bai Zemin gently ruffled her hair and the girl nodded excitedly before dashing forward like a little tigress, decapitating zombie after zombie. In fact, Yuoning was so happy that she ignored the pool of blood that had formed around her and seemed unaware that her Minnie and Mickey cartoon boots had been dyed red, because she had received Bai Zemin's help. Yuoning only rose to level 1 after killing 3 levels 5 zombies, which was noticeably lower than Bai Zemin. At that time he had directly risen to level 1 after killing the level 5 Big B. This meant that due to his assistance, Yuoning was receiving about 13 of the soul power she could have gained if she had killed the zombies by herself. 7 more zombies took her to level 2. 15 more zombies took her directly to level 3. Yuoning needed to decapitate 31 zombies of level 5 more to finally reach level 4. Under Bai Zemin's guidance, the 8 status points she had gained were used to boost her mana stat only, as her skill consumed large amounts of mana to work. With only about 20 zombies remaining, he and she knew that it was impossible to gain enough soul power to level up to level 5, so Bai Zemin decided to do something else. When Bai Zemin led Yuoning back to where the troops were stationed, the girl ran to Luo Cheng to tell him the news. As for Bai Zemin himself, he looked at the militants and said in a deep voice, "Now I am giving you the opportunity to evolve almost without risk." Everyone looked at him carefully, and he pointed at the zombies in the distance as he said, "Approximately 20 zombies were disabled by me, so that means a total of 7 people can go up 1 level and gain status points to become stronger. Are any of you interested? Let me warn you in advance. Those who step forward will have to fight with swords and blades without relying on firearms frequently from this day forward." The 30 armed men looked each other in the eye. Most hesitated but in the end did not want to move forward. Fighting from long range was fine, but risking to die in a melee battle was still hard to accept. Although they were ashamed as they looked at the 9-year-old girl who had dared to fight, shame could not overcome the fear of death. However, there were several brave ones who stepped forward without hesitation. Bai Zemin looked at the 12 men who stood out from the rest and nodded in satisfaction as he silently thought, after all, these people went through many hardships. In 30 of them, more than a third have the determination to fight, while among hundreds of well-fed and protected students only a few dared. Since we are currently short of zombies, only 7 of you will be able to level up. But don't worry, you will all be raised by me and turned into an elite troop, Bai Zemin promised honestly, and saw the eyes of the 12 men glitter with fervor as they looked at him. Shen He, Fu Sufeng, and Kang Lan. They all had seen the power that each of them had, and those who were hot-blooded naturally hoped that they could acquire similar strength. Many present had lost their families during the course of the apocalypse, and hated zombies and mutated beasts to the bone marrow. Now that someone had given them a chance for revenge, these men were naturally more than grateful and gladly stepped forward. Blades, iron pipes, wooden sticks. Even with the butt of the gun they had 7 of the 12 men who had stood out advanced. And after making sure that the only remaining danger in the zombies was their teeth, they began to bash their heads into a bloody mess. Once, twice, 3 times. After killing 3 levels 5 zombies each, all 7 men received the same message in their retinas. You have leveled up to level 1. You have acquired 2 status points to distribute freely. A few meters away, Bai Zemin smiled slightly. Little by little, an elite troop was forming under his flag, and there would come a time in the future when just hearing its name would be enough to terrify any being. Chapter 145 Increasing the number of survivors. After wiping out the 1,000+ zombies, the troop of 30 armed men led by Bai Zemin made its way into the small town. As the engine of the convoy entered the streets of the village, some straggling zombies that had remained inside the town began to move toward them while growling in a threatening manner. Chen He, Fu Sufeng, and Kang Lan jumped out of the vehicles they were riding in and charged forward separately in search of remaining zombies. In a matter of seconds the approaching zombies were decapitated with ease. Inside the jeep leading the way, Bai Zemin was sitting in the passenger seat with Liu Ning sitting comfortably on his lap. All right, Liu Ning, can you see that zombie right inside that house over there? Bai Zemin looked out the window of the jeep and pointed at a particular zombie that was stuck inside a house and could not move as some heavy objects were obstructing the passage. The girl looked to where he pointed and faintly noticed the zombie's head through the broken glass of the window. Big brother, I see it. Good. Bai Zemin nodded, and as he patted her head he urged, let's see what your skill can do then. Liu Ning's eyes flashed happily. She had been waiting for Bai Zemin to ask her to use her skills since she was also curious, so she didn't even hesitate and opened her palm while pointing forward. From the ground outside the jeep the shadows seemed to twist, and soon a strange creature appeared. As Liu Ning jumped up excitedly and clapped her hands, Bai Zemin raised an eyebrow as he inspected the strange monster. Although it indeed looked like a cat, it was actually not a normal cat like the pets people had before the apocalypse. This cat was the size of a Siberian dog. Its body was completely black as night while its eyes were as yellow as the sun. Liu Ning pointed at the zombie and the shadow cat's eyes flashed before charging forward without thinking. The shadow cat's speed was very fast, about 4 times faster than a normal person. However, what surprised Bai Zemin and everyone watching most was that when the shadow cat jumped through the window and its body touched the shadows it seemed to have disappeared as if by magic. Where is it disappeared? Chen He was dumbfounded and couldn't help but look everywhere looking for the creature summoned by Liu Ning. No, it's still right in front of us. Bai Zemin narrowed his eyes and just barely, ever so slightly, he could see how the shadows seemed to have a life of their own as they moved towards the zombie. Swoosh! The zombie didn't even have time to growl as the shadow of its own body suddenly distorted, and the shadow cat jumped as it slashed with its claw horizontally. The zombie's head flew through the air and the lifeless body soon collapsed on the ground. What the hell? Strong, Fu Sufeng, Kang Lan, and Chen He were dumbfounded. The power of that summoned creature was truly horrifying. Yuo Cheng looked at his little sister with wide eyes. Not only was he shocked that such power came from her, he was also incredibly happy now she would undoubtedly have a better chance of living and her safety would be much higher even if something happened to him. Hehehe, big brother Bai. How do you like my cat? Liu Ning laughed merrily and cancelled her skill because the consumption was really high for the current her. In order to make full use of her skill, she needed to constantly level up. Very strong little Ning. From now on you are an evolved person just like me. Bai Zemin ruffled her hair happily while secretly being surprised. Were the summons that strong Bai Zemin wasn't sure before since Yang Pei's summons had been casually slapped to death by him. However, after seeing Liu Ning's shadow cat power he had to rethink that thought. After about 30 minutes, the entire town was inspected, house by house and every corner. Everything was carefully explored without leaving even a single loophole. Several zombies were locked inside some houses and were taken care of by the armed troops with relative ease. In addition, inside some cellars and some houses with iron doors were found some survivors who were starving after not having eaten anything for more than half a month. 2 hours later, sitting in the living room of a small villa inside the town, Bai Zemin listened carefully to Lilith's report in her human form. A total of 364 survivors were found inside the town. In addition, several rations were also found in some stores and inside some houses. The total ration equivalent is approximately 200 to 300 kilos of food plus water and other beverages. There were also some packs of cigarettes and, while listening to her melodious voice, Bai Zemin could not help but silently admire her. Dressed in a small police uniform that accentuated the curves of her body, Lilith looked like a brave warrior, which was a new sight for him. That's all. She lifted her face from the sheet of documents the little leaders of the different units had handed her and smiled sweetly towards him. Bai Zemin smiled back and thanked. Thank you for the help, Lily. Although they were currently alone inside the room, it was best to be careful, so he referred to her by her false name instead of the real one. It's a pleasure to be of assistance to you, she replied and licked her lips playfully while looking at a certain part of his body. Before Bai Zemin could have any kind of reaction and respond to her, the door of the living room was softly opened. An armed man belonging to Bai Zemin's troops entered along with a rather emaciated woman whose skin had begun to turn somewhat yellow due to the lack of light for so long, as well as illnesses from not being able to access clean water and the starvation she had experienced. Leader Bai, Miss Lily. The militant bowed respectfully to both of them. Bai Zemin nodded and looked at the woman curiously. What is going on? This woman secured with her life that she has important information that might interest you. Leader, the militant responded in a serious voice before looking at the woman and urging. This is our leader. You can tell him whatever you have to say. The woman hesitated. She looked at Bai Zemin for several seconds before asking somewhat fearfully. Hello. Leader Bai. My name is Mu Yan Yan. May I ask how is the world now? What's happening with the government and the army? She, like the rest of the survivors found in the village, had been locked inside her house, and had not dared to stick her head out of the window since the first sign of chaos when the message from the soul record flashed in her retina. All of Bai Zemin's troops were wearing police uniforms that had been acquired from the police station near the beginning village before. Therefore, Mu Yang probably assumed that they were part of the government. Chapter 146 Goblin New Age Monsters. Bai Zemin looked at the woman before him for a moment. In his head, he was thinking of all kinds of important information that this woman named Mu Yan might have, but even after careful thought, he did not manage to come up with a clear answer. It was hard for him to understand how a person who had not left her home could have important information. Still, he decided to be honest. Bai Zemin sat with his back completely straight and said in a deep voice, the central government has not contacted anyone, nor have they sent signals of any kind. The country's military forces probably collapsed or are in a big trouble since, even after more than half a month, there is still no trace of them either. The sooner you accept that the old society no longer exists, the better it will be for you, as many things will be simpler that way. Mu Yang's face changed slightly and her eyes quivered with fear. Although deep in her heart she had expected something like this to happen from the moment that strange message appeared in her retina and the zombies began to devour the humans. The realization was still cruel. So you all. Mu Yang looked at the police uniform of the armed man who had led her here, and then hesitantly looked at the female police uniform Lilith was wearing, before looking at Bai Zemin cautiously. Bai Zemin nodded and confirmed his suspicions. We are a group of survivors who are facing the zombies and mutated and evolved beasts. Although in our group there are also members of the government and military troops. The reason why Bai Zemin said those last words was because although he was strong, it was natural for people who did not know him to trust someone with status and from a leading family. In any case, when Mu Yang fully understood the new world, she would realize on her own that such things were no longer of importance. Evolved beasts, mutated beasts. Mu Yang's eyes widened in shock. She had only seen normal zombies. As for mutated or evolved beasts, she knew nothing about it. However, The words of the young man in front of her made her even more confident of what she had seen. Due to the mana of the world, the animals mutated and gained terrifying strength and speed. Some of them managed to evolve into something completely new and gain the ability to use supernatural skills just like me. After saying those words, Bai Zemin made a small cut on his finger and activated his blood manipulation skill. Under the surprised gaze of the survivor, small strands of blood floated in the air and wrapped into a small red sphere. Swoosh! Under Bai Zemin's control, the liquid blood hardened to terrifying levels and turned into a bullet that shot towards one of the walls. Bang! My god, the female survivor took a frightened step back as she saw that the concrete wall had been pierced by the blood of a human being. Such a thing was simply unheard of. Her look at Bai Zemin changed completely, and even the militant's eyes now had another small notch of respect in them. Only now he realized that earlier, Bai Zemin had not gone all out. Bai Zemin looked at the woman and said in a deep voice, Mu Yang Yang, as you just saw, the world has changed. In our group we have strict rules as food, safest places, etc. are too valuable nowadays. Depending on how important that information you have is, I may let you enjoy the treatment of a noble citizen under my rule. Even a royalty is not impossible. Mu Yang Yang might not know what a royalty or a noble citizen was, but seeing the militant's envious eyes when the word royalty was named, she understood that it was definitely a good thing. In the end, she gritted her teeth and nodded. Okay, I'll tell you. It turns out that when the apocalypse broke out, Mu Yang Yang had managed to survive because she had reacted at the first moment and sought refuge in her home. Because her house had a metal door and the windows had steel bars, the zombies had not been able to reach her. The problem was that after 3 days, Mu Yang Yang had exhausted all the rations she had in her house, so that's when the real hell began for her. The days of starvation were unbearable. Her stomach roared with hunger and ached as if thousands of needles were constantly pricking her. Mu Yang Yang rolled around on the ground for a total of 7 days straight without eating anything, and the hunger was driving her crazy. So when the 10th day of the apocalypse came, under the effects of hunger, she decided to do what many other survivors had decided to do in desperate times. Go out in search of food. For her, it no longer mattered if she ended up being eaten by the zombies. Hunger was simply driving her completely insane. However, just when Mu Yang Yang had consumed a great deal of energy as well as determination to stand up and walk towards the door, she heard something from outside that made her stop her movements completely. Mu Yang Yang trembled with fear, and had it not been for the militant beside him he would have fallen to the ground. Bai Zemin told her to sit down, and only then she continued. That sound was very strange. It was like a human's laughter, but it was definitely not something a human being could make. Mu Yang Yang explained in terror. As a precaution, I decided to look outside through the small porthole in the door. That's when I saw that little green monster. Bai Zemin narrowed his eyes, and upon seeing the slight change in Lilith's expression his face became serious. He looked at the militant and ordered him to retreat. Moreover, he also told him that if a word of this leaked out his head would fly up in the air. After the gunman left in fright, Bai Zemin looked at the surviving woman who was trembling scared, and urged in a deep voice, continue. That little green monster was ugly. Just like the goblins that appear in fantasy stories, Mu Yang Yang exclaimed in a high-pitched voice. Its mouth was incredibly big, just like its nose. Long and sharp teeth. Its size didn't even reach a meter in height, and its ears were long and pointed while its eyes were golden like gold. It was definitely a goblin like the one in fairy tales. That must be a new age monster. Lilith's voice rang in his head, and Bai Zemin looked at her with questioning eyes. She explained. Mana is an energy that no one has managed to fully comprehend. In the different worlds that the soul record visits, it is normal for some never-before-seen species to start appearing on Earth due to the influence of mana on the different species. Monsters that simply mutate or evolve are considered original monsters. In other words, those that already existed in this world before. As for the new species that are born under the influence of the soul record and mana, these are called New Age monsters. These monsters are far more dangerous than the original monsters in the initial and intermediate stages of each world. Chapter 147. Goblins appear. Salt in the middle of the road. Bai Zemin's breathing stalled slightly as Lilith's words reached him, and for a moment it seemed as if his brain had stopped working. If due to mana and the soul record new life forms could form over time, didn't this mean that the more time passed not only would zombies and animals mutate and evolve even more, but also other unknown creatures even more powerful would appear? So far, Bai Zemin had encountered mutated and evolved insects such as the great fast mantis and the first order blazing beetle. He had also fought dogs, cats, snakes, tigers, and other mutated and evolved animals. However, for better or worse, these monsters were creatures that, while they had become infinitely more powerful than in the past, some of their weaknesses were still present. For example, during his battle to the death against the first order blazing beetle, Bai Zemin knew that the beetles could not turn their bodies, and he took advantage of that weakness to kill it. But if other unknown beings appeared, this small advantage of knowledge about enemy biology would no longer be present in most cases. Bai Zemin took a deep breath and looked at Mu Yongyang with sharp eyes. "Are you sure about what you just said?" Mu Yongyang felt a heavy aura hovering over her, and with a pale face nodded repeatedly as she stammered. "Roman II swear, it really was a small monster like a goblin. Besides, this goblin even took some survivors alive to the south. I saw the whole scene." "I see." Bai Zemin nodded, and his expression returned to indifference. "The information you just provided is of utmost importance to me. I will arrange for you to be granted a villa in the center of the camp, and you will be allowed to enjoy the privileges of a low-level royalty. Someone will explain the rules and benefits of your new position to you soon." Thank you. Thank you." Mu Yongyang stood up and bowed as tears of pain, suffering, and joy spilled down her cheeks. While she didn't know what was a royalty, it was definitely a good thing. At this point, she just wanted to eat and sleep in a litter comfortably without having to fear the dangers lurking outside for at least one night. Soon, Mu Yongyang was escorted by 2 armed men to a separate villa where several survivors in charge of meals prepared a table of dishes for her to eat at will. After taking a hot shower and changing clothes, while looking at the rice, chicken soup, vegetables, and fried meat as well as the different choices of drinks on the table, Mu Yongyang again cried bitter tears and enjoyed from the depths of her heart what for her was the best meal she had ever had in her entire life. While Mu Yongyang was being taken to rest, and due to the sudden increase of survivors, Bai Zemin had sent a messenger to the beginning village to report the situation to Shangyu and Bingzu. 3 hours later, in the middle of a road about 10 kilometers from Bai Zemin's current location, a convoy of 3 buses and 2 SUVs were moving at a steady speed in a southerly direction. Inside the SUV leading the way, Shangyu and Bingzu was sitting in the back seat while looking out the window with an indifferent gaze. She had received Bai Zemin's report, and after discussing it with Wu Yijun, she decided to bring some men to pick up the survivors and take them back to the beginning village. After all, they could not currently afford to separate their meager forces into 2 villages. The young driver's eyes occasionally looked in the rearview mirror, and the man couldn't help but sigh at the icy beauty. However, for fear of losing his mind, his glance did not linger for more than a second at a time before returning to the road. Swoosh! Suddenly Shangyu and Bingzu's face changed slightly, and without hesitation she slammed the door before rushing out without flinching. The vehicle that was traveling at about 3,040 kilometers per hour due to the bad condition of the road continued to move forward for a few more meters before it suddenly began to split in 2. Boom! Without warning, the car exploded in a cloud of fire, killing the driver in the process. The convoy traveling behind immediately came to a screeching halt, barely avoiding a car crash. Nobody get out of the vehicles. Shangyu and Bingzu appeared in front of the buses and coldly ordered while looking towards the forest on their right. Because there were only about 60 armed men in total due to the shortage of firearms and ammunition, Shangyu and Bingzu had left the other 30 with Wu Yijun and Kai Jingdi in the beginning village to avoid any kind of disturbance. This meant that she was the only person with actual combat ability within this group of survivors. Ki kikiki, a strange sound similar to a person's laughter, but also similar to the screeching sound of 2 metal plates rubbing against each other, came from between the trees. Shangyu and Bingzu did not stop on ceremony and unhesitatingly activated her most reliable skill as she pointed her wand forward. Freeze! A thick white cloud burst out of her body and in the next instant surrounded the trees in front of her. The trees began to freeze bit by bit, and less than 5 seconds later, everything 10 meters ahead had turned into ice statues. The place remained silent, and a gentle gust of wind made Shangyu and Bingzu's combat dress dance in the breeze gently. Her face suddenly changed, and as she gritted her teeth she created a large wall of ice in front of her before putting strength into both legs and jumping backwards. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Following the sound of the howling wind, a dozen arrows flew from the shadows of the forest and hit the ice wall, but failed to pierce it completely before getting stuck. Just as Shangyu and Bingzu touched down 10 meters away, a shadow shot out from the forest. Bang! The thick ice wall that was capable of stopping even bullets from multiple guns was smashed into hundreds of pieces that flew everywhere. However, Shangyu and Bingzu was more surprised by the creature in front of her. Approximately 5 feet tall, a big belly, thick arms covered with fat, sharp pointed ears, huge nose, bulging yellow eyes, teeth that protruded in point, and in one of its hands it carried a huge white bone while it was completely naked except for a brown-colored rag loincloth that covered the lower half of its body. Go Goblin! Shangyu and Bingzu's beautiful eyes flashed with disbelief, and for the first time, she couldn't help but stutter in shock. Ki-kiki! The fat goblin with a big bone stick laughed, and while pointing at her shouted some strange words. Shangyu and Bingzu frowned, and soon, to her utmost surprise, 12 small goblins barely half the size of the goblin in front of her came out of the forest. Chapter 148 First Order Shangyu and Bingzu Charming Ice Part 1. These 12 small goblins, about a meter tall, also wore loincloths made of tattered rags that barely covered the lower part of their bodies. However, the clearest distinction with the big goblin apart from the size and the big belly was their weapons. While the fat goblin wielded a large white bone, the smaller goblins had wooden crossbows in their hands and a small quiver with sharp bone arrows on their backs. All of you follow the road and look for Bai Zemin and the rest, Shangyu and Bingzu ordered calmly, and without waiting for a response from the convoy drivers dashed off into the forest behind her. Seeing her disappear into the shadows so quickly, the highest goblin shouted some sharp words and chased at full speed while the smaller goblins shouted and ran after quickly. The drivers didn't linger to think things over and set the vehicles in motion in a hurry, turning into a gust of wind and dust that soon disappeared in the horizon towards the village where Bai Zemin and the rest were currently stationed. Due to the existence of the mana, the forests and plants had mutated. Shangyu and Bingzu ran for 5 minutes and all she saw was green, green, and more green. Knowing that it was not good for her to go too far into the great forests of China, she stopped in the middle of a large clearing as she had noticed that the fat goblin's aura was fixedly focused on her, which meant that due to their equivalent speed she could not leave the monster behind. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Immediately after she stopped, the wind swooshed, and Shangyu and Bingzu swiftly retreated, causing the bone arrows to miss their target and instead hit the ground and the trees behind. Kekek. The fat goblin stepped out of the shadows of the forest and laughed loudly as it looked at her and licked its dry lips with its monstrous tongue. Although the goblins of the fantasy stories were not necessarily the same as the goblins born from the mana of the world, at least their lewdness was the same, considering the lustful eyes the little creatures had when they looked at the beautiful woman in front of them. Shangyu and Bingzu was never a woman of many words, so after judging and identifying her enemies, she immediately began to attack with no other intention but to end the other side's life. Ice thorns. Under her command, the ground in front of the fat goblin suddenly froze and several sharp-tipped thorns shot out without warning. The fat goblin snorted through its nose and without any strange act struck forward with its bone stick, destroying the ice thorns with utter ease before charging forward while laughing wildly. Shangyu and Bingzu frowned slightly as the enemy's physical strength was really annoying. Her ice maker skill was great for attacks, defenses, and even traps, but it wasn't as destructive as fire-type skills or other attacking elements. The fat goblin swung its bone stick and hacked horizontally. Although the bone stick was not sharp, it was incredibly hard, so if this attack hit her she could definitely break a rib or two. Shang Yuanbing Zhu jumped high into the air, evading the attack, and waved her hand, creating several ice bullets before shooting them forward. The ice bullets hit the fat goblin's body, but all of them exploded on its tough skin and turned into water that ran down its body. The beast laughed out loud as if it was sneering. The 12 small goblins raised their crossbows while laughing like wild children, and shot towards Shang Yuanbing Zhu, who had not yet touched solid ground. Being in midair, it was simply impossible to dodge. Therefore, Shang Yuanbing Zhu created a small ice platform under her feet and hurriedly used it to propel herself to the side, barely avoiding the bone arrows. Just before reaching the ground, she pointed with her wand and coldly said, "Ice arrow." Immediately over 20 ice arrows were crafted, and with a wave of her hands were launched forward at astonishing speeds. Being level 25, just one step away from evolving, Shang Yuanbing Zhu was way more powerful than the small goblins. The small beasts could not even react when the more than 20 arrows pierced them in the head, chest, heart, abdomen, and other parts of their bodies. You have acquired the soul power of Wild Goblin level 16. You have acquired the soul power of Wild Goblin level 13. 12 messages quickly flashed in her retina, and Shang Yuanbing Zhu finally realized that these creatures really were goblins and not just identical in appearance. After all, the soul record possessed the power to read the very soul and source of every being in the universe. At the quick death of its comrades of the same race, the fat goblin laughed with its high-pitched voice, and as if it cared nothing about it, charged forward again with the intention of injuring her severely. Right. From the beginning, the goblins were aiming to injure and capture her, not kill her. As for the reason, she was clear about the purpose. Shang Yuanbing Zhu couldn't help but chuckle coldly, and her red lips curved into a strange smile. Ice vines. From the ground, dozens of frozen, but incredibly flexible vines shot out towards the fat goblin, successfully stopping its charge. The beast growled as the fat on its body seemed to vibrate, causing the ice vines to crack rapidly. Shang Yuanbing Zhu expended 60 of her remaining mana and crafted a small, delicate ice sword. She rushed forward in a hurry, knowing that her time was limited, as the vines definitely could not hold out for more than a second or two at most. Just before the vines exploded into thousands of tiny ice fragments, she managed to make a light slash at the fat goblin's body before being forced to retreat as the large bone stick hit the ground where she was previously standing, shaking the earth hard. Kiai kikiki kakikek. The fat goblin touched the wound on its chest from where some green blood was barely trickling out, and burst out laughing. Shang Yuanbing Zhu noticed that the wound was too light and could not help but frown slightly. Although this ice sword had consumed practically all her mana, she could barely pierce through the skin of the enemy before her. Worst of all, to maintain the ice sword she needed to constantly consume mana, so at most she needed to finish the battle in 30 seconds before she was powerless. While Shang Yuanbing Zhu had great control over her own mana, it was impossible to completely master it in such a short time. Even she, just like Bai Zemin, could not help but overconsume when she found herself in too tough a fight, because a small mistake in activating her skill could make a big difference in energy consumption. The fat goblin licked its bloody hand and charged forward again. Its eyes flashed with unbridled madness and burning lust. It was as if the beast knew no fear, or as if it could feel no pain from the wound in its chest. Chapter 149, First Order. Shang Yuanbing Zhu Charming Ice Part 2 Last. What? Inside the main villa of the village recently recaptured by Bai Zemin and his troops, he abruptly stood up, and his eyes flashed with a hint of surprise as he looked at the young man in front of him. Are you telling me that halfway there appeared a dozen of goblins? He asked, as if to confirm that he hadn't misheard the previous report. Why, yes, the young driver and the rest of the drivers in the caravan led by Shang Yuanbing Zhu nodded immediately. One of them exclaimed, worried and frightened. Leader Bai. One of those goblins was really big and looked powerful. Miss Shang Yuanbing Zhu told us to go ahead to report the situation to you, but she was left fighting alone against those strange creatures. Damn it! Bai Zemin couldn't help but curse and quickly disappeared from his position, charging towards the northern road. He hadn't expected the goblins to suddenly attack someone in his group when he had only just learned that these creatures existed. In the same clearing within the forest, Shang Yuanbing Zhu was engaged in a fierce battle against the fat goblin. Each of them had their respective advantages and disadvantages. So from an outsider's point of view, it might appear that they were evenly matched. However, the reality was that Shangyuan Bingzu's situation was quite complex at the moment. Swoosh! She slashed with the ice sword in her hands, and a new wound appeared on the fat goblin's back that was now riddled with light cuts from which green blood was constantly spurting out. Ki-kekekek, the fat goblin laughed, and swung its bone stick backward, causing the air around it to blast, unable to withstand the pressure. Shangyuan Bingzu's beautiful face was as cold as the personification of the ice itself. She muttered a few words, and a thick ice wall rose up between her and the fat goblin as she jumped backward in a hurry. Boom! When the white bone stick slammed into the ice wall, the force contained by the attack made by the fat goblin caused the mighty defensive wall to withstand no more than a second before breaking into thousands of tiny pieces of ice. Shangyuan Bingzu's silver hair danced disorderly with the shockwave resulting from the previous explosion. Her face was almost as white as a sheet, and her ample bosom rose and fell steadily as a small bead of sweat slid silently down her small nose. Shangyuan Bingzu's total mana was just over 220, but even though the battle against the fat goblin had barely extended for about 5 minutes since it erupted, her total mana had decayed to just over 70 total points. The constant activation of her first-order ice maker skill to make vines, thorns, bullets, ice pikes, and ice walls to contain the enemy's explosive movements and attacks before her, as well as the creation of the ice sword charged with mana and magical power, had drained her mana relentlessly. Moreover, to maintain her only weapon, she needed to administer mana charges constantly and practically without rest. At this rate, she could barely last a few more seconds before losing most of her battle power. Ki-kekekekek. She looked over and saw the fat goblin laugh. Even though the creature's body was plagued with cuts and blood had stained its entire body as well as the ground beneath it, it was still laughing loudly as it looked at her and licked its broken lips. She gritted her teeth and charged forward again, engaging in a dangerous hand-to-hand battle in which the slightest of mistakes could cost her dignity as a woman, if not her life. Shangyuan Bingzu launched ice bullets, striking the fat goblin's body again and again. Although her attacks clearly had no effect, she continued to perform the same action relentlessly. The fat goblin had a mocking smile and charged like an unstoppable locomotive as it defied the ice bullets and swung its bone stick fiercely in all directions. Boom boom boom! Ice wall after ice wall were destroyed by the goblin's fierce blows, and Shangyuan Bingzu was forced to retreat repeatedly until finally her mana fell dangerously. She looked at the enemy goblin and dropped the ice sword. With a pale face, she observed how the weapon she had created after consuming much of her mana disappeared at the same time as she stopped losing mana to maintain it. The goblin laughed out loud and took a step forward when suddenly its fierce and lustful expression froze completely. For the first time, the monster's eyes glittered with a tinge of fear as stared in front of it, and its entire body quivered. No, wait. By Zemin, who had traveled 10 kilometers in the blink of an eye and had been searching for Shangyuan Bingzu through the forest, stopped his movements when he heard the delicate cry behind him. The Xuanyuan sword shone coldly with the sun's rays reflecting off the blade, and a bead of sweat slid down the goblin's face. The fat goblin could feel death. Absolute death coming from the dark eyes of the human before it. It was like when the sun was covered by the moon and the night seemed to descend unexpectedly after the appearance of the eclipse that blocked the light. What Bai Zemin jumped back to make distance between him and the monster and looked at Shangyuan Bingzu as if he were looking at a crazy woman. Did she want him not to kill the goblin? Her face was terribly pale and her breathing was irregular, which clearly indicated excessive consumption of mana and stamina. Besides, Bai Zemin had arrived just in time to see the ice sword fall from her hands. Yao acted arrogant even now. He couldn't help but rebuke with a frown. Shangyuan Bingzu shook her head and looked at him with clear eyes. It's not that. This goblin is just what I need to evolve to the next stage. Just look carefully and Yao'll understand. Bai Zemin frowned and nodded before jumping towards a tree behind him, his eyes fixed on the goblin, waiting to kill it in case she couldn't do something about it. Though he hoped she would become stronger, as that way she would be more useful. If she died, nothing he had done so far would make sense. The fat goblin suddenly roared and charged forward. Its lustful eyes had disappeared and turned bloodshot. Due to the appearance of a much more powerful enemy with such a horrifying soul power, the fat goblin had decided to kill the woman to absorb some of her soul power and evolve to have a chance of defeating the human man. Shangyuan Bingzu smiled. Her smile, though exhausted, was bright and warm like the rays of the sun that illuminated the entire world. For a moment, Bai Zemin could not help but even compare her to Lilith's smiles. That's how beautiful her current smile was. She raised her flawless right hand and whispered, "Burn." The blazing ring on her index finger glowed and a mighty burst of crimson flame shot out, enveloping the goblin completely. The creature roared in pain and the skin on its body began to vibrate. Surprisingly, after a couple of seconds, the crimson flames burst outward and disappeared into midair. The beast had managed to shake them off with its strange skill. The goblin's body had some burns, but the most striking thing was the amount of hot steam coming out of its skin. This hot steam was burning the monster's body little by little, and its source was, surprisingly, all the water that had been left in its pores. Water that had formed from the ice bullets launched by Shangyu and Bingzu since the beginning of the battle. What happens when something cold collides with something extremely hot? Shangyu and Bingzu looked at Bai Zemin with her smile still imprinted on her exhausted face. Then what happens when an extremely hot object comes into contact with something extremely cold? Bai Zemin's eyes flashed with realization, and he couldn't help but feel admiration towards the woman in front of him. Shangyu and Bingzu turned her eyes to the goblin in front of her and said indifferently as she pointed her wand at it, "Freeze." Spending her remaining 30 mana points, a blast of freezing air struck the goblin's body and encased it in a statue of ice. However, the beast did not give up and fought. Its body vibrated strangely and cracks began to spread through all the ice that was holding it back. A few seconds later, the ice broke completely and the goblin roared once more before stepping forward. However, just as it had just lifted its foot to move forward, the beast's eyes widened. Crack, crack, crack. Tiny, minuscule cracks appeared on its right leg that in a matter of milliseconds spread throughout its entire body. Bai Zemin could clearly see how the goblin's entire body was riddled with cracks as if it were a vase about to shatter into pieces. Indeed, the comparison was not too far from reality. Bang! At the same time as a big orb of soul power entered Shangyuan Bingzu's body, several messages flashed in her retina. However, there was one in particular that fascinated her. "You have successfully evolved to First Order and obtained the unique class Charming Ice." It was then that her smile widened even more, and as the sun's rays hovered over her, Bai Zemin couldn't help but think that perhaps angels really did look that beautiful. Chapter 150 Unique Class Charming Ice. You have acquired the soul power of First Order Heavy Hobgoblin level 47. Freeze unclassified enemies 5000. Kill unclassified enemies using the Ice Maker skill 2000. Kill First Order enemies 2. Charm an enemy with your natural beauty 1. You have successfully evolved to First Order and acquired the unique class Charming Ice. Your innate beauty is worth contemplating and appreciating. As pure and unblemished as a flawless ice fairy. All ice-type attacks inflict 20 more damage and increase the resistance of your ice creations by another 20. Your charm increases. You have acquired Second Order active skill level 1 Charming Eye. You have leveled up to level 32. You have gained 14 status points to distribute freely. All absorbed soul power has been calculated correctly. You get additional stats: Strength 40, Agility 29, Stamina 25, Health 20, Mana 30, Magic 27. Although Shangyuan Bingzu had accumulated more soul power to level up than Bai Zemin by the time she successfully evolved, this was because he had advanced to First Order significantly faster than she had. With about a week more time accumulating experience, it was natural for her to level up a little more in comparison. However, even then, the amount of additional stats she had accumulated were far less than Bai Zemin's at that time. This was because Shangyuan Bingzu had accumulated soul power from weaker existences, while Bai Zemin had fought and killed more than one First Order being before successfully evolving. After evolving to First Order, Shangyu and Bingzu felt as if a new world had opened up before her and her soul was strengthened in such a way that, for a moment, she herself could not believe it. But the most important thing for the presenter was that after leveling up, her stamina regenerated to 100 immediately, and the mana gain due to the extra stats she had accumulated during the process of evolving to First Order had caused her completely pale face to gain some color again. Congratulations on evolving to First Order. A lazy voice brought her out of her inner fantasy world, and looking to the side she saw Bai Zemin waving his hand from a distance. Seeing as there are no more goblins around and since you're okay, you'll head back to the village. That Chen He guy is probably out of his mind since I assume he heard that you were attacked on the way. Leaving those words behind, Bai Zemin stomped his foot on the ground and disappeared from his position, leaving a gale behind him. Seeing this, Shangyu and Bingzu's glance became a bit complicated and she couldn't help but sigh as she sat down next to a tree, as although her stamina had regenerated, mental fatigue was present. Even though I just received a huge power boost, even though I can feel my soul power becoming infinitely purer than before I evolved, I still can't even understand how strong you are. Shangyu and Bingzu muttered under her breath, as she recalled that ghostly speed with which Bai Zemin disappeared, as well as the look of fear in the heavy hobgoblin's eyes. Shangyu and Bingzu was a competitive woman by nature, and even more so against the opposite sex, due to certain past events, as she wanted to prove herself that women could stand on their own and surpass men. However, the stronger she became, the more she felt that the distance between her and Bai Zemin increased. In the past, regardless of whether it was the talented and handsome Chen He or any other outstanding young man, Shangyu and Bingzu had been able to surpass them all, from school grades to combat ability. She was simply perfect in every aspect. However, since the apocalypse broke out without warning, Bai Zemin had unconsciously become her greatest rival. She had strived to surpass him and, in fact, at some point their strength was not that far apart, and except for different strengths, their overall power was similar. But at some unknown moment, that normal-looking young man with an ordinary past with nothing to highlight simply shot into the sky. And now she could barely make out his shadow. Forget it. After a second sigh, her blue eyes turned to the shattered corpse of the heavy hobgoblin and her lips curved into a cold smile. She had taken a risk when she had chosen the unique class Charming Ice, as the last requirement might be somewhat difficult. However, she knew she was beautiful and was confident in her beauty as well as her own strength. But after so many days, no human of the First Order had crossed her path, so her beauty had no use whatsoever. After all, the mutated and evolved monsters did not notice the beauties of mankind. Fortunately for her, goblins appeared, who were lustful by nature. Unaware that there was someone floating in the sky hundreds of meters above, Shangyu and Bingzu stood up after resting for a moment and picked up the drop obtained from her victory. Above the white clouds, Lilith sighed before disappearing completely and without a trace. When Shangyu and Bingzu first entered the village, Chen He ran up to her with a face pale in fright and hurriedly asked, "Bingzu, how are you? I just heard that a group of goblin-like monsters from the legends attacked you." Seeing her childhood friend's handsome face filled with worry, and she couldn't help but smile slightly. "Don't worry. Nothing happened to me, and Bai Zemin was also there in case his intervention was needed." This. Chen He seemed to ignore much of her words and looked at her dumbfounded. After a few seconds, he noted, "Bingzu, have you become more beautiful or something?" Although Shangyu and Bingzu was beautiful from before, when Chen He looked at her carefully now, he couldn't help but feel that she had suddenly become a little more beautiful than usual. "Ah, this is because of..." Shangyu and Bingzu gave him a brief summary of what had happened as he led her towards the main villa. On the way, the armed men guarding the important areas saluted respectfully, and the survivors who had been ordered not to leave their homes temporarily looked out the windows at the scene, wondering what would become of their lives now. "So, you've already evolved to First Order?" Chen He was surprised. He was currently level 24, so he only now learned about evolutions and similar matters. Listening to Shangyu and Bingzu, everything felt strange to him. "That's right." She nodded, and a militant guarding the door to the hall inside the main villa quickly opened the closed door to allow them to pass through. Inside, Shangyu and Bing Zhu and Chen He were greeted by the sight of Bai Zemin and Lily chatting with casual smiles. Occasionally she laughed at his jokes or he grunted in annoyance at hers. These two definitely have something. Chen He cupped a hand over the side of his mouth and whispered, "Who knows?" Shangyu and Bing Zhu replied, stepping into the room. "Bai Zemin, what's wrong with those goblins?" Bai Zemin, who was chatting with Lilith to relieve some of the tension he felt due to the appearance of a new type of enemy, was attracted by Shangyu and Bing Zhu's unmistakable voice. He looked at her and Chen He before pointing to the seat in front of him and saying in a deep voice, "Sit down. We need to talk." Chapter 151 Military Camp. So, Chen He frowned deeply and looked at Bai Zemin with a completely serious expression. "What you were saying is that you think that because of this new energy called mana, it is possible for new life forms to slowly begin to emerge." Bai Zemin nodded with a firm expression and asked back, "If you think about it carefully, it's actually not too crazy. Don't you think this thing called soul record can even grow us to monstrous levels where we can destroy and demolish houses with our bare fists, obtain strange treasures out of thin air, and level up like characters out of a video game?" The room remained silent as everyone present seemed to sink into deep thought. After Shangyu and Bing Zhu returned from the forest where she had faced the goblins, Bai Zemin gave them a simple, but concrete summary of the information Lilith had given him previously. Of course, to avoid suspicion he simply said that it was an idea that had occurred to Lily, who was by his side. Shangyu and Bing Zhu looked at Lily with narrowed eyes before turning her face towards Bai Zemin. "I think Lily's thoughts are not crazy," she expressed with a slight frown and pointed out. "In this new world, anything is possible and we have no choice but to adapt to the circumstances and the new rules of the game if we want to survive." Chen He also nodded to express that he agreed as well. However, he soon noticed a major problem. If things are really like this, then doesn't it mean that humanity is in deep trouble? Just the zombies and some mutated beasts and a few evolved ones already cornered all human beings. If even more unknown species appear on the chessboard, won't it increase the difficulty of the game to hell mode? Bai Zemin sighed and nodded heavily. Indeed, it could be said that the chess game became several levels more difficult now that the goblins appeared, although we don't know if their numbers are too much. If they are like the goblins in the human stories, then we have to fear the reproductive ability of these little monsters. Shangyu and Bing Zhu brushed her hair and pointed out an irrefutable truth. Thinking too much about this matter will get us nowhere, considering that we hardly know anything about it. I think what we have to do hasn't changed anyway, hasn't it? That's true. Chen He sighed and scratched his head, a little tired with the whole sudden situation. Bai Zemin remained silent for a few minutes. The only sound inside the room was the breathing of the four people present. After about 5 minutes, under the watchful eyes of Shangyu and Bing Zhu and Chen He, Bai Zemin looked at Lilith and stood up. "I have decided." His eyes flashed coldly, and his determined voice gave the final verdict. "We will continue charging in a southerly direction. We need to find the military camp as soon as possible." If only he could get the equipment from a military arsenal. Bai Zemin was confident that, at the very least, he wouldn't have to be hiding like a sewer rat for fear of zombies. After all, even for the current him, it was impossible to protect 1,500 survivors from the claws of zombies or any other enemy 100. No matter how strong he was, Bai Zemin was still only a human being who had just begun to take his first steps on the path of evolution. He did not have the ability to shake the heavens and the earth, nor was he capable of annihilating armies with a wave of his hands. Until then, modern firearms were something he could rely on. First-order existences were still relatively scarce, while second-order ones were practically non-existent. Therefore, unless they were unlucky, their worst enemies were zombies and other types of unclassified monsters. Against these types of enemies, modern firearms capable of placating entire armies were the best counterattack and defense. Light machine guns, heavy machine guns, battle tanks, machine gun-mounted vehicles, helicopters, fighter planes, and many other weapons capable of increasing the battle capability of the weak human race enormously against enemies that outnumbered them by a wide margin. Of course, There were also other factors such as having the ability to properly operate such weaponry. After all, the weapons were machines that needed to be operated by human beings, and depending on the use to which they were put, the result could be a completely different one than the one expected. However, it was better to have than not to have. Therefore, Bai Zemin, followed by Shangyu and Bingzu, Shanhe, and Lilith in her human form, began to delegate simple and quick orders immediately without even pausing to rest for a moment. On a road heading south, 2 modified jeeps were speeding along in the middle of the night. The surroundings were silent up to the point where the faint whistling of the wind whipping the branches of the dark, unnaturally sized trees at the edge of the road. No matter where one looked, all was pitch black, and the only source of light was the 4 headlights of the only 2 vehicles on the road. Inside one of the modified jeeps, the one leading the way at the front, Shangyu and Bingzu, Wu Yijin, and the driver rode in silence. Only when they came to an intersection would the vehicle stop, forcing the second to stop as well, and they would only resume driving when Wu Yijin pointed the way forward. After all, she was the only one with clear knowledge of the direction of the military camp. In the second modified jeep, Bai Zemin, Shanhe, and the driver rode in silence just like the women in the first jeep. The only difference was that, unlike the jeep in which the women were traveling, the silence inside the jeep in which they were traveling was heavier, as none of the 3 said even a single word. Shanhe was observing the surroundings with caution, as traveling at night was incredibly dangerous. The driver was too nervous, because of the gloomy night and the frightening environment, as well as the respect he had for the 2 people beside him that made it difficult for him to even breathe. Therefore, the men only drove following the lead of the main jeep. As for Bai Zemin, like Shanhe, he was scanning the surroundings with cold eyes. Besides, he was not a very talkative person to begin with, and was not particularly close to any person present, so he simply focused on the road while trying to imagine different scenarios. In these scenarios, different enemies, and in different numbers, appeared while he projected different ways and efficient methods to obtain victory with the least possible losses in the least amount of time. That way he could better respond to different unexpected problems that might arise out of nowhere. In total, they traveled for more than 8 hours without rest. It was 8 hours of tension and exhaustion, but after so much effort it was finally time to see the fruits. Chapter 152. Angel appears. It's just inside this forest. Outside the jeeps, Wu Yijin pointed to the dirt road just off the main road before looking at Bai Zemin and the rest. Even though it's been several years since then, I can still clearly remember the place. It's definitely this way. Bai Zemin nodded silently and took a step forward as he carefully scanned his surroundings. The dirt road was not very wide, and probably only 1 vehicle could pass without allowing a second to pull alongside it. Adjacent to the dirt road, the grass had grown dangerously knee-high, making it difficult for anyone entering there to move and see, while the trees stretched as far as the eye could not reach. The northern area of Beijing was known as a forested area, and the Yanqing district was especially for being an ecological area. It was the district with the most green areas in all of Beijing, as well as one of those with the least human population. As a result, it was natural for the government to hide military camps with weapons and logistics in such places where no human beings usually went. After all, no one in their right mind would venture into an unknown forest that was likely to be teeming with wild animals and creatures. However, this also had an incredibly important consequence. Being filled with forests, wildlife was naturally more prosperous. Therefore, beasts that had managed to mutate and evolve were probably lurking everywhere. Bai Zemin did not believe that the forest in front of him was an exception to this rule. In fact, he had been starting to feel a little uncomfortable for a while now, but he did not know why, since there was no enemy of any kind in sight. In this operation, Bai Zemin had decided that the best option was to bring as few people as possible, but with enough power to fight an army without any problems. This was because he did not know what kind of dangers they would encounter, and in cases like this, an ordinary person without proper training would only be more likely to cause trouble rather than help solve it. Kai Jingyi, Kang Lan, Fu Sufeng, Zhang De, Yuo Chang, Xiao Min, and all the other subordinates of Bai Zemin together with the armed militia moved the more than 300 survivors who were in the second village to the beginning village. Bai Zemin ordered them several times to keep their guards up and to quell any kind of conflict with an iron fist. In this kind of dangerous situation, the last thing he needed was trouble in the backyard while fighting to keep the front line safe. After more than 20 minutes of observing the surroundings carefully and thinking a bit about the current situation, Bai Zemin turned around to look behind him and noticed that everyone was a bit tired after a full night without sleep. Coupled with how troubled the previous day had been, it was natural for everyone to feel mentally overloaded, even if the stamina stat had only decreased a little. The human brain was another matter. Let's rest for a few hours. Bai Zemin glanced at his digital watch before looking at everyone again and announced, "It's currently a bit past 6 a.m. After we have some lunch at noon, we'll start exploring the area and head into the forest." Wu Yijun and Chen He looked at each other and sighed in relief. Under their eyes were small bags as evidence of tiredness. They were really trying hard not to collapse from sleep. Even Shangyu and Bingzu, who had recently evolved to First Order, couldn't help but nod as she gently rubbed her eyes somewhat sleepily. "You don't sleep?" Chen He asked as he saw that Bai Zemin did not move from his place. "Don't worry about me." Bai Zemin smiled slightly and shook his head. "Just go and rest. We'll have a lot of work to do soon." Chen Yi hesitated for a moment before turning and leaving. Shangyu and Bing Zhu and Wu Yijun looked at him as if they wanted to say something, but in the end neither of the two women said anything and left together to the jeep they had come in. They really needed to get some sleep. When they all returned to the vehicles to rest, Bai Zemin frowned and a small glint of doubt flashed in his eyes as he looked up at the sky. "Lilith, where did you go?" he muttered to himself. The night before, Lilith had told him she would be gone for a few hours before disappearing. This was the first time she had left his side in 20 days. So Bai Zemin felt somewhat uncomfortable, not hearing her voice or feeling her presence near him. For the first time in a long time, Bai Zemin could not help but feel a little lonely. Although Shangyu and Bingzu, Chen He, and Wu Yijun were there and were people with whom he had spent a lot of time together and had even fought shoulder to shoulder in many battles, his relationship with the three of them was completely different from the complicated but balanced relationship he had with Lilith. In a place far away from planet Earth, a beautiful woman floated silently in the sky. Her inkai black hair fell down her back like a waterfall, swaying in the dancing breeze that embraced her lovely and seductive body covered by a beautiful dark-colored dress. She had her eyes closed and her breathing was so calm that she looked as if she was sleeping. Swoosh! Suddenly the space several hundred meters away seemed to twist as a silhouette appeared. This silhouette turned out to be an extremely handsome man, even more handsome than Chen He. The aura that his body unconsciously exuded was incredibly frightening, which was proof that he was not someone normal. But the most striking thing was the two white wings behind his back that gently swayed and held him in the air. These wings also represented his faction, and the path he had decided to walk by evolving beyond all moral limits. Indeed, this man was a higher existence. "Who are you?" the handsome man asked cautiously. "Who am I?" The woman's lovely voice sounded in a whisper. She giggled softly and slowly opened her eyes that had been closed until now. Her two ruby eyes glowed faintly and her lips curved into a charming smile. "You are welcome to call me Lilith," she replied, and her ruby eyes glowed slightly again. At the sight of her smile, the handsome man with angel wings was spellbound for several seconds before he awoke from his reverie, seemingly oblivious to what had just happened. Lilith, the man frowned before shaking his head. "Never heard that name." Lilith didn't respond and simply remained standing in the void. "Why would a demon like you be in a lower world?" the angel questioned, and his hands flashed until a large spear of light formed. "Are you planning something?" "Planning?" Lilith played with her hair and nodded as she whispered. "Actually, I am planning something." "You want to know what my plan is?" The angel frowned and couldn't help but feel a bad premonition. Chapter 153 Lilith's Power-Sealed World. When the angel belonging to the army of heaven heard completely what Lilith had planned, he didn't know how to react. His two wings flapped gently as his silver armor shimmered with the rays of light from the distant stars, and his blonde hair danced in sync with the breeze. "How about Don't you think it's incredible? Lilith clapped her hands as if she were an excited little girl, and her eyes sparkled as if a million galaxies lived inside them. After a moment of silence, the male angel leaned his head back and began to burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha! His laughter echoed everywhere, and anyone who heard it might come to think that Lilith had just told the best joke in history since the creation of the universe. Lilith simply curved her lips and waited patiently for the angel to stop his laughter. When he finally stopped, she asked in an innocent tone of voice, "But I'm curious. Why were you roaming the earth? Is the army of heaven so free that they can casually send their angels to spy on lower worlds? We, angels, are not as free as you filthy demons who oppose the grace of the Lord." The angel scoffed before swinging his spear of light and pointing it at Lilith. "I was just casually passing by as I seemed to sense a strange space rift, but I didn't expect to meet a lunatic woman like you. Kaya, little pigeon. How do you suddenly get so aggressive?" Lilith exclaimed and took a step back as if she was scared while secretly letting out a sigh of relief. Previously she had sensed this angel prowling the vicinity of Earth, so she immediately acted to intercept him. She feared that some faction of higher existences had noticed Bai Zeman and somehow sought to harm him. Fortunately her concerns were not valid, or else everything would become much more complicated than it already was. HMPH. Enough of your nonsense, demon. The angel snorted and charged forward as he shouted in a straight voice filled with holiness. "Even though you are a lunatic, the mere fact that you are a demon, and that you claimed that a little lower existence would one day take the supreme throne that belongs to the Lord, is enough to claim your head." Lilith neither dodged nor moved from her position. Her ruby eyes glowed brightly and she calmly said, "Well, see if I'm a lunatic or not. Though I don't think you can live to see that day come." Only an inch away from piercing her heart, the angel's spear of light stopped abruptly. The eyes of the brave and holy warrior of one of the most important and powerful factions in the universe widened in shock as he stared into the red eyes of the woman in front of him. When he wanted to say something, his mouth abruptly closed with such loudness that his teeth almost broke in the process. "Do you really want to kill me?" Lilith whispered in a fearful voice as she trembled as if she was scared to death. Her ruby eyes glowed intensely, releasing her charm and activating one of her simplest but most terrifying skills. The angel's face turned as pale as a sheet as he realized that his body was not obeying his brain and he was increasingly losing control of his own thoughts. He was a fifth-order angel in the past. He had been a hero of his own world before ascending to divinity after receiving grace from the Lord and entering the arms of heaven. But he was beginning to lose his mind because of the demon in front of him. "By bitch," the angel barely managed to exclaim through gritted teeth. Lilith ignored him and with the tip of her finger casually pushed the spear of light away. She ignored the angel's surprise and sighed. "You men really are boring. It only takes so much for you to turn into mindless puppets. Look, even you fell for it. Weren't you angels free of impurity and lust? Then why are you breathing heavily like a dog in heat?" She turned to leave and soon disappeared from the sight of the angel, who not long after regained the mobility of his body. The angel descended to the ground and sat down in terror, as he scolded himself for letting such nefarious thoughts cloud his judgment. However, a sweet voice with a slight tinge of coldness soon reached his ears. "Freeze everything, Niflheim." The powerful fifth-order angel turned pale, and all he could do was whisper a few words, as he felt the terrifying amount of mana moving from outside this planet, and the power of the skill activating death does not exist. "I will only return to the arms of the Lord." Boom! After a thunderous explosion that shook the entire world, a terrifying amount of freezing power descended and enveloped everything, from the earth and grass to the tops of gigantic trees ascending hundreds of kilometers high. The white clouds were frozen. The rivers of liquid and crystalline water became ice rinks, and the deserts with extremely high temperatures were transformed into an icy hell. Thus a world that had already gone through several stages since the soul record reached this part of the universe was sealed in ice without a trace of life. Surrounded by stars of different colors and galaxies, Lilith had an ice-cold gaze that if Bai Zeman saw could probably never associate it with her warm and playful smile that usually embodied her charming face. "I wonder what these white pigeons will do when the news that one of their worlds was destroyed by a demon." Surely Satan and that Lord will have a good time having fun, so they won't be able to divert their attention too much elsewhere. Her indifferent voice was the only thing that proved her existence, since in an instant her entire presence had disappeared without a trace, except for the obsidian-colored ice that sealed an entire planet and brimmed with dark energy. Planet Earth. China. Beijing City. It was past noon when Chen He and the rest opened their eyes again. They all woke up at about the same time with slight differences, and after about 6 hours of sleep they felt refreshed. You didn't sleep at all? Shangyu and Bingzu approached Bai Zemin and asked with a frown as she saw him standing silently in exactly the same place where he had been when they had all gone to sleep. Bai Zemin remained standing looking up at the blue sky above his head and replied without much interest. No. You. Shangyu and Bingzu frowned even more tightly and began to feel annoyed. Her annoyance was understandable considering that they would soon be going deep into a forest where there were probably many wild beasts running rampant, but the leader seemed unconcerned, as if they were going for a walk in the park. Swoosh! The wind whistled softly, and as that gentle breeze caressed Bai Zemin's face, a rose fragrance distinctive to him greeted him. His lips curved upward slightly as he understood what this meant, and his eyes turned toward Shangyu and Bingzu. Don't worry. Ice Princess. Imperfectly fine. Chapter 154. Shangyu and Bingzu's curiosity. Don't worry. Ice Princess. Imperfectly fine. Bai Zemin looked at Shangyu and Bingzu and, now completely free of all worries, smiled slightly. Shangyu and Bingzu stayed silent and looked at him with narrowed eyes. She felt that somehow there was something strange about him, but even after thinking about it for a while she couldn't tell where that strangeness was, and considering that his face didn't really look exhausted by any means, she gave up. If you say so, then it's okay, I guess. She shrugged and didn't pursue the matter any further. Yeah. Bai Zemin nodded. He looked at the surroundings and asked in confusion. By the way, where are those two? The two drivers were still fast asleep inside the vehicles. Bai Zemin was asking about Chen He and Wu Yijin, who were nowhere to be seen. Shangyu and Bingzu pointed to the forest and calmly responded. Chen He went to secure the surroundings. As for Yijin, she is preparing lunch right behind those trees over there. Bai Zemin followed her eyes and noticed that indeed a person moving among the thick foliage of the forest. He looked at Shangyu and Bingzu again and couldn't help but joke. The last time your Prince Charming went exploring he was almost killed by a giant monkey. Aren't you afraid that something might happen to him? Shangyu and Bingzu's calm face changed slightly and looked at him with a serious expression. Stop joking about such nonsense. Chen He and I are friends. I don't want his feelings to be hurt later because of your jokes. Bai Zemin was dumbfounded. He would hurt his feelings, wasn't she the one who refused to make everything clear here? He shook his head and decided to stop commenting on it. The whole thing was none of his business anyway. Without another word, he walked past her and went to help Wu Yijin with the lunch things. Soon after, Shangyu and Bingzu joined in, and several minutes later Chen He appeared saying that there was no problem at all. After a light and quick lunch, Bai Zemin ordered the drivers of the vehicles to wait here and not to move from the place to avoid attracting the attention of any enemies. Although the two jeeps had been hidden among the trees and grass in the forest after leaving the road, it was possible that some beasts might pick up the human scent if they wandered too far, leaving their scent everywhere, and track them down. The two men were pale when they heard Bai Zemin's reasoning and quickly nodded in understanding. At this point, both men could only wait obediently. As for leaving on their own, that was simply madness, since when they arrived back at the village they would be immediately questioned and slaughtered when their crimes came to light. But even then, it was possible that along the way they would encounter some kind of wild beast and be devoured by it. So obeying was the best they could do. Just to make sure, Bai Zemin asked Chen He to watch them from a distance while he and Shangyu and Bingzu together with Wu Yijin went deep into the forest. Although a bit reluctant, the talented sniper agreed as he understood the greater scheme of the matter. The forest was almost absolutely silent. The only sound that could be heard was the occasional swaying of branches when the wind was strong enough to move them. Trees that were previously 5 to 10 meters tall at most now reached heights of up to 30 meters. Grass that previously could be cut with a finger now needed some force to pull it out of the ground. The effect that the awakening of mana had had on the world due to the influence of the soul record was truly immense. No matter where one looked, it was easy to distinguish the physical differences. Even the aura of calmness that surrounded the forest was now filled with murderous intent. To say that one could notice major differences within the forests was not an exaggeration by any means. Following the dirt road, Bai Zemin, Shangyu and Bingzu, and Wu Yijin were advancing silently while observing the surroundings carefully. "The air in this place is so wonderful," Wu Yijin exclaimed in a low voice to avoid attracting the attention of any kind of strange creature. Shangyu and Bingzu nodded and took a deep breath, taking pleasure in how pure the oxygen was nourishing her veins and lungs. Apparently, mana nourishes and makes plants stronger compared to other creatures, Bai Zemin guessed as he looked carefully to his sides. While the soul record does something similar to injecting mana into our bodies when it first appears, just like with animals, plants seem to suck the mana, slowly assimilating it into their bodies. That's probably why they adapt better. Then, the zombie issue. Shangyu and Bingzu noticed something on Bai Zemin's words, and her eyes widened slightly as she looked at him in shock. Wu Yijin seemed to notice and muttered, "Don't tell me." "That's right." Bai Zemin nodded and did not hide it. In his own way, he explained his thoughts in conjunction with the information given by Lilith. Probably the zombies are the result of those humans whose bodies failed to withstand the wave of mana that invaded their bodies due to the appearance of this thing called soul record. As you have seen, while it is true that most animals mutated and even some insects did, not all of them went through that wild mutation process. After all, in the village, there are a few living pigs and sheep that grew in size and became stronger, but they are not wild and do not attack other animals or humans. As for plants, I haven't had the opportunity to encounter plant-like enemies, so I haven't been able to draw many conclusions about them. But my theory is that the whole issue with mana and the secret behind the evil mutations lies within the souls of every existence. Bai Zemin concluded his analysis slowly before falling silent once more. Wu Yijin looked at him with her big dark eyes wide open. Her little pink mouth had opened slightly, revealing glimpses of her pearly teeth. "You, how come I never heard of you before?" Shangyu and Bingzu asked as she stared at his profile. "What do you mean?" Bai Zemin asked in a low voice while looking back at her with a slight frown. Wu Yijin stepped forward and interjected as she pointed out, "You are a very perceptive person. Your analyses are also genuinely amazing, which shows that you are someone very intelligent." Shangyu and Bingzu nodded and said, perplexed, "With such cognitive intelligence, it is simply impossible to remain unknown for a long time. In the exams, you should definitely have stood out from the rest of the students and gained a place among the top positions for honor students. Then why have I never heard of your name even once before?" Hearing the words of the two women beside him, Bai Zemin could not help but smile bitterly in secret as he silently sneered. "And for every 150 tickets, I will publish one extra chapter. The chapters will be released in the next week after the Reset 3. Chapter 155, Dangerous Forest. Never underestimate an enemy." Beijing University was one of the most prestigious institutions in the country and even in the world before the apocalypse broke out and society collapsed. Therefore, it was natural to assume that most of the students who could access it were elites, people with high intelligence and analytical abilities. A high school student with average grades would never be able to pass the Beijing University admission exam, considering the high standard of the school. Of course, there were always exceptions, and there was nothing that money or power could not solve. But that aside, only the best in their towns, villages, cities, subdistricts, and districts could actually pass the admission exam. Bai Zemin naturally was one of those people. However, things were a bit complicated, since his family was relatively poor, and in order to allow his younger sister Meng Kai to apply to a good university, he had to spend a lot of time working to pay for his own expenses. This resulted in Bai Zemin wasting a lot of time that he really should have invested to his studies, and therefore his grades were naturally nothing worth mentioning, and he was among what was average for such a great university. "Everyone has their own difficulties," Bai Zemin replied casually. He hadn't wanted to say that. Unlike them and Chen He had to fend for himself. After all, Bai Zemin was not a man who liked to say words that might sound like pathetic excuses. His grades were average and that was all. There was nothing incredible about having outstanding grades anyway. Look, wasn't the current situation proof enough of that? Both Shang Yuan Bingzu and Wu Yijun looked at each other, and both women's eyes glittered curiously. Even without him saying anything, they were both smart enough to draw their own conclusions from what they knew of Bai Zemin so far. After Shang Yuan Bingzu's question and Bai Zemin's disinterested response, the group of three fell silent as they slowly moved forward. They might all have different thoughts, but if there was one thing they had in common, it was that the guard of each of them was up. Even after walking for more than 20 minutes, there was still no sign of the military camp in sight. However, this was completely natural considering that it was simply impossible for the military and the government to set up a base with an armed arsenal just a couple of minutes away from the main road. Even then, Bai Zemin frowned sharply. This too much. Quiet, Wu Yijun whispered, feeling a little nervous. Shang Yuan Bingzu nodded slightly with narrowed eyes. Except for the soft whistling of the wind and the movement of tree branches swaying gently or the occasional clash between green leaves, the entire forest was silent. There was not even the slightest sign of any kind of wild beast, which was extremely strange considering that they had already gone quite deep into the forest from a certain point of view. This calm caused Bai Zemin to feel a bad premonition, and the thought of retreating flashed in his mind for a moment before he immediately forcefully withdrew. Currently, his party was in dire need of firepower, not only because of the threat of the monsters but also because of Camp Baekwon. Until now, Bai Zemin did not know whether they would be allies or enemies. And for that, it was best to prepare for any possible clash between the two sides. After walking for another 10 minutes, Bai Zemin's face suddenly changed and his steps stopped abruptly, so the two women walking one step behind him also stopped immediately. How strange. Bai Zemin frowned deeply and muttered to himself. What thing is strange? Wu Yijun whispered close to him. Bai Zemin ignored her and took a quick glance at his blood will skill. Blood will 050. His passive blood will skill had not changed. But Bai Zemin could sense the presence of something lurking in the shadows. Maybe it was his passive skill danger sense. He didn't know exactly, but he decided to rely on that instinct. Suddenly Bai Zemin turned his head to the right, and just then there was a strange movement in the grass. Bai Zemin snorted, and stretched his hand forward just in time to catch something that had been thrown at him from a distance. A tongue. Wu Yijun took a step back as she saw the clearly inhuman long tongue struggling to escape. Come here, Bai Zemin growled and pulled hard towards him. An object flew through the air in his direction. But the most surprising thing was that at first, this enemy was perfect green just like grass. However, it soon seemed to become transparent as it completely disappeared. What Shang Yuan Bingzu was even surprised by what had just happened. She really couldn't sense where the enemy was. However, Bai Zemin still felt the tongue caught with his hand and could also feel how the enemy was still flying towards him after being forcefully pulled. With a strong punch forward, the enemy that had seemingly disappeared exploded into pieces of flesh and blood splattered all over the dirt road. You have obtained the soul power of elusive chameleon level 15. Blood will 150. Bai Zemin's eyes widened in shock, and he looked at the women beside him as he said, dumbfounded. That chameleon was actually only level 15, but it managed to make none of us feel it in any way. Shang Yuan Bingzu and Wu Yijun's faces changed noticeably as Bai Zemin's words were too shocking to believe. If that monster was a level 15 creature, then it had the power to threaten Wu Yijun's life, and she was currently level 21. Although the elusive chameleon's tongue would not be able to pierce through Bai Zemin's body due to his high physical stats and his muscles compressed countless times, even Shang Yuan Bingzu would not necessarily come out unscathed if she was hit by surprise in a dangerous spot. Let's proceed carefully and you two go behind me, Bai Zemin ordered in a deep voice, and the two women immediately nodded. Even the proud Shang Yuan Bingzu said nothing about it and walked behind him looking at his back in silence. The forest was incredibly dangerous. They already knew this fact even before they went into it. However, the appearance of the elusive chameleon made them realize that the forests were a lot more dangerous than they had initially estimated. Even a weak enemy could become a deadly one depending on the circumstances. Bai Zemin thought silently, and reminded himself never to underestimate his enemy no matter how weak they were. Hadn't he defeated enemies more powerful than him by using different tactics, planning against them, and using their weaknesses to his advantage? Zeman did not want to become complacent because of his current strength and die from neglect. He believed that it had been several days since an enemy capable of threatening his existence had shown itself. But only now did he realize that his life was in constant danger. In this world, such a thing as safety never existed. Chapter 156. Thousands of enemies collapse. Clang! These damn creatures. Zeman clicked his tongue loudly as he blocked the elusive chameleon's tongue with his Xuanyuan sword. Die! Shangyuan Bingzu casually waved one of her hands and an ice pike appeared in the air before piercing the monster's body 10 meters away in a flash. Behind Zeman, Wu Yijin sighed in relief and looked at him gratefully. If it wasn't for his timely intervention, that attack might have cost her life. I'm sorry to have to bring you in. Zeman looked back and sighed. But you are the only one who knows the exact location of the place, so we have no choice. Wu Yijin's eyes flashed softly as she heard his words. She smiled beautifully and shook her head gently. Don't worry, with you being here somehow I feel safe and I know nothing will happen to me. Besides, we need those firearms for everyone's sake, don't we? Zeman smiled back and nodded slightly. That's right. Just stay in the back and don't go too far away. One of Shangyuan Bingzu's eyes twitched a couple of times as she looked at Wu Yijin. Inwardly she was muttering, well, I'm sorry for not making you feel safe. Regardless of what Shangyuan Bingzu and Wu Yijin were thinking, Zeman continued to move forward with no intention of stopping. After advancing for another 10 more minutes and having killed another 20 elusive chameleons with different periods of time between each one's appearance, Zeman's blood will skill activated properly when new enemies appeared within the effective range of the skill. Blood will 50-50. Be careful, many enemies are approaching. Zeman stretched a hand behind him to immediately stop the movement of the two women and warned. For a moment it seemed to him that he had touched something extremely soft, but with blood will activating to its maximum level immediately, he didn't have time to overthink things too much. This was because not only did the enemies number several hundred or even thousands, but he still didn't know what kind of enemies they were. Wu Yijin and Shangyuan Bingzu looked at Zeman's left hand touching something it should not be touching, and both had different reactions. The first one blushed and the second one's face remained indifferent, making it difficult to know what her thoughts were about what was happening. In addition, the current circumstances did not allow them to consider the situation too much either. Fuck its mother. Zeman's face turned white as he saw countless spiders the size of a human face crawling through the grass, over tree trunks, over branches, among rocks. Huge black spiders moved their long legs rapidly, crawling towards the group of three. Their endless numbers of red eyes stared at them as if they were their prey, while some of them even had their mouths wide open, revealing terrifyingly long fangs and sticky saliva. Spiders. Shangyuan Bingzu paled and took a step back while she shook her head. A spider fiercely leapt forward from the grass with the intention of biting Zeman. However, he responded by swinging his sword diagonally and slicing the spider's body in two. You have obtained the soul power of Wolf Spider level 8. At least they are low level, and except for their numbers, they don't look too dangerous like the elusive chameleon. Zeman sighed secretly, seeing the red and green blood splattering everywhere as the two spider halves landed just inches away from her feet. Shangyuan Bingzu's face paled even more and her eyes rolled before she fainted with a thud as she fell onto the dirt ground. Bingzu! After cutting off a dozen spiders in rapid succession, Zeman heard Wu Yijin's frightened cry and quickly turned his face with a serious expression. Seeing Shangyuan Bingzu collapsed on the ground, his expression turned ugly. What happened? He asked, astonished, as he crushed another wolf spider with a kick. Wu Yijin waved both hands and the grass on both sides of the dirt road seemed to come to life, after lighting up with a strong fluorescent flash. The previously harmless weed suddenly began to detach from the ground and the nearby wolf spiders were pierced in various parts of their bodies. She has arachnophobia. In the past, during a camp in elementary school, a tarantula walked on her face while she was asleep, and when she opened her eyes she saw the spider staring at her, so she develops terror toward spiders. She can't tolerate them, Wu Yijin replied through gritted teeth, her pretty baby face quickly turning pale due to the consumption of mana. Her first-order plant empowerment skill turned Wu Yijin into a terrifying existence inside a forest like this. Her skill was powerful, but to empower and control plants. Size was an important factor, as the bigger the size the higher the mana consumption. Controlling small green weeds was simple. But she was not like Shangyu and Bingzu, who seemed to be especially talented at controlling the mana within her body, nor was she like Bai Zemin, who was able to learn extremely fast to this new energy. Therefore, her limited mana in comparison to both of them was rapidly running out. What arachnophobia? When Bai Zemin heard about Shangyu and Bingzu's arachnophobia, he felt like cursing, but in the end did not say anything. After all, it was natural for everyone to have their own weaknesses. It was just that he never expected that the cold and indifferent ice goddess Shangyu and Bingzu would actually fear spiders so much that she fainted. 10 spiders were only 2 meters in front of Bai Zemin and Wu Yijin when they swooped toward them both with the intention of devouring them, as more wolf spiders relentlessly arrived. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Bai Zemin slashed ferociously at lightning speed, and the 10 horrifying-looking spiders were dismembered into countless pieces. However, he could not even breathe a sigh of relief when another 20 wolf spiders took the place of the previous 10. Seeing their grotesque appearances and how they seemed to be endless, Bai Zemin suddenly felt that he understood a bit the defenseless beautiful woman behind him. If he were alone, he could easily cut a bloody path through all these wolf spiders. However, with Wu Yijin here and Shangyu and Bingzu's unexpected fainting incident, such a thing was simply impossible. 5 minutes passed, and the number of wolf spiders that Bai Zemin and Wu Yijin had killed together exceeded 3,000. The surroundings had been filled with dark blood belonging to the mutated spiders, as their human face-sized bodies now began to endlessly pile up to form small mountains on both sides of the dirt road. There is no other choice. Bai Zemin clicked his tongue and grumbled under his breath as he noticed how the beautiful Wu Yijin began to gasp heavily. She had killed so many wolf spiders that she had already leveled up once, but her mana simply disappeared completely without a trace. Even her stamina was beginning to drain, as she occasionally had no choice but to attack with the dagger Shangyu and Bingzu had given her several days ago. For every 150 tickets I will publish one extra chapter. The chapters will be released in the next week. Chapter 157, Fighting Alone Against Thousands of Enemies. Set fire to the forest. Out of the question, Bai Zemin muttered as he swung his sword in a sharp, deadly whirlwind of blades. Wolf spiders were spiders that did not hunt prey with webs, so they were not troublesome to deal with except for their numbers. Although they were disgusting and the putrid smell their bodies gave off when they were hacked to pieces was unbearable, Bai Zemin had already stained his body with too much of his enemy's blood to worry about anything like unpleasant smell or sight. Even just using his sword and natural attributes, Bai Zemin had not allowed any spider to break through his defensive line. It didn't matter if it was in front, behind, left or right. Any wolf spider that tried to advance beyond him or came too close to his body was torn into countless pieces of flesh. As the blood accumulated, and a dark reddish river with green tints formed around him, along with the accumulation of incomplete corpses belonging to the wolf spiders, Bai Zemin was calmly thinking of a countermeasure for while this was a simple task for him. The fact that the wolf spiders continued to appear relentlessly could become a headache if he did not solve it as soon as possible. Looking behind him, Bai Zemin saw Shangyu and Bingzu being hugged and pulled away from the blood-stained ground by an exhausted and panting Wu Yijin. "Hey, Wu Yijin, are you okay?" Bai Zemin asked. His voice did not contain the slightest bit of concern for the apparently fatal situation they were in. "I'm so sorry, Bai Zemin." Wu Yijin gasped for air as she tried to stay as close to him as possible to avoid being reached by the mutated spiders. Due to the sweat accumulated after fighting for 20 minutes without rest and activating her plant empowerment skill constantly consuming her mana, the female police uniform Wu Yijin wore had clung to her seductive body in a particularly tempting manner, while some strands of her silky black hair attached to her face and the edge of her lips. Bai Zemin could not help but steal several glances at her secretly, as even he was forced to admit that this woman was especially tempting due to her baby face and demonic body. "Don't worry about it and rest for now," he half-heartedly replied as he swung his Xuan sword at speeds hard to notice with the naked eye. The number of wolf spiders that had fallen at his hands now amounted to over 5,000. Among them, some were lower level than others, while a few even rose to level 10. The reason why he did not want to set the forest on fire was that the flames of the blazing ring were considerably strong flames, and Bai Zemin did not know if the crimson fire would spread throughout the forest. If this happened, then the entire military camp and the weapons inside would be covered by a sea of flames. What he wanted were the weapons intact, not a pile of unused liquid metal. "Then let's do it this way." Bai Zemin nodded to himself just in time as a message flashed across his retina. "You have leveled up and reached level 38. You have obtained 2 status points to distribute freely." "Indeed," thought Bai Zemin, not knowing whether to laugh or cry as he realized that he had absorbed so much soul power from weaker enemies that he had even been pushed to the next level. After taking a deep breath, Bai Zemin swiftly waved his right hand and turned his body 360 degrees while activating the crimson flame of the blazing ring. However, his aim was not to attack. The flames of the blazing ring could be used in 2 ways: to attack and destroy everything regardless of whether it was allied or enemy, to create a tiny barrier of flames meant to separate one area from another. Swoosh! The wind whistled and crimson flames roared as a fiery dome enveloped both Wu Yijun and Shangyuan Bingzu without warning. The blood 5 meters ahead immediately began to evaporate due to the abrupt temperature rise. "Bai Zemin, what's going on?" Wu Yijun asked in fright as she observed the terrifying scene of the wolf spiders leaping towards the flames relentlessly. Because she did not possess a blazing ring, she was unaware of the uses this treasure possessed. Therefore, suddenly finding herself surrounded by a burning blaze of fire, Wu Yijun could not help but panic and unconsciously sought an answer from the only person she could depend on right now. "Don't worry." From outside the fire barrier, Bai Zemin's soothing voice reached her delicate ears with clarity. "Just stay there for a moment. It will all be over soon." Just hearing the calm coming from his almost magnetic voice was enough to make Wu Yijun noticeably calm down, and, as a consequence, she was able to observe the situation better. As the crimson fire barrier was thin, from the inside she could faintly see what was occurring on the outside. The terrifying face of the wolf spiders was reflected in the big dark pupils of the beauty, but the most terrifying thing was that, just when the mutated spiders jumped into the air with the intention of penetrating the barrier, the fire immediately consumed them. Squeak! The wolf spiders that were surrounded by the crimson flame yelped in pain for a second before their bodies immediately curled up into a ball. The crimson flame continued to burn until the creatures were turned into a hard chunk of unrecognizable black charcoal. In just a few moments, over 100 wolf spiders had been consumed by the flames. However, before Wu Yijun had a chance to be more surprised, an even more incredible scene flashed in her pretty eyes. Bang! Bai Zemin stomped the ground beneath his feet with all his strength, and his powerful legs caused cracks to start appearing on the ground he was standing on. With another powerful bang that sent more than a dozen wolf spiders flying as a result of the shockwave, Bai Zemin's body shot into the sky like a space rocket. The wind whistled tirelessly and everything around him became blurry due to the spontaneous speed. When he reached 20 meters high, his speed began to slow down, but just as gravity threatened to drag him back to the ground, Bai Zemin fiercely kicked one of the giant trees beside him. Bang! The tree, over 100 meters tall and with a trunk whose thickness was equivalent to more than 5 grown men linking their outstretched arms together, was split into 2 halves. The top half was sent flying while splinters of wood fell uncontrollably to the ground like endless drops of water. As for Bai Zemin, due to the new momentary support and his explosive strength, he was currently almost 50 meters above the ground. An action that in the past would be considered as fantasy or science fiction tales could now be carried out quite easily by a person like him after constantly evolving. As he looked down to study the situation, Bai Zemin could feel all his hair stand on end and his face turned pale. Chapter 158 Obliteration Blood Manipulation Skills Terrifying Power. What was worse than a mutated spider whose size had reached the face of a human being and, at worst, the size of a wash basin? Well, a whole bunch of mutated spiders. Zeman could feel every cell in his body tremble, not out of fear, but due to disgust. Fortunately, this woman, Shangyuan Bingzu, fainted, or she might have a heart attack if she saw this. Zeman couldn't help but laugh out loud as the wind shook his hair wildly. Even as he looked at the endless sea of wolf spiders crawling from afar towards his position like bees attracted to honey, there was no sign of worry in his words or in his actions and gestures. This was also natural, considering that if he wanted to, he could easily wipe out all of these spiders if given enough time. Well, it was not something that could be done in a day or two, considering that there were definitely hundreds of thousands of hairy creatures crawling around on their legs. As a first-order existence, Zeman naturally had at least as much confidence in himself. However, he had no intention of waiting that long. He could also retreat, but then that would mean surrendering to the military camp, which was unacceptable. Instead, he decided to make a bloody mess. Standing on top of a tree several hundred meters high, Zeman could see the almost endless Black Sea below him. On the ground, the small barrier of crimson flames held back the relentless assault of the wolf spiders, firmly protecting the two women inside. Zeman took a deep breath and opened his eyes wide, preparing for what might be his first try at taking down an entire army single-handedly. In fact, he knew that with his current strength he could fearlessly take on an entire armed battalion. However, what Zeman was about to do was completely different. The mana inside his body began to buzz as it sensed his command. His breathing slowly began to become longer and deeper as his sight took in everything around him with clarity of detail. His blood manipulation skill was an incredibly powerful skill. Otherwise, existence as incredibly powerful as Lilith would never have acted so surprised the first time she saw the scroll fall into his hands. Of course, while it was true that the limits of the skill were in Zeman's own imagination, he needed to first control his own skill as an expert while slowly mastering his control over mana. After all, when learning a skill scroll, one only learned to use the skill in a basic and simple way, not to master it immediately. It was the same with cooking. One could know how to cook, but mastering the activity was completely different. The current Zeman was undoubtedly far more adept compared to his past when it came to using blood manipulation. That was precisely why he had decided to try something new and, at the same time, something completely terrifying. From a distance, Lilith watched everything carefully. Her ruby-colored eyes had a strange glint in them, and it was hard to tell what her exact thoughts were due to her calm and almost emotionless expression. However, only she knew how nervous she was secretly, as what Zeman was trying to do right now was incredibly challenging. Imagine. As if in a trance, Zeman muttered under his breath. His dark eyes were wide open, trying to catch as many enemies within his line of sight as possible, the wind whistling in his ears. The situation of the two women below, even his own safety, was 100 ignored as all his effort was focused purely and solely on his blood manipulation skill and the mana within his body. While it was true that it was impossible to do any action with his blood manipulation skill, nor could he give it all sorts of forms, as he really wanted, since it was still a first-order skill, Zeman believed that he could do what he was about to test. Of course, the reason why he dared to try such a crazy thing as what he was about to perform was only partly due to the fact that his enemies were infinitely weaker than him. If they were enemies of level 20 or above, Zeman would not waste his time with something that would definitely get him nowhere. Suddenly his eyes flashed, and it was just at that moment of inspiration and momentary confidence that he activated his blood manipulation skill. Bang! His thought process seemed to stall completely, and without understanding what was happening, his mind went blank. He lost control over himself as his eyes rolled back in the back of his head and his eyelids closed while he began to fall unconscious towards the ground, powerless. The burden of such a crazy action is still too high even for you after all, Lilith whispered to herself, and just as Zeman was about to slam into the ground, she caught him to greatly reduce the impact before immediately releasing him again. Bang! His body hit the ground noisily, and a dense cloud of dust rose up with him as its center, with him losing consciousness. The barrier of flames coming from his treasure that protected the two beautiful women inside it gradually dimmed until a few seconds later it disappeared completely. Through the barrier. Wu Yijun had barely made out Bai Zemin's body falling from the sky before she felt a loud bang a few meters away. When the barrier disappeared, she immediately held onto Shangyuan Bingzu and wanted to run to help him as soon as possible, and tried to stop the mutated spiders from hurting him, as although her mana was practically completely exhausted, she had no choice but to do so. However, just as she stepped out of the flame barrier with Shangyuan Bingzu still unconscious behind her back, the words that were about to leave her lips got stuck in her throat. What? She babbled incoherently as she took a step back. Her black eyes widened and terror flashed in them as she viewed the scene not only in front of her, but also behind and to either side of her. Just before the barrier of fire surrounded her and Shangyuan Bingzu, Wu Yijun had seen the endless sea of wolf spiders charging forward like an unstoppable tide. However, before her eyes, there was no trace of any wolf spider. All she could see was blood. A dense cloud of blood slowly ascending into the sky in a gaseous state. The putrid iron smell of blood assaulted her nostrils with every breath, and the barely distinguishable burning smell made it even worse. What happened? Wu Yijun was greatly shocked, but no one could answer her doubts, nor was there anyone present capable of calming her fears. Finally, the eyes of the beautiful Wu Yijun slowly turned in the direction where Bai Zemin had fallen earlier. The whole forest was in absolute silence while the previously green grass and trees were now dyed red. Chapter 159 Extremely Complicated Feelings. As Wu Yijun slowly approached toward Bai Zemin's position, she had to grit her teeth to fight the urge to turn around and run away. The entire place was covered by what appeared to be a dense red mist, and if it was not for constantly evolving through the incessant absorption of soul power, Wu Yijun estimated that she probably wouldn't be able to see more than a meter in front of her. Her beautiful face and clothes now had small red moles on them. They were obviously tiny drops of blood that after coming in contact with her body immediately returned to a liquid state. Even the unconscious Shangyuan Bingzu was no different, as her silver hair had some red strands mixed in with each other. Arriving next to Bai Zemin's unmoving body, the first thing Wu Yijun did was to gently lower Shangyuan Bingzu's body and lay it down next to his so that she could check his current state. That's good. She sighed in relief as she felt that he was still breathing. Although his face was pale as a sheet with no trace of healthy red on it, although his heart seemed to be fluttering like a wild horse, and although his breathing was labored, as long as he was fine then everything was acceptable. Wu Yijun was not a doctor, nor did she know much about human anatomy. After all, in contrast to Bai Zemin, she was studying international relations, a career that could help her a lot in the future, when she would have to take an important position in the Chinese government. Of course, all this would be like this if it weren't for the appearance of the soul record and the change in society and the rules of the world. Hurry up and wake up, Wu Yijun whispered softly as she looked at the unconscious young man with her two big eyes filled with complex emotions before observing the surroundings with a hint of fear and lingering disbelief. Who had caused all this bloody mess? From where did all this blood come from? What had happened to the wolf spiders? These were all questions with answers that Wu Yijun already knew, but somehow her unconscious refused to accept. Who had caused all this bloody mess? Of course, it was the young man whose eyes were closed a few inches away. However, how was it possible for a human being to do all this? Wu Yijun couldn't help but remember the seemingly endless sea of wolf spiders, and while she didn't know the exact number, there should be at least 100,000 mutated spiders. She had seen Bai Zemin, Shangyuan Bingzu, Shen He, Fu Zufang, Kai Jingyi, Kang Lan, and even she herself had participated in several battles against the zombies and other enemies until now, after she acquired her first-order plant empowerment skill. However, what was in front of her eyes was not something a human could do. Definitely not. Wipe out an army of 100,000 enemies in a second. Something as far-fetched as that was beyond any imaginative concept for the dark-haired, baby-faced beauty. Bai Zemin, who are you really? She muttered and questioned in a low voice as she pushed aside the black hair covering his face. Bai Zemin's appearance in the past was nothing noteworthy and was at best a 510. However, at this moment, thanks to constant evolution. His appearance had surpassed the average by a small margin. Of course, if it came to physical body, Bai Zemin's current body was perfection from a human point of view. But to Wu Yijun, his physical appearance was of no importance. She was curious about his very being, and not about his appearance per se. Excellent intelligence, incredible analytical ability, amazing adaptability, overflowing talent, and enough power to completely obliterate an army of enemies. His attitude was usually cold, but he was not especially cruel and was even open enough to joke occasionally. The more she looked at him, the more she felt that the young man who had his eyes closed as if he were sleeping was unusually attractive at the same time as her heart was fluttering. A bitter smile appeared on Wu Yijun's face as she realized that she and he had probably crossed paths many times in the past at the university. However, she did not even know that a person named Bai Zemin existed in the world. In fact, she probably had not even given him a glance. Wu Yijun believed that at some point she would become engaged to a handsome and talented young man. So how could she be interested in a young man who was average in every sense of the word like Bai Zemin? But now it was he who didn't even give her an extra glance, nor did he seem particularly warm or interested in getting close to her. In fact, when he said he had a complicated relationship with a woman, Wu Yijun knew she was jealous. Unfortunately, the once average young man who was unworthy of a glance from her now didn't even consider her worthy of a second glance. Whoever didn't want it when they could and had the chance, won't be able to do it or have it when they want it since the chance won't be there. Wu Yijun murmured a phrase that her grandfather liked very much and sighed. Ugh. A small groan beside her pulled her out of the strange knot of emotion she felt, and she quickly turned around to see Shengyu and Bingzu slowly opening her eyes and struggling to sit up. Bingzu, Wu Yijun exclaimed, bursting with joy. Her face lit up and she quickly moved forward while supporting her to sit up gently as she said, "How are you feeling? Are you in pain? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Shengyu and Bingzu gently shook her head and even without being aware of the situation due to the previous shock asked with a pale face, the spiders. Wu Yijun blinked a couple of times before pointing at the surroundings with an extremely complex expression. Look, they were all slaughtered. Slaughtered, Shengyu and Bingzu repeated in relief. However, when her vision finally cleared and she saw the terrifying scene around her, her face froze and her thought process seemed to completely stagnate. Wu Yijun continued, Bai Zemin. I don't know how he did it. It was only a few seconds after he surrounded you and me with a fire barrier to protect us from the spiders. But when the fire barrier disappeared, the spiders were gone and the forest had become this bloody hell you see. Shengyu and Bingzu did not respond and turned her face slightly to look at the pale face of an unconscious Bai Zemin. Her blue eyes glittered unnaturally and she was silent for almost a full minute before finally closing her eyes, sighing heavily as she plopped down on the ground. Her silver hair lay in disarray on the crimson grass as her beautiful eyes gazed absent-mindedly up at the sky that seemed to have been dyed blood red. Her red lips moved softly and she murmured words that only she could hear, so they would remain a mystery for a good while longer. Chapter 160. Worried Shengyu and Bingzu. Unexpected fortune. Feeling a great pain that seemed to come from deep inside him, Bai Zemin slowly and gently opened his eyes while making an inevitable grimace due to the pain that was barely tolerable even for him who had already received serious injuries once. You have received the soul power of Wolf Spider level 8. You have received the soul power of Wolf Spider level 7. You have received the soul power of Wolf Spider level 10. Countless messages flashed in his retina in a matter of seconds, and for a moment Bai Zemin was astonished and did not know how to react. In fact, he could barely remember what had happened before he fainted. However, the number of messages and their content soon refreshed his memory. Recalling the events in their entirety, you have leveled up to level 39. You have gained 2 status points to distribute freely. Did I level up again? Bai Zemin blinked in confusion. However, he soon understood the reason, and realized that it would indeed be stranger if he had not leveled up at least 1 level. While it was true that the wolf spiders were low-level monsters, their numbers were incredibly terrifying. Bai Zemin didn't know how much soul power from that specific type of creature he had absorbed, but it was definitely over 100,000 orbs. This meant that he had completely slaughtered over 100,000 creatures in a flash. Bai Zemin slowly sat up and felt a stinging pain again. However, this time the pain was coming from his head. Somehow it felt like his head was going to split in two halves. But he fought against it and looked at his surroundings. When he saw the blood hell around him, Bai Zemin couldn't help but gasp in shock. He had caused all this although he already knew the answer. Such a thought made all his skin crawl. Even he himself felt scared in the face of such frightening destructive power. "Ah, you're finally awake." As Bai Zemin stared at his hands in shock, a sweet voice shocked him out of his inner thoughts. Looking to his right, he saw Wu Yijun and Shangyuan Bingzu sitting a short distance away. The person who had spoken before was Wu Yijun, and apparently, she too had fallen asleep as her eyes had some laziness shining within them still. As for Shangyuan Bingzu, Bai Zemin didn't even know what this woman was thinking. However, judging by how her blue eyes were as clear as the sky, she had definitely been awake for a long time and had probably been silently looking at him even when he woke up, watching his reactions. "How long was I out?" Bai Zemin asked softly as he gently rubbed his head. He still felt that constant sharp pain, probably due to forcing himself to do something he was not yet properly prepared for. Gathering information from so many enemies, sensing their presence and even studying their soul power while imagining how the blood of each of them boiled and reached incredibly high temperatures was not easy at all. Much less when he needed to control his mana and magic carefully to avoid any kind of counterattack. "It is currently 6 o'clock in the evening." Shangyuan Bingzu was the one who answered. "From the time you fainted until now it has been approximately around 4 hours only." Hearing her words and seeing Wu Yijun nod, Bai Zemin secretly sighed in relief. Fortunately, it wasn't more hours or even days as it happened in the novels to the main characters. Or else he wouldn't know what to do. "Are you okay?" Bai Zemin raised an eyebrow and asked something, not knowing whether to laugh or cry as he looked at the ice princess and pointed. "I'm talking about the spider matter." Surprisingly, the usually cold and indifferent face like an ice iceberg that had remained frozen for countless eras of Shangyuan Bingzu blushed slightly. In fact, it was so slight that Bai Zemin even thought it had been an illusion of his due to the blood in the surroundings. "I'm fine," she replied as if nothing had happened and instead asked, "What about you? After performing a magical attack of such magnitude, I don't think you're feeling perfectly fine. Are you?" Wu Yijun also looked at him with worried eyes and asked softly. "That's right, Bai Zemin. Just before, when I saw you fall from the sky and hit the ground so hard I thought you had died." Bai Zemin looked at both of them and shook his head lightly before replying in a low voice. "I'm fine. It just the severe headache is becoming somewhat unbearable. Should we go back to rest?" Shangyuan Bingzu furrowed her eyebrow slightly and proposed. "I don't think it's worth continuing if you're not feeling well." "I agree." Wu Yijun nodded with a serious expression and pointed out, "If another such huge pack of enemies or a powerful enemy appears, it will only be you and Bingzu against it. My level and overall strength is still not enough to support you in the way I would like." "I don't think you are weak." Bai Zemin stood up with staggered steps and looked at the dark-haired beauty with a small smile. "Earlier, you did great. If it were another woman, no, even a man would probably turn around to run away in panic at the sight of so many enemies." Wu Yijun blinked her big eyes a couple of times before smiling sweetly. "Thank you for being so kind." Bai Zemin looked at her curved crescent-shaped eyes and the little dimples that appeared on her cheeks whenever she smiled like that and couldn't help but think that she really looked like a little girl in these cases. "We should continue," Bai Zemin concluded. "Why are you so stubborn?" Shangyuan Bingzu frowned and stood up. She looked at him clearly annoyed and pointed out, "You are currently leading over 1,500 people. Many are depending on you. Even if that doesn't matter to you, didn't you want to find your family? Neither you nor I are aware of what lurks deeper in this forest. Is it so hard for you to wait one more day until your condition improves?" Bai Zemin and Wu Yijun looked at her dumbfounded. Was she worried for him, or was it just natural reasoning of a person capable of staying calm and thinking clearly about the situation? Bai Zemin believed it was the second reason. "Bingzu you." Wu Yijun seemed to want to say something but hesitated. What? Shangyuan Bingzu looked at her in confusion, waiting for her to continue, but in the end, She simply shook her head and said it was nothing. Bai Zemin looked at her and lightly replied, "It's not about that. It's just that currently time is really pressing on us." He walked a few steps forward and pointed. "It hasn't even been a month since this whole mess broke out, but there are already terrifying monsters running wild freely. If we don't get stronger, all of humanity will be annihilated. You understand me too, don't you?" Shang Yuan Bingzu bit her lower lip hard upon hearing his words and was forced to admit that Bai Zemin's words made a lot of sense. From terrifying first-order creatures that were basically impervious to normal bullets to terrifying hordes of zombies or insects and animals, every possible scenario was a hellish nightmare for humanity. In fact, it was clear to Shang Yuan Bingzu that were it not for the existence of Bai Zemin, it was very probable that the entire group of students and teachers would still be stuck in the university, unable to ever leave due to the existence of the mutated forest. But not everyone would be so lucky. After all, in this world there was only one Bai Zemin. Shang Yuan Bingzu did not believe that so many people capable of doing the same thing as him existed. Much less after knowing that he had single-handedly obliterated an entire army of enemies. Moreover, with the new appearance of the goblins to the whole disaster, the situation of the humans got even worse. It was just that most were unaware of this. "Oh, what is this?" Bai Zemin interrupted her thoughts when he stumbled over something while walking in the surroundings. "What's wrong?" Shang Yuan Bingzu and Wu Yijun asked simultaneously. Bai Zemin did not respond immediately, and instead bent down to pick up the small object he had inadvertently kicked. "This is..." Bai Zemin's eyes widened at the sight of the object in his hands and he couldn't help but gasp as a crazy thought flashed in his mind. Shang Yuan Bingzu and Wu Yijun looked at each other and walked toward him. When they reached his side they looked curiously at the object in his hand, and both looked surprised. The object was small, barely the size of a human fingernail. It was covered with imperfections and looked incomplete or chipped in several places, so it was difficult to classify it according to its shape. However, its light blue color was incredibly beautiful, and when the sun's rays that managed to break through the leaves of the tall trees illuminated it, it shone beautifully. Of course, the object was a soul stone. If this soul stone came from the wolf spiders, Bai Zemin muttered to himself and stood up in shock. His eyes lit up intensely, and his heart jumped wildly as he realized that he might have perhaps obtained unexpected fortune. Chapter 161, Second Stage of Evolution. Bai Zemin together with Shang Yuan Bingzu and Wu Yijun quickly set to work, without straying too far from each other. Because while it was true that all the wolf spiders had been slaughtered, they did not know at what point more enemies might appear. So they began to search through the thick forage now tinged with red that covered the forest like a carpet. "Here is a soul stone. Here's one too." Not even 10 seconds had passed when the two women called out from a distance. Bai Zemin bent down just in time and picked up another soul stone before placing it in his palm and looking at both stones. His eyes flashed, and just as he was about to ask a question under his breath, Lilith's beautiful and unmistakable voice sounded in his ears. "As I told you before, all monsters have chances to generate a soul stone. Even the weakest and lowest level monsters are no exception to this rule. In fact, even zombies will start generating mana stones with relative regularity when their levels reach 10 or so." Bai Zemin nodded to himself and she continued, "You should hurry up and get that obsolete weapon rebuilt by you humans. That way you can bring people to search for and gather as many soul stones as possible." "Is something wrong?" Bai Zemin whispered in a voice that only he could hear. "Not much," Lilith replied calmly. "As you may have noticed, mankind's firearms don't affect the first order too much, so you'd better start manufacturing weapons from the material of the evolved monsters." Bai Zemin frowned tightly and after a quick thought realized that indeed, Lilith's words were true. Fortunately, he had already made preparations, and currently, the survivors were working on dismantling the bodies of the mutated and evolved animals. "I will get to work on that as soon as possible." Bai Zemin secretly made a mental note. "Besides," Lilith interjected again, "you don't need to worry too much about the matter of the New Age monsters. While it's true that strange creatures will gradually appear, they won't be able to reproduce with each other until this world enters the second stage of evolution. What second stage of evolution? Bai Zemin's eyes widened and he could barely contain his voice, slow to avoid being overheard and potentially being considered a lunatic. Lilith's voice was not heard again for a few seconds until he finally heard it again. The mana of the world was sleeping for countless years. Probably even from the first moment this planet was born. Now it's like a newborn that learned to crawl thanks to the soul record. But it still needs to learn to walk, then to run, and so on and so forth. In short, the sooner you form your own power and faction, the better it will be for you in your future. Bai Zemin took a deep breath and nodded without saying a word back to her. After all, second stage of evolution or 10th stage of evolution, such things were not something for him to worry about currently. His main focus had not changed and what he needed to do had not changed either. He just needed to become stronger, just as he had been doing since the first day the soul record arrived on Earth and awakened the sleeping mana. The sound of footsteps behind him made him turn around slowly, only to see Shangyu and Bingzu walking in his direction with Wu Yizhen beside her. Both women were carrying a pile of soul stones in their arms. What do we do with this? Shangyu and Bingzu looked at him before looking at the soul stone she was holding with a puzzled expression. She had already checked it out for herself in the past, and indeed, soul stones can empower magic spells depending on the type of stone. As long as the soul stone was not focused on a particular element, it could be used as an energy catalyst and increase the magical damage inflicted on the enemy to a great extent. Of course, this also depended a lot on whether the soul stone was a normal or first order and so on. Furthermore, if she used a normal first order soul stone to cast an ice spell and used an ice type first order soul stone, it was natural to assume that the effect would be a lot more efficient. It was precisely due to all this that Shangyu and Bingzu knew that soul stones were an incredibly valuable treasure at the moment. Therefore, she was worried about what to do with such a treasure. After thinking for a moment, Bai Zemin decided, let's just leave them here temporarily. After securing the military armament, we can bring a large number of survivors together and move them. Wu Yizhen nodded and remarked, I agree with you. Otherwise it will take us years to find all the soul stones among all this thick grass. Shangyu and Bingzu hesitated for a moment before gently laying the soul stones on the ground again. However, she took several for herself and kept them in a small leather bag she wore tied around her waist. Wu Yizhen did the same, and Bai Zemin also kept some. Just as he finished storing several soul stones, he remembered something important and told the girls to wait a moment while he slipped through his records. Evolution requirements. Bronze skin first order passive skill level 4 level 5. Stamina stats over 300 points without external support complete. Soul stone 99. Do you wish to evolve the bronze skin skill to the next level? Bai Zemin looked at the two women beside him before finally deciding to evolve the skill. In any case, the fact that skills could evolve wasn't a secret, it was just that probably no one had done it yet. 9 unclassified soul stones came out of his bag and floated in the air before they began to glow under the astonished eyes of Shangyu and Bingzu and Wu Yizhen. When the evolution process finished, Bai Zemin looked at the new skill and noticed that now, instead of 140 stamina points, bronze skin level 5 gave him a total of 160 stamina points permanently, a solid 20-point improvement, which was equivalent to 10 levels in stat points. That was the evolution of a skill, Shangyu and Bingzu asked in wonder. Right, Bai Zemin casually responded with no intention of hiding anything, before returning to surprise the women beside him with another evolution. Evolution requirements. Health boost unclassified passive skill level 5. Health stat over 150 points without external support complete. Soul stone 15. First order soul stone 11. Do you wish to evolve the health boost skill to first order? With a single thought, soul stones of different grades flew out of his bag and began to rotate, forming a strange diamond that abruptly entered his body. The rune representing the health boost skill flashed brightly, and his entire soul seemed to become purer as his body felt a lot lighter than before. Just the evolution of a skill made Bai Zemin feel as if a great weight had been lifted off his shoulders. That's how incredible the soul record was. Superhuman health first order passive skill level 1 increases the effects of healing skills on you by 120 health points permanently. Chapter 162 5 Kilometers of Annihilation. Zeman confirmed the evolution requirements of the new superhuman health skill, but seeing that he needed first-order soul stones in addition to unclassified soul stones, he decided to stop temporarily. Although he still had approximately 7 first-order soul stones left, Zeman knew that such soul stones were currently precious. Unless the first-order creatures suddenly became normal like the other monsters or their numbers increased exponentially, he was not willing to spend all his soul stones. After all, he still needed equipment for himself, for his subordinates, even to evolve other skills. In fact, were it not for the current situation they were in, it was improbable that he would expend one of the few first-order soul stones he had in his inventory. You too should also check to see if any of your passive skills can be improved. Zeman instructed as he looked at the two women beside him. Before we go deeper into the forest, we should take the opportunity to become as strong as possible. Shengyuan Bingzu and Wu Yijin nodded at the same time before they began to slide down their own records carefully. While Wu Yijin did not possess any skills before, after acquiring her plant empowerment skills, she began to fight on the front lines regularly, so by killing mutated zombies, mutated animals, and engaging in fighting against more powerful creatures, she was also gradually acquiring some useful passive skills. In fact, with these soul stones I can level up some skills. Even evolving to the next order is not impossible. Wu Yijin nodded before smiling bitterly and saying in a bittersweet tone, "Unfortunately, my natural stats don't reach the necessary requirement, so I can't do anything about it." "I see." Zeman nodded with understanding. In fact, Lilith had already mentioned previously that evolving skills was by no means a simple thing, and that he had been doing it constantly due to fighting beings more powerful than him relentlessly. As his life was constantly in danger, it was only natural that the rewards were juicier. That was precisely why his natural stats were overwhelmingly higher than those of someone at his own level. Otherwise, he would also not be able to level up skills continuously, let alone upgrade orders. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The wind suddenly swooshed as several soul stones flew out of the leather bag on Shengyuan Bingzu's slender waist. Flash. This is. Zeman muttered to himself as he looked at the light flashing and enveloping the soul stones. The same wonderful effect of the movement of mana together with a strange feeling of closeness every time an evolution happened flooded him. Not only Zeman felt this way. Wu Yijin, and even Lilith herself, was no different. The feeling they felt just by the mere fact of being close to the evolution process was so warm that it could not be described in mere words. Bang! With a burst of bright lights, particles of light filled with power surrounded Shengyuan Bingzu, and as she kept her eyes closed, savoring the feeling of warmth within her soul, her skill finished evolving successfully. She opened her eyes and sighed softly before looking at Zeman and Wu Yijin with a rare smile. "It's done." Wu Yijin smiled back and congratulated her while Zeman simply nodded towards her and urged, "Let's get going. I'd like to at least get to see the camp before nightfall." His last words were spoken in a joking tone, but the three of them knew that if a situation like the wolf spiders happened again, it was likely that they would not really reach the place, even after hours of walking. The group of three advanced through the forest for more than 2 hours. In fact, the amount of time they had to advance to leave the area covered with wolf spider blood totaled an astonishing 30 minutes in all. In those 30 minutes, they had advanced a total of almost 5 kilometers. That meant that all the low-level enemies within 5 kilometers had been slaughtered by Zeman's blood manipulation skill. It was only after seeing such a thing with his own eyes that he finally realized why such a powerful and mysterious being like Lilith said that his skill was more powerful than he believed. Until now, Zeman had only scratched the surface of the full potential of the blood manipulation skill. Just imagining how powerful this skill would be when it evolved and reached higher orders made his heart pound. Along the path, they encountered several enemies. All of them were naturally wild animals that had mutated due to mana, and were constantly evolving due to the endless absorption of soul power. After all, unlike intelligent beings who could argue with words other than killing each other, unintelligent animals spent most of their time fighting each other, devouring each other, and constantly getting stronger. This meant that their numbers were steadily decreasing. But as a consequence, the few that remained were becoming more powerful. This would continue until one of them rose into power, becoming a terrifying existence not only with overwhelming might, but also with a capacity for reasoning and judgment of its own. Lilith had told him earlier that second-order creatures could judge and have simple thoughts. Although they were not especially intelligent, neither were they incredibly dumb like those unclassified or as suicidal as those of the first order. Fortunately, no powerful beings crossed their paths, nor were there any instances where large herds of insects or wild animals suddenly appeared and launched an attack against the group of three. It's only a short distance from here. Wu Yijin paused for a moment and surveyed the surroundings before pointing to a strange rock in front of them. I remember back then I told my grandfather that this rock was shaped like an alien, and less than 40 minutes later we arrived at the military zone. Bai Zemin and Shang Yuan Bing Zhu looked at her with peculiar eyes and then looked at each other silently before looking at the strange rock. Indeed, it looks like a cartoon-like alien. Bai Zemin didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the sight of the rock that seemed to have a puffy head with bulging eyes and a small body. Shang Yuan Bing Zhu shook her head and did not comment on it before she started walking forward. However, just then, several roars echoed from all sides and her movement stagnated to a halt. Rumble! The ground began to shake fiercely as if a high-magnitude earthquake suddenly happened, destabilizing the three of them. Wu Yijin cried out, taken by surprise as she almost fell, and quickly clung to her best friend as she created several ice stakes from which they both leaned on. Bai Zemin's face changed slightly and narrowed his eyes while looking ahead. Even for himself it was a bit challenging to keep his balance if he stood in the same place without moving. Therefore, he had no choice but to take small steps sideways to adjust to the terrifying shaking of the earth. Chapter 163 Clash. Just as they had reached what appeared to be the deep parts of the forest, an earthquake seemed to strike the earth. So much for coincidence. Bai Zemin secretly sneered and prepared to fight. In fact, it wasn't just him who thought that way. After losing her balance at first after being taken by surprise, Shang Yuan Bing Zhu immediately recovered. And just like Bai Zemin did, she began to move with short steps and delicate jumps on the ground she was standing on. Although it was relatively more difficult for her, Wu Yijin also managed to find her balance shortly after her childhood best friend. Blood will 150. Here they come. There are so many of them, Bai Zemin announced gravely as his second-order passive skill came into play. Shang Yuan Bing Zhu nodded and her eyes flashed with chilling coldness as she looked forward and stood in front of Wu Yijin to protect her in case of need. Bang 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 bang. Not only did the ground rumbled, but the surrounding giant trees were also knocked down. Some of them were even directly sent flying through the air before falling with a thunderous bang several hundred meters away. My danger sense skill didn't activate until now, so there shouldn't be a second-order existence. Bai Zemin thought silently as he drew his trusty sword from the scabbard strapped to his waist. Only a few seconds later, the enemies appeared in sight of the group of three. Just as Bai Zemin had said, there were many of them. They were mutated white wolves, wolves with blue fur, mutated dogs, mutated cats. There were even meter-high ants. However, the most striking were 10 frontal-charging enemies, 2 of them in particular. 2 3-meter-tall bulls whose skin was as red as lava. 3 nearly 4-meter-tall rhinos with a strange metallic black color shining all over their backs, and a huge metallic gray horn just above their noses. 3 lions the same height as the 2 red-skinned bulls, but whose fur seemed to be covered by frost and whose eyes were as blue as the sky. And 2 huge 10-meter-tall elephants that looked like steel machines instead of living creatures with 2 big ivories sticking out of the sides of their mouths. Seeing the lineup of first-order creatures, Bai Zemin secretly clicked his tongue. It was relatively easy for him to defeat them. The problem was that except for the apparently weak fur of the 3 ice lions, the other 7 monsters seemed to be focused on strength and defense. This meant that it would be incredibly difficult for him to finish them off with a single blow. After all, the edge of his Xuan Yuan sword was not enough to cut through the defense of monsters clearly infinitely close to level 50. Furthermore, aside from the 10 first-order giants, there were also approximately 200 other enemies that were not weak, by any means, and if they join forces they would be a force to be considered. He'll take care of the 200 small ones. Shangyu and Bingzu stood beside him and declared, although it is not something I like to admit, you are actually stronger. You can fight against the 10 leaders. If you finish your work first, then you help me. If I finish my work first, then I help you. How about it? Bai Zemin looked at her for a second, and it was only then that he remembered that he was not alone. That fighting alongside him was another being who could not be ignored, let alone underestimated. Someone whose talent for controlling mana was even superior to his own. He'll fight too. Wu Yijin stepped forward with determination. Although I may not be of much help, I think he'll be able to kill 2 or 3 of them. Although Wu Yijin's level was only 23 and was still even far from the first order, her skilled plant empowerment could boost her power to new heights within a forest filled with greenery like this. Therefore, even fighting against several level 24 or 25 mutated beasts without evolving would not be an impossible feat for her. Bai Zemin sheathed his sword again and nodded with a smile. Then he'll go help you quickly. Shangyu and Bingzu secretly rolled her eyes upon hearing his brazen confidence, but had no words to refute. Instead, her eyes glittered with competitiveness and she charged forward without waiting. Ice Spear. Her cold voice echoed in the surroundings, and with a wave of her delicate hand, 10 ice spears appeared in the air before shooting out towards 10 different enemies. Without even having crossed the first true stage of evolution, 4 mutated wolves, 3 mutated dogs, and 3 mutated cats whose specialization was agility, did not even have time to react when their heads were pierced and frozen in a cube of ice that soon spread all over their bodies. You have obtained the soul power of Dark Wolf level 23. Agility 4. You have obtained the soul power of Speed Cat level 24. Agility 3. You have obtained the soul power of Saber-Toothed Dog level 25. Shangyu and Bingzu's eyes flashed brightly as 10 messages crossed her retina in the blink of an eye. Her red lips curved into a charming smile that, unfortunately, only the beasts in front of her could appreciate. This was the first time she had fought since her evolution to First Order, and seeing that she only needed to consume half the mana she would need in the past to defeat enemies above level 20, she couldn't help but get excited. Furthermore, they were all slaughtered with a simple wave of her hands, something that even for her was hard in the past, as her level had been stuck at 25 with no possibility of advancing beyond that. Wu Yijin did not stand idly around either. She opened the leather sack around her waist and took out several dozen small seeds before pointing in front of her with one hand. Catch them. At her command, the vines among the thick fodder seemed to come to life as they crawled along the ground like snakes before coiling around the bodies of 3 mutated beasts. The creatures that exceeded level 20 roared furiously and fought with all their might, causing the Wu Yijin empowered vines holding them back to start showing signs of breaking into pieces. Just then, the more than 40 small seeds glowed with a strong fluorescent green radiance, and under Wu Yijin's command shot out of her hand at speeds impossible for a normal living being to glimpse. Some of the empowered seeds struck the legs, back, ears, and other body parts of the mutated beasts. Blood began to spurt out seemingly uncontrollably as the creatures writhed in pain and fury. However, the monster's struggle only lasted a second, as in the next instant several more seeds streaked across the sky and pierced their heads. Although they were small, the empowered seeds were really hard and powerful, so the heads of the 3 mutated monsters were filled with holes and their lifeless bodies fell to the ground with a thud. Bai Zemin surveyed the situation unfolding at lightning speed and thought that the 2 women would probably be fine alone. Besides, with Shangyu and Bingzu present, Wu Yijin's safety was practically assured, so he could focus on the 10 leaders of the pack of mutant beasts. The muscles in his legs tensed to the maximum as he leaned slightly down and forward. His blood began to bubble with the excitement of battle, probably an effect of his Blood Berserker unique class. Bang! With a bang that shook the earth several meters around him, and with fine cracks that stretched for nearly 10 meters in length, Bai Zemin seemed to disappear from his position. The next instant, he appeared right in front of one of the 2 robotic-looking elephants. Bai Zemin extended both arms forward and his 2 hands clutched tightly onto the creature's 2 ivories. Boom! at the same time that the bodies of both flattened the ground, creating a large hole of several meters in diameter with them as the center. The resulting clash between the robotic-looking elephant's charge and Baizemen's own charge caused a thunderous blast. The shockwave destroyed the trees 200 meters around, and many mutated beasts whose constitution was weaker exploded into pieces of bloody flesh. Chapter 164 Blood Berserker's Power. Boom! The gazes of Baizemen and the giant robotic-looking elephant met at the same instant. Their bodies clashed. The futuristic-looking elephant stomped the ground heavily, intending to send the little ant in front of it to fly. But to its utter surprise, its strength was not enough to shake its enemy. So far, the two elephants, whose body was covered with a strange metallic armor, had always been able to send their enemies flying. Their terrifying charges represented total destruction, and anything that got in their paths was immediately overwhelmed. Both creatures were two little overlords in this entire forest, and even among the first-order beasts they were respected by the rest. However, one of those terrifying monsters had been stopped in its tracks without being able to advance another step. The giant elephant opened its mouth filled with the blood of some other creature it had probably recently eaten and roared. "Roar all you want." Baizemen sneered as his hair shook at his enemy's roar. Without warning, he too gave his own war roar and took a step forward as all his muscles swelled to the maximum extent possible. The giant elephant's eyes widened in shock as he was forced to take a minuscule step backward. One of its hind legs recoiled so slightly that it was almost imperceptible. But it was something that happened. Baizemen smiled and took another step forward, forcing the giant beast back another short step, and crushing a few unclassified mutant beasts charging from the back of the herd. The second armored elephant roared angrily, as it saw one of its fellow armored elephants being forced back, and changed its charging course. With a second thunderous roar that sent shockwaves capable of crushing the eardrums of a normal person, the creature lowered its head and pointed its two ivories to the front as it looked at Baizemen with bloodshot eyes. At the same time, the four house-sized first-order lands slowed their steps, raising a cloud of dust in the process, and charged towards Baizemen at the speed of a whirlwind while freezing the ground with every step they took. The two bulls with reddish skin and the three black-armored giant rhinos also roared and rushed toward Baizemen right behind the second robotic elephant and the three first-order lions. Shangyu, Bing Zhu, and Wu Yijin could not help but feel their skin ruffled as they saw the giant monsters all running in the same direction with the intention of crushing on Baizemen, whose size was that of an ant in comparison. Swoosh swoosh. The eyes of the four first-order lions glowed with a blue flash, and with a fierce roar, several giant ice stakes shot out from the ground and pierced Baizemen's body mercilessly. Just as he was about to be wounded, the broken bronze bell flew out of his pocket and floated above his head, releasing a yellow-colored barrier. Bang 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 bang. The sharp ice stakes over a meter thick hit the barrier, and slowly cracks began to spread across the protective layer that threatened to collapse under the pressure soon. Baizemen half-closed his eyes and held his position without moving as the barrier protected him from the ranged attacks of the first-order lions for a mere 5 seconds before the barrier finally broke into pieces and the broken bronze bell flew back into his pocket without power. Just then the second robotic elephant headed forward, and Baizemen laughed. He stopped pressing the robotic elephant he was holding tightly with both hands and activated his unstoppable front charge skill. Swoosh! His body seemed to turn into a shadow that slid across the ground and passed underneath the body of the robotic elephant that was being restrained. In just 0.01 seconds, Baizemen had appeared 10 meters behind it. Boom! Roar! Just then, just a split second later, there was a huge boom behind Baizemen and a terrifying roar that was filled with pain. It turned out that the second robotic elephant charging forward actually failed to stop its charge, as it clearly did not expect its target to disappear without a trace in such a short time, so its two brilliant ivories pierced through the apparently impenetrable armor of the first robotic elephant that Baizemen was contending with. But this was not all. When the first robotic elephant was deeply wounded in the abdomen by its companion of the same species, it was forced to walk to the left, and as a consequence one of the black armor rhinos hit it hard and sent it flying more than 20 meters forward. As for Baizemen, He had appeared right in front of one of the 4 first-order lions. The beast's blue eyes looked astonished at the sudden appearance of a shadow that grew bigger and bigger in its pupils, and just as it was about to open its mouth to bite, the enemy attack reached it. "Grit your teeth well." Jungle King Bai Zemin laughed out loud and pulled the Xuan Yuan sword out of its sheath, as his whole body whirled like a spinning top before slashing with all his might diagonally. Boom! When the metal blade of the Xuan Yuan sword impacted onto the first-order lion's head, a deep bloody wound appeared. However, not even a flicker of time later, the entire head of the beast broke into thousands of pieces. The red blood and flesh of the evolved beast tainted the entire battlefield, and the now headless 3-meter body was sent flying straight backward, smashing into several trees in the process and destroying everything in its path. You have received the soul power of First Order Frost Control Lion level 44. You have obtained 10 strength, 8 agility, 4 stamina, 4 health, 4 mana. If it were in normal times, Bai Zemin would definitely not be able to take out the life of the Frost Control Lion with a single attack, and in such a simple manner. However, with the increased power that Blood will currently granted him, as well as the 20 increased attack power from using a sword that his Blood Berserker class passively conferred upon him, the situation was different. The current him had almost 40 extra attack power. Roar! The 10 first-order beasts raged and roared in unison as they looked at him with bloodshot eyes. Bai Zemin looked at them back, and a torturous smile appeared on his lips as he stretched his hand forward and pointed at the injured elephant that was looking at him as if it wanted to devour him with its eyes. Too bad. The beast had no such ability. Die! Bai Zemin declared and directly spent 100 mana points. The blood flowing from the body of the wounded robotic elephant moved in order at his command, and as if countless small threads began to cut into the flesh of the beast that soon began to run uncontrollably in tearing pain. However, its uncontrolled charge did not last even 2 seconds, as in the next instant its body shuddered and fell heavily forward as the glow of life left it while an orb of soul power was absorbed by Bai Zemin. Chapter 165 Frightening Speed. You have received the soul power of First Order Armored Elephant level 48. You have obtained strength 15, stamina 10, health 10. With the thin, but terrifying strands of blood formed by Bai Zemin under the command of his blood manipulation skill, the inside of the First Order Armored Elephant's already wounded body was torn apart and its heart was completely destroyed. In fact, Bai Zemin did not care about anything but killing his enemy, and that was precisely why he expended so much mana all at once. Otherwise, the cost would have been considerably lower. However, the current situation did not allow Bai Zemin to rest, as although he was strong, he was still facing several first-order existences at the same time. The 3 Frost Control Lions roared at the same time and expelled a powerful ice breath that seemed to be able to freeze everything in its path. In fact, although the frozen breath had not touched the ground and passed over 2 meters high, a thick line over 5 meters thick covered every part it passed through as if it were a laser beam of ice frost. Bai Zemin did not dare to take such a magical attack head-on when he saw the terrifying effect it had on the environment, and quickly stomped on the corpse of the Frost Control Lion he had killed a moment ago to propel himself sideways. However, he still underestimated too much the speed at which the 3 frozen breaths flew. While the attack did not hit him directly, only the close aura that came into contact with his body caused a thin layer of ice to appear above him. Damn it, he couldn't help but curse. His black hair now had a thin layer of light blue in it, just like his full coat. His movements naturally became slower, and after a quick analysis, Bai Zemin realized to his utter dismay that in fact, he had lost 15 of his mobility. Although I wanted to restrain myself just in case, I'd better finish this as soon as possible, Bai Zemin thought with a frown. He was afraid of mishaps happening, and that was precisely why he hadn't been using his full power. However, the power of first-order creatures could not be ignored, especially their unpredictable skills. Roar! Just as Bai Zemin thought this, the 2 3-meter bulls with reddish skin let out a strange roar, and their 2 eyes turned completely red. A strange reddish aura glowed over their bodies, and the speed of the two beasts seemed to become faster at the same time as their bodies grew almost a meter taller. The three black-armored rhinos and the last first-order armored elephant lowered their heads in attack position and began to charge wildly towards him. The frost control lions also did not stop after their previous attack and immediately roared skyward again. Dozens of small, thin ice spears appeared above their heads and blasted towards Bai-Zemin. From the left, from the right, and from the front, Bai-Zemin was attacked from all sides except the back. However, instead of retreating, he snorted and activated for the first time a terrifying skill he had obtained a short while ago. In fact, this skill was from a certain point of view the most powerful skill in his arsenal. After directly spending 40 stamina points, the rune in his soul that represented the active skill's second-order lightning movement level 5 flashed. In that instant, everything seemed to slow down. However, Bai-Zemin knew that this was just his own perception of the world around him. It wasn't that everything had become slower, it was that he had suddenly become explosively faster. Above his body, small blue lightning flashed constantly like mischievous snakes. All these lightning flashes disappeared inside his body and kept his whole body in a strange state of alarm. Bai-Zemin's eyes glittered, and with a slight step forward his body seemed to shudder for a moment. Bang 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 bang. The magical ice spears that the two frost control lions conjured hit the ground hard, and a large frozen cloud slowly rose into the sky. Swoosh! With an almost imperceptible sound were it not for the tiny crackling lightning flashes on his body, Bai-Zemin appeared right above the head of one of the frost control lions. The beast didn't even seem to be aware that its enemy was right on top of it, as it was still casting ice spells towards the same area, just like its fellow of the same species. Boom! Bai-Zemin punched with both fists forward not once, but more than 200 times in just 1 second. The result was a thunderous explosion even more powerful than all the previous ones, and the head of the frost control lion exploded into 1,000 pieces just like the previous one. You have received the soul power of First Order Frost Control Lion level 45. You have obtained 5 strength, 3 agility, 1 health, 1 mana, with now over 280 agility points. Bai-Zemin was like a ghost. The other First Order existences simply had no way of noticing his movements, and before they could react, the head of the last Frost Control Lion exploded in a bloody mess as well, drenching the ground in red. You have received the soul power of First Order Frost Control Lion level 44. No more stats. Huh! Bai-Zemin's voice rang out on the battlefield, but his body could hardly be seen except for the trail of small blue lightning that he left behind wherever he passed by. Changyu and Bingzu and Wu Yizhen had almost finished annihilating all the unclassified enemy beasts, with only about 100 remaining. Although Wu Yizhen was panting slightly, she still showed no signs of running out of mana, which was only natural considering that she had gone through a much more terrifying experience than this a few hours ago. However, both women's movement stalled for a moment as they looked dumbfounded at the scene in front of them. Changyu and Bingzu herself was a powerful first-order existence in her own right, and an extremely powerful one among the first orders, but even she could barely discern even a trace of Bai-Zemin. To her surprise, fear, and frustration, she realized that if he so wished, she would not be able to survive a single exchange. What skill is that? She muttered in stupefaction as she noticed the lightning flashing steadily. Bai-Zemin didn't stop. He leaned forward, and with a swing appeared right under the last remaining frost control lion alive and swung the Xuanyuan sword with all his might upwards. Bang! The body of the First Order Frost Control Lion was lifted off the ground over 10 feet, and roared in pain as blood spilled out of its mouth, and spurted like a fountain from its stomach. Blood spears Bai-Zemin charged towards the last living First Order armored elephant as he pointed behind him and bellowed. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The red blood with a slight chilling aura of the Frost Control Lion swished, forming dozens of bloody spears, and with a wave of his hands pierced the body of the already wounded beast. The lion roared in pain and rolled on the ground, losing all battle power and dying a moment later. You have received the soul power of First Order Frost Control Lion level 45. Just as the soul record message flashed in his retina, Bai Zemin had jumped high into the sky and was currently running along the upper back of the armored elephant. Chapter 166 Annihilation Part 1. The last living armored elephant could feel its hated enemy standing over its body, so it immediately began to shake as roars of fury escaped from its huge mouth. Bai Zemin was shaken hard, but gritted his teeth and clung to the beast's hard metal-like skin as it continued to make its way towards the head. The armored elephant soon realized that its efforts were being thwarted, so it without hesitation swung its tail and long nose to its back with the intention of either slapping the ant out of its body or crushing it to death. Fortunately, Bai Zemin was already prepared, so under his control, 4 blood shields flew behind his back just above his body, one on top of the other with a small air gap in between. Bang! 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 The beast's tail and nose pierced through the first and second blood shields with ease, destroying them, and splattering its back with the blood belonging to one of the previously slain frost control lions. The third shield was also crushed into liquid droplets again, but the power of the monster's 2 physical weapons clearly no longer had the same power as before as when they struck on the 4th and last shield. Although succeeding in cracking it, did not manage to break through any further, so the armored elephant had to withdraw its nose and tail to shake them once more. However, that was all it took for Bai Zemin to successfully reach the giant monster's head and stab down at full power with his sword. Clang! Not to his surprise, the tip of the Xuanyuan sword failed to penetrate in the slightest, and except for a thin white dot, nothing else happened. Bai Zemin clicked his tongue in annoyance and began to strike furiously without any ability and just used the sword as if it were a baseball bat. Boom boom boom! With terrifying speed, the attacks accumulated rapidly until the metal armor covering the creature's head cracked, revealing the tender red flesh inside. Bai Zemin took advantage and immediately spent another 100 mana points to reverse the blood and make several bloody spears that pierced the monster's brain, killing it immediately. The massive creature's body fell downward, raising a huge cloud of dust and causing the ground to shake violently. You have received the soul power of First Order Armored Elephant level 50. You have obtained Strength 10, Stamina 10, Health 5. In the air, Bai Zemin received the message from the soul record and was secretly surprised. His heart filled with fear as he realized that this armored elephant was in existence on the threshold between the First Order and the Second Order. Just one step away from becoming a terrifying being, he had barely reached the ground when he was greeted by the enraged charge of the 2 First Order bulls. However, swoosh swoosh, the wind howled, and the 2 creatures continued their charge when suddenly their bodies were cut in 2 halves. Blood along with flesh and internal organs splattered all over the ground, joining the pool of blood that was beginning to form after the constant bloody accumulation of so many huge creatures. You have received the soul power of First Order Impetus Bull or a level 38. You have received the soul power of First Order Impetus Bull or a level 39. Bai Zemin stopped and looked back over his shoulder. The Xuanyuan sword in his right hand dripped with the blood of the recently slain enemies, as if they did not know the meaning of the fear of death. The 3 black-armored rhinos and the only enemy First Order beings on the battlefield charged forward while roaring loudly. Their hooves left deep marks in their tracks and the earth shook with every movement. Just the sight of such terrifying beings of overwhelming size was more than enough to scare any human. Even more so considering that the physique of humans was naturally weaker than that of animals, something that even the soul record could not change. Most of the time, when a human and a beast of the same level faced each other, the beast had a better chance of winning. These were innate qualities that could not be changed. Of course, there were also species that were not different from humans with terrifying physiques. However, this was something from other worlds and not the Earth where Bai Zemin was born. Bai Zemin advanced instead of retreating, engaging in close combat with the 3 black-armored rhinoceroses. The beasts possessed especially terrifying defense and their strength was monstrous. However, Bai Zemin's agility under the use of his lightning movement skill was comparable to a second-order existence. Therefore, the 3 beasts could not even touch him and the bloody wounds soon began to pile up. Shangyuan Bingzu clenched her pearly teeth secretly and her eyes glittered strangely. She pointed her delicate hand skyward and her cold voice rang out. Ice bullets. Over 100 ice bullets appeared several meters above the ground, and with a wave of her hand they began to bombard the battlefield. Bang, 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 bang. The unclassified beasts, numbering approximately about 100, were now scattered. Thus several ice bullets hit the ground and created small holes that were soon sealed by a thin layer of ice. However, Shang Yuanbingzu had launched a large-scale attack and had not focused on accuracy. Instead, her main goal was to wipe out as many enemies as possible in the shortest amount of time. Roar! Roar! Several unclassified beasts were pierced in different parts of their bodies. The ice bullets, heavily compressed with mana and magic created by Shang Yuanbingzu, had pierced them from side to side, and thumb-sized bloody holes began to appear on several of them. Even those that had been directly slaughtered by one or more ice bullets to the head were not spared from having their bodies brutally pierced several more times by Shang Yuanbingzu's skill. Swoosh! Suddenly, a silhouette appeared, and with a punch, a mutated dog's head was smashed. Shang Yuanbingzu sighed as she saw Bai Zemin start attacking the weaker beasts, as this meant that he had finished first. However, before she could think too much, her mind went blank as she saw two more Bai Zemin appearing on the battlefield and starting a massacre on the few beasts that had not yet died. What Wu Yijin exclaimed in shock as she witnessed the scene unfold. Looks like I finished my work sooner. A voice with a hint of mockery sounded from behind both of them, and the two women hurriedly turned around as they recognized that unmistakable voice. You! Shang Yuanbingzu's eyes widened as she looked at Bai Zemin standing only a few steps away. Wu Yijin rubbed her big eyes several times and turned her head repeatedly to look behind her and then ahead. However, no matter what she did, the reality did not change. Indeed, there were four Bai Zemin behind the Bai Zemin, who looked at them with a small smile on his face. The corpses of the three black-armored rhinoceroses lay on the ground with numerous wounds and their bodies in a bloody mess. Chapter 167, Annihilation Part 2. Seeing the two women in front of him looking at him with surprise impossible to conceal or hide, Bai Zemin naturally understood the reason. That is one of my skills. Those three are my clones, he explained without giving too many details about it. Shang Yuanbingzu blinked, causing her long eyelashes to flicker gently, and after a moment of hesitation simply nodded without commenting any further on the matter, before looking at the three clones unleashing a massacre among the unclassified beasts, although she did not know what kind of skill it was. After looking carefully, she easily noticed that although all three were clones of Bai Zemin, the overall strength of the three was infinitely lower than the real body. Occasionally there was a level 25 creature at the threshold of evolution that managed to survive one or two strikes from one of the clones before dying, which if it possessed 100 of Bai Zemin's real power would never happen. This was also natural, and allowed Shang Yuanbingzu's beating heart to calm down a bit. After all, if a single Bai Zemin was already a monster, then four of him with such power would make him practically unstoppable, which made no sense considering that the soul record had arrived on Earth a little less than a month ago. Even monsters needed time to grow. Whoa, that lightning skill must be awesome, Wu Yijin exclaimed like an excited little girl as she watched the blue lightning flashes appearing and disappearing on the surface of Bai Zemin's body. He just smiled slightly and said nothing about it. Lightning movement was a powerful second-order skill at its maximum level. How could it be normal besides? Lilith even said that it was one of the strongest skills of one of the archangels of the heavens army that the Bible God led. Given that the effect of the skill that boosted his agility by 70 points still lingered, the lightning flashing on his body was too obvious to be ignored, as he did not consume extra stamina by keeping the skill active. Bai Zemin did not think about deactivating it, as it would be pointless to do that to begin with. As the clones made a quick work on the few unclassified beasts, Bai Zemin lamented silently that he had not received any extra stats from the black-armored rhinos. Still, he managed to level up to level 40 and gain another 2 stat points to distribute freely. In short, he had to absorb the soul power of 11 first-order existences, his own category, as well as the soul power of several weaker enemies, to raise just one level. Bai Zemin First Order, Status Point 62. Level 40. Race Human. Class Blood Berserker Blood Will Mode. Subclass Lower Leader. Title 1 Hit to Kill. Strength 1 to 930. Agility 1 to 2 to all. 2 8 2 health. 2 3 3 5 stamina 3 1 5 3 6 3 2 1 mana 2 3 4 7 60 magic 2 49 90. Skills. Blood Manipulation First Order Active Skill Level 5 Special Forces Soldier Unranked Passive Skill Level 5 Stone Heart Third Order Passive Skill Level 5 Superhuman Health First Order Passive Skill Level 1 Bronze Skin First Order Passive Skill Level 5 Mechanic Unranked Passive Skill Level 3 Throwing Unranked Passive Skill Level 5 Blood Will First Order Passive Skill Level 5 Crimson Blood Judgment Third Order Active Skill Level 5 Regeneration First Order Active Skill LVL 5 Danger Sense Unranked Passive Skill Level 5 Unstoppable Front Charge Unranked Active Skill Level 5 Lightning Movement Second Order Active Skill Level 5. So many status points. Bai Zemin was secretly surprised as he took a quick glance at his status window. At some point he had simply stopped paying attention to the accumulated status points. He knew they were there, and that in times of crisis he could rely on a powerful power boost. It was just that with so many things on his mind and so much work to do, even he himself was not aware that he had gradually accumulated a vast amount of points. In fact, the amount was so great that it was even equivalent to absorbing a large amount of soul power from a powerful enemy. The only difference was that he could use those points in any stat he wanted, and improve a particular aspect depending on the situation. Just like in the situation against the Great Fast Mantis. If he encountered an enemy who was able to overcome his agility by a wide margin, then Bai Zemin would use his status points to improve that stat and, at the very least, reduce that gap as much as possible. Depending on the enemy he needed to face, Bai Zemin had a powerful life insurance up his sleeve that no one else knew about except him and Lilith. Thinking about what kind of reaction Shangyu and Bingzu and the rest would have if they knew that he actually still had so much power in reserve, Bai Zemin felt a little amused inside. Soon, the 3 clones of Bai Zemin finished off the rest of the enemies. Since the purge had been quick thanks to Wu Yijin, who still needed the soul power and extra stats, he had only consumed roughly 6 stamina points from the appearance of the clones. Blood Wolf 4850. The 3 looked at each other and all saw relief in their eyes. From the first instant they set foot in this forest, the oppressive aura of mystery, the fear of the unknown, as well as the instinct of danger, had been constantly pressing on their shoulders. Now that the last wave of monsters had been wiped out, they could finally take the final few steps and reach the reward they had been working so hard for. In fact, except for the few hours they slept in the morning to make up for the sleepless night due to the overnight ride, Shangyu and Bingzu and Wu Yijin had been fighting and scouting without even stopping to have a proper meal. As for Bai Zemin, he hadn't even slept except when he lost consciousness after forcing himself too much. Let's let the survivors look over the bodies of the unclassified animals later when we bring a team to collect the armed arsenal and the soul stones. Bai Zemin looked at the 2 women in front of him and remarked, however, we'd better check if we can find first order soul stones in those 10 evolved beasts. The 2 women nodded with eyes glittering with comprehension. If another beast appeared in the area and started eating the flesh of the killed first order, there was a possibility that it would eat the soul stones in case any of the corpses had one. Unclassified animals or insects rarely approached areas where the first order lurked, and even after their deaths, corpses overflowing with mana was enough to keep them away for several days. However, other first order existences did not fear. In addition, although it was highly improbable, there was also the small possibility that some powerful human would dare to venture into the forest, and if, by coincidence, they reached this battlefield and encountered the first order soul stones, Bai Zemin and the rest would have nowhere to cry later. Therefore, to avoid all this, the 3 of them began to work together in search of the precious, but scarce first order soul stones. Chapter 168 In the Shadows. After searching for a couple of minutes inside the giant skulls of the beasts, Bai Zemin sighed and approached the 2 women who were just walking in his direction with helpless expressions. Looking on your faces, I guess there wasn't so much luck. Bai Zemin smiled bitterly and, although he asked a question, his voice sounded more like a certitude. Wu Yijin opened her palm revealing the bright glow of a deep blue rock the size of a baby's fist with several imperfections and splinters. I only managed to find this one inside one of the first-order lions, she revealed somewhat bitterly. Shangyuan Bingzu opened her two palms and shook her head. I wasn't so lucky either. I only found these two. Forget it. Bai Zemin sighed and opened his palm, revealing a first-order soulstone as he said in a self-comforting voice. At least we managed to obtain 4 first-order soulstones. That's good enough, I guess. The two beautiful women exchanged glances with each other before shrugging and nodding. Then, they handed the 3 first-order soulstones they had found to Bai Zemin, and he kept them together with the others in his bag. Out of a total of 10 first-order creatures, the group of 3 had only managed to obtain a total of 4 first-order soulstones. This meant that less than 50 of the beasts had managed to form a soul stone in their bodies. Shall we continue then? Wu Yijun asked as she looked at Bai Zemin and leaned her face in a cute manner. Bai Zemin nodded with a serious expression and pointed at the bodies of the first-order beasts. We should finish everything quickly to bring workers to this place. The bodies of the first-order existences are a treasure no matter which way one looks at it, and losing even one of them would be a sorrow. Shangyuan Bingzu nodded in agreement and pointed out. Indeed, not only are their pelts and shells extremely tough and hard, some even like metal or surpassing it. The flesh of their bodies and the blood is extremely nutritious for the human body. The flesh and blood of first-order creatures were not only extremely delicious when it was properly cooked, but it could also grant free stat points to those who were weaker and even helps to cure illnesses such as colds. Fortunately, in addition to the 4 first-order soul stones, Wu Yijun had also found a skill scroll that was given to Bai Zemin. He simply put it in his bag to look at it later since the sun was barely illuminating the thick forest with the approach of night, and he knew that it would be better to finish the ride as soon as possible to maximize their safety. Soon, the 3 of them left the area and went deeper into the forest. Phew! Bai Zemin loudly exhaled a sigh of relief when he finally saw the military camp a few meters ahead. All along the way, his muscles had been tense to the max and he was on constant alert. This was because the appearance of the 10 first-order creatures and the other unclassified beasts was too abnormal. Generally, the beasts fought each other since they had no intelligence. They just followed the instinct to constantly evolve without stopping. Therefore, Bai Zemin had been waiting for the appearance of some monster or anomaly just like when they had not yet left the university grounds where the existence of the mana embryo had caused the creatures in the area not to fight among themselves, suppressing the fierce instinct within them. However, it seemed that his concerns were unnecessary as there was no trace of a creature capable of threatening the lives of the trio present. Shangyuan Bingzu also let out a faint sigh of relief, showing that he was not the only person present who was worried about the dangers that might lurk further down the path. From the terrifying appearance of the sea of wolf spiders to the pack of unclassified beasts under the leadership of the 10 first-order creatures, no matter which of the 2 situations it was, both were extremely dangerous. A normal human being or even an armed army would have been annihilated without a doubt under such attacks. In fact, if not for Bai Zemin's irregular existence, Shangyuan Bingzu herself and Wu Yijun would have been killed by the sea of spiders. Even if Shangyuan Bingzu did not faint due to her arachnophobia, her mana and stamina would have been exhausted before she managed to get out of the arachnid ring. As for killing over 100,000 beasts single-handedly, it was not something a first-order being could accomplish just because they were a higher order. Therefore, it could be said that only Bai Zemin's group currently had the qualifications to reach this place, and perhaps a few outstanding geniuses or lucky people who had their own fortuitous encounters. Unknown to Bai Zemin was that several hundred meters distance away, on a tree, a small ape with a head almost as big as its body was gazing at them coldly. The ape's body was slender and about 5 feet tall. Its 2 bulging eyes flashed with intelligence that a normal monster should not possess. And the beast seemed to hesitate before leaping from the tree and fleeing in a southwesterly direction, disappearing into the dense foliage of the forest. Bang! Bai Zemin kicked the double metal gate sealing the entrance to the military settlement, sending it flying several meters and causing a rather loud bang to echo everywhere. A group of zombies near the entrance turned their pale faces, and their lifeless eyes fixed on the group of 3 that had just entered the facility, with growls that seemed to come from the depths of their throats. The 20+ zombies began to stagger toward them while waving their hands. Wu Yijun and Shangyuan Bingzu sighed at the sight of the military uniform the zombies were wearing. Although they had guns on their waists, and a few of them even carried machine guns on their backs, the zombies did not know how to use weapons. They just moved forward and scratched or bit out of instinct. Bai Zemin did not care whether these zombies were brave soldiers of the country in the past or not. To him, anything that stood in his way of survival and his family was an enemy that needed to be eradicated. Therefore, without even hesitating, he pulled out the desert eagle he had hidden on the inside of his full coat and pointed it forward. A thunderous bang sounded, and 50 meters ahead, a zombie in military uniform received a bloody hole right in the middle of its forehead before collapsing with a thud on the floor. With the skill Special Forces soldier, Bai Zemin was comparable to the best elites of humanity before the apocalypse. Therefore, his shooting skill was almost perfect. In fact, he was confident of successfully hitting his enemy's head as long as he was a maximum of 200 meters away from him. Attracted by the sound of the loud gunshot, more and more zombies were attracted by the noise and began to move towards the entrance of the military camp with staggering steps. Chapter 169 Surprise Attack. Holding his Desert Eagle in his right hand, Bai Zemin aimed at the zombies and fired continuously. His expression was so nonchalant that he looked like a person playing a target shooting video game on a console rather than a person who was firing a real weapon to take the lives of people who in the past were the protectors of his homeland. The zombies were constantly moving, which made it difficult to aim and greatly decreased the hit rate. However, this was only for a normal soldier. From a distance of less than 100 meters, it was simply impossible for Bai Zemin to miss unless the zombies' movement speed was infinitely higher than the current one. Therefore, each shot impacted powerfully on a zombie's forehead, exploding their heads and staining the ground with blood and brain matter. After finishing the first magazine, Bai Zemin took out another one and calmly replaced it before resuming the one-sided slaughter. With each shot, a zombie would fall and Bai Zemin would step forward. Although he could simply decapitate them all, he wanted to improve his current marksmanship even more. While it was true that the Special Forces soldier's skill gave him a high level of hit rate, he himself could improve that marksmanship by practicing on his own. Shangyuan Bingzu looked at him for a moment before hesitating and pulling out a Type 54 pistol from her waist. She took a second to aim at a zombie more than 30 meters ahead and then pulled the trigger without changing her expression. Bang! A bloody wound appeared on the zombie's head, and the creature, deprived of all reasoning, fell lifeless to the ground. A small orb of soul power came out of its body and entered Shangyuan Bingzu's body. However, the difference between the soul power gained and not having gained anything was not so big to the current her. Bai Zemin looked at her with indifferent eyes before continuing to shoot. However, he was secretly surprised by her marksmanship. Seeing her shoot in such a manner made his thought that she was part of a powerful family only increased even more. Although it was possible that she had obtained some skill scroll that granted her such marksmanship, his instincts told him that this was not the case here. Wu Yijin shrugged her shoulders at the sight of the two of them shooting zombies to death, and stood in a corner as she surveyed the surroundings with her big eyes filled with curiosity. Because she had not trained in any martial arts or anything similar, Wu Yijin had been just an ordinary girl without any outstanding physical prowess before the intervention of the soul record on Earth. In fact, Bai Zemin was not much different from Wu Yijin in this respect. Although he was stronger and faster than the average person, he was completely within human limits and was nothing exaggerated. However, after being constantly enhanced by the power of the soul record, having absorbed the soul power of different types of beings, both of them had acquired a number of different combat skills that increased their overall power by a wide margin. It was just that these skills consumed too much additional mana and stamina, so they could not be depended upon at all times. Furthermore, while it was true that evolved first-order creatures were almost completely immune to firearms, this type of existences were still relatively rare in comparison. Therefore, the firearms created by mankind were extremely useful and powerful against unclassified enemies. Mastering marksmanship and increasing the hit rate of shots not only prevented stamina from being consumed, but as a consequence, the chances of survival in different situations would also be higher. After Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu drew all the zombies after making a commotion with more than 40 shots, he unsheathed his Xuanyuan sword and rushed forward like an arrow. His right hand seemed to turn into a shadow, and in the blink of an eye, the heads of several zombies flew through the air, bringing with them seemingly endless torrents of blood. Shangyuan Bingzu was not far behind either, as with a simple wave of her hand, several ice bullets appeared above her, and in the next instant they shot out towards different targets. The zombies that were hit by the ice bullets died regardless of whether they were hit in the head or not. This was because they were all turned into frozen ice statues before exploding into pieces, filling the ground with tiny pieces of ice that looked like beautiful, delicate crystals. After eliminating the zombies, Bai Zemin and the company of the two women explored the military camp carefully to make sure that there was no hidden danger. When the group wiped out all the hostile beings inside the military camp that were moving freely, they divided into two groups. Shangyuan Bingzu and Wu Yijun went to check the parking area for heavy vehicles with military weapons. As for Bai Zemin, he hurriedly ran to the storage locker, where the armaments were kept following the directions Wu Yijun had given him before. So that's how it is, Bai Zemin muttered to himself. In front of him, a metal door that was firmly closed with several electronic security locks barred his way. The door was obviously made of extremely strong metal capable of resisting external firepower. However, you can't stop me. He unsheathed his Xuanyuan sword and placed the tip on the metal door. Then he pushed inward, easily piercing through the door until half of the over a meter-long sword blade had disappeared out of sight, like a knife slicing through hot butter. The Xuanyuan sword's blade easily cut the military security door open in half in a matter of seconds. The Xuanyuan sword might not be able to pierce the defense of first-order creatures that exceeded level 40 by a wide margin. However, being able to pierce the defenses of an armored vehicle, cutting this metal door was not a challenge at all for Bai Zemin. Boom! The molten heavy door fell heavily backward, and the ground shook fiercely, causing several cracks to spread across the thick concrete walls of the vault. Bai Zemin took a step forward, but just then his blood will skill activated, and his expression changed slightly. Bang 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 bang. A golden shower of bullets from inside the vault suddenly fell on Bai Zemin, and his body was hit countless times. A dozen men dressed in military uniforms held Type 56 semi-automatic assault rifles in their hands and opened fire without hesitation while looking in the direction of the door with eyes filled with fear. Due to his bronze skin skill, which gave him a tougher and more resistant skin than any living being before the awakening of mana with the intervention of the soul record, normal bullets could no longer hurt Bai Zemin. Only armor-piercing bullets or heavy weapon bullets could actually pierce through his defenses. However, that did not mean that he was immune to bullets completely. Bai Zemin quickly raised both arms in a cross and hurriedly covered his face and head as pain flashed in his eyes. Chapter 170 Fu Kigang. Bai Zemin backed up several steps while raising both arms in front of his face, covering most of his head. The muzzles of the guns in the hands of the military roared in sync, and covered his body with hundreds of shots in a matter of a second. However, all those bullets simply ricocheted and flew to the ground, falling with loud metallic sounds. Bai Zemin's full coat was a rare grade treasure capable of protecting him from smaller caliber bullets, but it did not protect him against intermediate caliber bullets, let alone high caliber bullets. Fortunately, with his passive bronze skin skill and his full coat working in tandem, 90% of his body only felt a slight tingle that was easily ignored by him. However, the same could not be said for the area of his legs below the knee and his bare hand. Bai Zemin's face wrinkled slightly due to the pain, and for a moment the urge to slaughter all the people inside the armed arsenal consumed him. However, he fought against that desire and forcibly suppressed it. While these rather old vintage gun bullets did not have the power to really hurt him, his internal organs were as weak as they had always been in the past, so it was extremely painful to receive such metallic impacts at such speed constantly. The broken bronze bell was currently recovering its depleted power within the pocket of his full coat. After all, about an hour ago, The defensive barrier was completely crushed by the First Order Frost Control Lion's magical attacks, and it needed 24 hours to recover its power again. Bai Zemin took a side step and his body swayed, disappearing from the sight of the armed military men. Disappeared. He really is a monster. It's over, we're dead. The soldiers began to wail. Remember, a middle-aged man with an average appearance but with a brave and stern expression, apparently the leader of this troop, shouted, "If the worst comes to the worst, then we will detonate this whole place and take this demon with us to hell." Behind the wall, Bai Zemin rubbed his hands together, and seeing the white marks he couldn't help but grimace as he cursed under his breath. He had not killed the military for 2 reasons. The first reason was because these military men had fired immediately out of fear of what was happening in the world outside the vault. Even with so many guns, they had not yet left the place, which meant that whatever they had seen outside had destroyed all their hopes. Such people were not necessarily their enemies. On the contrary, they could become one of his strongest allies in the early stages if Bai Zemin played his cards right. This was precisely the second reason. He lacked people with military training and skill in firearm control. Not only would it be good for him if these militias obeyed him for a mere reason, if he could get them to become his subordinates, then Bai Zemin could get them to train more survivors under a strict military regime. Besides, Bai Zemin needed people who knew how to operate military vehicles. If Shang Yuan, Bing Zhu, and Wu Yijin found armament similar to tanks or even battle helicopters, Bai Zemin would need people capable of operating such machines. Something he currently lacked. "Don't open fire, inhuman, just like you," he shouted in a deep voice from his temporary hiding place. "Nonsense," a military man roared from a distance and spat on the ground. "A human immune to bullets from a dozen guns and capable to move at such speed, ha?" Other military men echoed his words and did not let their guard down. They were still holding on to their weapons tightly, and some of them were even preparing to throw hand grenades. Bai Zemin frowned and replied in a flat voice, "I really am human. Didn't you see the status window? By killing zombies or other types of enemies with your own ability and without using forces that don't belong to you, you can absorb an energy called soul power and grow. That's how I became more powerful." Hearing his words, the military fell silent and looked at each other. Hesitation flashed in the eyes of many, so after a moment they looked at their leader. "Platoon Leader Fu, what do we do?" a bespectacled and somewhat thin man whispered to the middle-aged man. Platoon Leader Fu fell into deep contemplation. Seeing this, some of the military men became agitated and began to shout that they should fight to the death. "Platoon Leader Fu, don't believe him. You yourself saw how cruel people have become now. Platoon Leader Fu, let's fight with all this weaponry. Even if we have to die, we will drag him with us." Seconds turned into minutes, and Bai Zemin finally began to lose his patience. Although he valued the bravery of being willing to die fighting in times of crisis where there was nowhere to run, he did not have too much time to waste trying to convince a group of people. There were still many things that needed his direct intervention before they could get going properly. "Too bad." Bai Zemin sighed. His eyes grew cold and his body began to exude overwhelming murderous intent that made the military men's faces turn pale. To survive, to become stronger, and gain the power needed to fulfill his promise as well as to find and protect his loved ones, Bai Zemin had killed tens of thousands of zombies, nearly 30 First Order beings, hundreds of thousands of mutated animals and insects. To say that he had walked over mountains of corpses and stepped on the bones of so many living beings while bathing in their blood was no exaggeration. His once white and innocent hands were long gone. Therefore, Bai Zemin's murderous intent was powerful. Murderous intent was something a normal person could never feel. However, the military men inside the weapons vault were not normal people. Therefore, they could sense death coming closer and closer. "Wait a moment." The voice of the man called Platoon Leader Fu rang out and stopped Bai Zemin's movements momentarily. Platoon Leader Fu." The military looked at him in shock and exclaimed loudly. However, "Shut up, you all, shut up for me." The immediate superior's reprimanding shout echoed through the thick walls, and all the military men unconsciously shut their mouths. As soldiers, following orders was something that had already become deeply ingrained within them. The man the military referred to as platoon leader Fu looks towards the place where Bai Zemin's voice came from, and while taking cover behind a large metal box filled with ammunition said in a friendly voice, "Little brother, may I know what your name is? My name is Fu Qigang, leader of the 10th platoon of the 4th military company belonging to the 2nd battalion of this base. I would like to chat with you." Hearing the words of the man named Fu Qigang, Bai Zemin secretly let out a sigh of relief. As long as they could chat, then he was confident in taking things to where he wanted them to go. Chapter 171 Betrayal. Bai Zemin really did not want to kill the group of soldiers inside the vault, as he felt it would be a pity to lose men who certainly had enough courage to fight to the death. Therefore, he was relieved that Fu Qigang was not a small-minded person and managed to keep at least some logical reasoning in his head. After all, if Bai Zemin wanted it, he could end all of their lives in a second. Fu Qigang probably also noticed this when he saw how Bai Zemin was fine even after taking so many direct shots, so he decided to bet that the person who had opened the vault was a friendly human and not a hostile one or some kind of strange monster. "It's Bai Zemin," Bai Zemin replied in a deep voice. Seeing that there was still room to chat, Fu Qigang involuntarily let out a sigh of relief before regaining his composure and continuing. "Bai Zemin, how are you? I apologize on behalf of my men for what happened just now. But as you probably know better than I do, the world is no longer what it used to be in the past. Forget about that." Bai Zemin waved his hand even though he knew he could not be seen and continued with a frown. "Do you know the situation outside? What happened here? From what I have seen outside, there are several parts of the military camp that were destroyed, and there are several lifeless bodies lying all over the place." This was a question that Bai Zemin had hovering in his mind from the very beginning. The collapsed places might have been made by a beast, but the problem was that many military men had been massacred by gunfire. Such a thing was not something a beast could do. Before Fu Qigang could respond, the wind howled and Bai Zemin appeared like a ghost in front of him, only 5 meters away. "Now we can chat better." He smiled and nodded. The military men's faces turned white as their eyes glittered with disbelief and fear. Involuntarily they took a step back and aimed their guns. But they didn't dare fire and just eyed the young man before them cautiously. "He is fast." Fu Qigang's pupils contracted slightly, and for the second time, he accepted that the world had indeed changed. After all, such frightening speed was not something a human from the past could possess. "Put down your weapons." Fu Qigang sighed and waved his hand behind him. However, seeing that the soldiers did not lower their weapons and still looked at Bai Zemin in the same cautious manner, his expression began to slowly sink. Seeing this, the soldiers slowly lowered their weapons and stopped aiming. But they still held onto them as if their lives depended on it. So Bai Zemin insisted with a friendly smile. Fu Qigang sat down on a closed metal box and gestured for Bai Zemin to sit down, which he did. Then, Fu Qigang began to explain the situation of the military camp and what he knew so far. It turned out that in the past, this military camp had a total of 5,000 armed men. It was not a particularly strong base, as it was actually destined to store and protect vintage rather than modern weaponry, and while there was some heavy weaponry, it wasn't too much either. Hearing this, Bai Zemin couldn't help but feel a little bitter inside. However, upon further thought, such a thing was only natural. After all, Yanqing district was not known for its large population, but rather for its forested areas and large mountains. Therefore, it did not make sense to have so much firepower in such a place. Besides, even if it was vintage weaponry, it was more than enough to deal with hordes of zombies and groups of unclassified monsters. At first, while it had been a bit difficult to have to shoot at their zombie-turned comrades, the soldiers who managed to resist the wave of mana that entered their bodies managed to recapture the military camp. Because the military camp was deep in the forest, the military had to contend with several mutated animals arriving alone, with the weaponry present. This had been a fairly simple task. However, everything changed after the first 8 days. Fu Qigang sighed and his eyes seemed to flash with irreconcilable pain and hatred. He gritted his teeth and continued. 3 strange beasts attacked us on the 9th day. All 3 were wolves, but the size of those wolves was like that of a horse. Fortunately, In the hangar there were some battle tanks, and with them we managed to kill the 3 wolves. But the cost was enormous. Over 200 of our brothers were killed worse than rats, and we consumed 15 of the ammunition to load the tank cannons. Wait a minute, Fu Qigang. Bai Zemin interjected with a frown and asked worriedly. Why do you say there were tanks? Tanks were destroyed. Battle tanks. The absolute lords of the land. The true kings of the battlefield. Even first-order existences couldn't resist the attack power such machines possessed, and just one was enough to wipe out an army of zombies as long as it had ammunition. When he heard that there were war tanks, Bai Zemin felt his heart skipped a beat. However, the more he listened, the uglier his expression became. The military men behind Fu Qigang clenched their guns so tightly that their fists turned white. Their eyes were filled with anger and pain as they recalled events from the past. It was the commander, no. It was that dog surnamed Jin and named Shun. Fu Qigang spat with hatred and even referred to his immediate officer by his name with a thirst for revenge. Due to the attack of the giant wolves, Jin Shun wanted to take us all out of the forest. But several of us refused because we had received orders from the central government to protect and guard this area from any enemy attack. As soldiers, our duty is to follow orders from the highest, Fu Qigang said demurely before continuing. At first, the conversation had apparently only been Jin Shun's casual idea, as he never mentioned the matter again. However, 2 days later, he along with more than 1,500 men left during the night, taking with them the tanks and most of the vehicles mounted with guns, leaving behind some 500 who were unwilling to follow him. They even killed many brothers on their way out. The only thing they could not take with them was this weapons vault, because when we sensed something was wrong, I and part of my platoon closed in and let no one into the place. In fact, the only reason we have managed to hold out so far is because there was some compressed food here, or else we would have been forced to leave in search of food. Fu Qigang finished and his face sank even more. Bai Zemin looked at the empty plastic bags in the corner and understood the matter. It turned out that they were betrayed, abandoned, and due to the lack of heavy weaponry were forced to hide like rats, since they did not have the power to fight the first-order beasts that ran rampant like the supreme lords of the forest. Chapter 172 Armament. Fu Qigang. Why don't you bring your men and join me? Bai Zemin proposed. His face was serious as he said word after word. The world as we know it has fallen. The society of the past and the rules no longer exist. The whole globe is in chaos with zombies and mutated animals running freely in the streets while humanity hides in a corner like sewer rats, barely subsisting. Hearing Bai Zemin's words, Fu Qigang secretly sighed and looked somewhat disappointed. However, Bai Zemin continued, Of course, I am neither a hero nor so naive as to want to save mankind, but I will do my best to create my own safe place. For myself and for my loved ones. I need to fight against enemies. And, while I'm at it, I wouldn't mind helping other people as long as they are not a heavy burden to me. Fu Qigang felt relief in his heart and a small smile rose on his face. In fact, the reason why he had decided to have a serious conversation with Bai Zemin was mainly because the compressed food was running out at most. The military would have food for another week, and if they took special care, maybe 10 days. However, after that what? Fu Qigang knew that with the current firepower, it was impossible for his 13-man team to leave this forest safely. If one of those giant wolf-like creatures appeared, then the whole team would undoubtedly be annihilated. Therefore, he had wanted to bet on a strong person to get out of here. As for the future, Fu Qigang had not thought that far ahead for him. The main priority was to leave this hell surrounded by warm-looking, but secretly dangerous trees and flowers. However, when he heard the first words of the young man in front of him, Fu Qigang was disappointed and thought that someone young was really not good at leading. To be a hero, what Fu Qigang needed was a leader with his feet firmly on the ground, not a delusional hero who lived in an imaginary world. He could not simply leave the lives of his brothers in the hands of such a person. Fortunately, his fears turned out not to be correct. Fu Qigang nodded as if satisfied with his answer, and looked at Bai Zemin calmly before sighing. We can decide once we leave this place. Bai Zemin narrowed his eyes and his mind rushed wildly as hundreds of thoughts flashed in his brain. After a moment, He smiled slightly and said, "Sure. I have a village set up with a perimeter of about 10 kilometers around secured. You and your brothers can rest and eat something there before you decide." Fu Qigang was slightly surprised, expecting more resistance from Bai Zemin. However, since the other party was so affable, it was all the better for him. "Good, then let's do that." Fu Qigang laughed out loud and made a military salute, to which Bai Zemin replied with a smile, "Of course." He knew Fu Qigang's thoughts. Before making a decision, Fu Qigang needed to check how strong Bai Zemin really was and what he was capable of. After all, he could not leave a hell to dive headlong into another, even worse one. Besides, Fu Qigang probably also wanted to see what his leadership and ideas were like in the short or long term. Only then would he decide whether to join under his standard or not. But this is also fine, Bai Zemin thought secretly. He just had to do what he had been doing so far and everything would work out naturally. Then, Bai Zemin smiled slightly and pointed at the several closed metal boxes before saying, "Do you mind if I take a look at my spoils of war?" Although he wanted the soldiers to become his subordinates, Bai Zemin would definitely not give up the weaponry. He had gone through a lot to get this far and he was going to take it by hook or by crook. The face of one or two military men changed slightly upon hearing his words. After all, it was their mission to protect these weapons. However, Fu Qigang nodded and said matter-of-factly, "Go ahead. All yours." Then, "Excuse me?" Bai Zemin chuckled and took out a fiber cable from his backpack. Then, he walked over to one of the boxes and tied the cable to the top before walking away and pulling it tightly to him. Bang! The cover sealing the box fell heavily to the ground, revealing ammunition inside. Bai Zemin did not stop and opened all the boxes one by one using the same method. His greatest defense, the broken bronze bell, was without power. Therefore, Bai Zemin did not dare to act casually. If there were any booby traps inside the boxes, then his life could end just like that and he wouldn't even have time to regret it later. Fu Qigang knew that he was being cautious and did not confide in them. That was why he was doing what he was doing. However, Fu Qigang did not feel upset. On the contrary, he was even happier because the more cautious the leader was, the less danger his subordinates would be in. After opening more than 20 boxes, and finding several 100,000 rounds of ammunition and even tank cannons, Bai Zemin looked at Fu Qigang and asked with a frown, "What about the guns?" "They are here. Follow me." Fu Qigang chuckled and led him to the back of the vault, revealing a hidden door in the wall. Seeing this, Bai Zemin was secretly glad he hadn't killed everyone, or else it might take quite some time to find this door. From the outside, it looked like just another extension of the wall and there was nothing different to identify the hidden door. Upon entering the hidden room, Bai Zemin's eyes lit up, and he quickly approached one of the shelves filled with weapons. Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, Type 53 heavy machine gun, Type 67 heavy machine gun, Type 81 assault rifle, Type 79 assault rifle, Type 81 rifle. Many types of firearms developed between approximately 1950 and 1990. All of them had great firing power and even some with great destructive power. Even now, Bai Zemin himself would not be able to survive if a .7.62 caliber bullet hit him in the head. But this was not all. "Ha ha ha. I really won big this time." Bai Zemin laughed out loud inside as he rushed over to the bottom shelf and picked up a modified 88 type marksman rifle carefully. This type of rifle was similar to a normal sniper, but with the difference that it was capable of firing bursts like a semi-automatic weapon, being even more lethal as its scope allowed it to take out targets from over 1 km range. Incendiary bullet and armor-piercing bullet. Bai Zemin's eyes sparkled as he saw the magazines next to the gun. Even his head would burst into a mess of blood if someone shot him with this kind of weapon capable of firing such horrendous bullets. "If you liked that toy, I think you'll like this one here even more." Fu Qigang's voice attracted Bai Zemin's attention, and he quickly walked over after putting the Type 88 rifle back in its place. A Swiss at-4 anti-tank rocket launcher with temperature tracking and target lock. Bai Zemin gasped and his steps stalled when he saw the high-tech weapon carefully placed on a shelf. Chapter 173 Hanger. The reason why Bai Zemin was so surprised was because the weapon before his eyes possessed massive destructive power. In fact, the destructive power of the AT-4 was in no way inferior to that of a battle tank when it came to comparing cannons. The AT-4 was a rocket launcher developed in Sweden that was sold throughout the world with great success. It possessed not only thermal sensor, but also remote-controlled target lock and was generally used to neutralize enemy armored vehicles or fortifications. With this type of weapon, Bai Zemin was sure to make a first-order existence explode into 1,000 pieces regardless of its level. Ammunition. Bai Zemin anxiously approached in search of the missiles. He was aware that without proper ammunition, this AT-4 was just a pile of useless iron and threatened no one. Opening an orange box, Bai Zemin felt his heart beat faster as he discovered at least 100 rockets carefully lined up waiting to be used. Great, Bai Zemin exclaimed secretly. Although he already had powerful rare-grade treasures in his hands and even possessed 2 magic-grade treasures, the reality was that to fight against hordes of enemies, the modern weapons created by mankind were still more useful temporarily. At least, the trend would continue until humans began to evolve properly, and the current weaponry became ineffective, having to be replaced by soul record treasures or by weapons created by mankind itself using materials from the mutated and evolved monsters. While it was true that there were many cowards among mankind, there were also many brave ones. Bai Zemin firmly believed that if the worst came to the worst and everyone was backed into a corner, even the most cowardly would at least try to take a bite out of their enemy. Survival instinct was something that could not be underestimated. Even a small rat would jump up and bite if it was cornered, and even cats would fight dogs if they had no choice. Just as Bai Zemin and Fu Qiging were chatting about the weaponry, the sound of hurried footsteps coming from outside the secret room caught the attention of all the military men. Frightened and cautious after being betrayed and used once, the 12 men raised their guns and pointed toward the door with gazes determined to open fire at any moment. "Stop! They are my teammates." Bai Zemin's deep voice rang out, and the military men unconsciously lowered their firearms. When they realized it, it was already too late, and only then did they realize that they had obeyed someone else's order. Fu Qigang's eyes glittered strangely, and he looked at the young man in front of him with a hint of surprise. Such an aura of leadership and authoritative bearing at such a young age, he was definitely not normal. Of course, Fu Qigang had no way of knowing that Bai Zemin had been leading a group of survivors since the first day of the Soul Record's arrival. The aura surrounding his body was slowly molding into that of a noble and worthy leader, so every word that came out of his mouth had a half-ballist authoritative tinge on it. When Shangyuan Bingzu and Wu Yijin arrived at the armory and saw the piles of open boxes as well as the huge pile of yellow and orange ammunition sorted by type and caliber, they were surprised to see empty ammunition casings on the floor as well as the lingering smell of gunpowder. After a moment, the 2 women found the door to the secret room wide open and upon entering saw Bai Zemin along with a group of 13 people. Military survivors, Wu Yijin murmured in puzzlement. She had thought that all the survivors on the base had been killed by zombies or some other wild beast from outside. Shangyuan Bingzu was also a little surprised, but that surprise soon disappeared and her indifferent look fell on Bai Zemin before she said, "Bai Zemin, you probably want to come take a look at this." Oh, Bai Zemin raised an eyebrow and seeing the slight glint in Shangyuan Bingzu's eyes nodded. "All right, you lead." Shangyuan Bingzu nodded, and after giving a quick glance at all the weapons neatly arranged on different shelves, she turned around and began to lead the way in silence. With Shangyuan Bingzu in the lead along with Wu Yijin, Bai Zemin followed them through the facility while cautiously scanning the surroundings. After all, he was in a place in the middle of a forest filled with strange and dangerous beasts like the elusive chameleon. On the other hand, the military men looked at the 2 women with surprise. The skin of both was in perfect condition. Their bodies were graceful and seductive. Their faces seemed to have been carved to represent goddesses, and the arrogant and proud aura their bodies emanated was definitely not something a normal woman could have. After more than a week of total confinement, the military men naturally had their own physical needs, so at the sight of such women, several of them became agitated. However, none of them dared to even give a single extra glance at the 2 beauties as they could somehow tell that both of them were not people to play with. The group walked for more than 10 minutes in silence. Under the lead of both women they were taken to what appeared to be a large hangar, approximately 20 or 30 meters high. The metal door that separated the inside of the hangar from the outside was nowhere to be seen. Instead, small pieces of ice the size of a baby's fist were scattered all over the floor, their number undoubtedly numbered in the tens of thousands, sparkling like diamonds. Fu Qigang was surprised when he noticed that the door was missing. Before locking themselves in the weapons vault they were sure that this place was in perfect condition. However, his face soon changed, and as if he had thought of something he hurriedly bent down to pick up a piece of ice. This is... His eyes widened in shock and a gasp of surprise fled from his mouth. The military men looked puzzled to see their platoon leader's attitude. Therefore, curious, they also picked up pieces of ice. However, everyone's expression changed when they saw that inside the frozen ice, metal pieces were sealed. Each piece of ice had metal pieces locked inside. Fu Qigang and the military men looked at the two women standing next to Bai Zemin with eyes filled with fear. Fortunately, none of them opened their mouths to say any comments earlier, or else they might have been sealed in ice and then destroyed into small pieces. Seeing Bai Zemin's strange look, Shangyuan Bingzu shrugged and said coldly, "It's simpler that way. Anyway, look at this." Bai Zemin shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He followed Shangyuan Bingzu into the hangar, but after walking a couple of steps his expression froze for a moment before a big smile appeared on his face. "Lucky for you, little Zemin." Lilith's voice reached his ears. She had been strangely silent, but perhaps sensing his joy, she decided to encourage him more. "With these toys, your labor will become simpler in the first stage of evolution." Chapter 174 coming out. Bai Zemin nodded silently before looking over at Shangyuan Bingzu and Wu Yijin with a smile on his face. "This discovery is great. Now, our group will not only have a better prospect of facing danger and surviving, but it will also greatly boost everyone's morale." Shangyuan Bingzu and Wu Yijin, understanding perfectly what it meant to possess control of what was inside the hangar, could not help but have their eyes light up even more upon hearing Bai Zemin's statement. "This..." Fu Qigang took a stupefied step forward as he stared in front of him with wide eyes. Parked at the rear of the hangar, two Bradley-type M3 IFEs were pointed toward the now destroyed door. Next to them, two large military tarpaulins had been casually tossed to the ground, showing that they were previously covered. This type of IFE was especially known for its terrific firepower, extremely high all-terrain mobility, and several armor plates capable of resisting even the impact of 30 armor-piercing ammunition. Undoubtedly terrifying monsters and among the most powerful of the IFEs. In addition to the two M3 IFEs, there were 10 vehicles mounted with Type 92 and Type 67 heavy machine guns, military jeeps, ATVs, even 5 modified trucks. Why are these things here?" one of the military men remarked, dumbfounded. "Didn't they take all the vehicles with heavy weaponry that dog Jin Shun and the rest? It's not that they didn't want to take them away. It's that they couldn't do it or saw it unnecessary at the time for some reason." Bai Zemin walked over to one of the IFEs and touched the helmet of the vehicle. Then he turned to look around and pointed to the empty spots. They took the battle tanks and the vast majority of weapon-mounted vehicles. More than enough for a group of 1,500 men. While the M3 IFEs were powerful even among their kind, against the real king of the land, the battle tanks, they were not worthy of mention. It took 3 or 4 M3 IFEs to stand a chance of destroying a single tank, which was proof enough of the power of this type of machine. It was more than probable that at the time of retreat, Jin Shun and the rest of his men would decide to leave these M3 IFEs behind for lack of manpower capable of operating them. After all, this type of weaponry was useless for anything other than transportation if the weapons could not be operated, which in this forest filled with danger would eventually become more of a burden than a help. "Bai Zemin, what do we do now?" Wu Yijin asked, seemingly worried. "The sky is completely black now. If we go out in this darkness, we will be vulnerable to wild animals with enhanced senses." Bai Zemin thought for a moment before looking at Shangyuan Bingzu and asked her opinion about it. What do you think, should we go in search of Chen He and the rest now or just wait until dawn? The reason he asked this question was that he wanted to see what kind of response Shangyu and Bingzu had. Bai Zemin considered her a very important person in his group. Not only was she extremely intelligent and powerful, but she could also keep a cool mind in most situations and, regardless of the danger, quickly think of countermeasures. This was precisely why she managed to defeat a first-order New Age monster that was 22 levels above her. Now, he wanted to see whether she could maintain rationality in this situation or not. That way, he would know where her limit was and be aware of what situations she could not be reliable to lead in. Shangyu and Bingzu's eyes flashed inquisitively and she half-closed her eyes outwardly. She seemed to hesitate as she did not speak for almost a full minute. No one interrupted her and simply looked at her in silence. We should leave at dawn. She finally spoke her thoughts. If we leave now, not only will we endanger the lives of all of us, but we might also end up attracting wild beasts outside, giving trouble to others. Bai Zemin's eyes glittered slightly. He nodded with a composed expression. Good. Let's make it so then. We'll leave tomorrow morning at first light. The military camp naturally had several huge rooms with many beds inside. They were destined for the soldiers to rest during the night or when they were off duty. Therefore, Fu Qigang's group took one large room for themselves while Bai Zemin's group took another. While they considered themselves allies, there was still some resistance. After all, it hadn't even been 2 hours since they had met. It took a little more time for trust to begin to grow to the point where they could comfortably lock eyes with each other. After a quick dinner consisting mainly of mutant beast meat, everyone fell asleep comfortably. The soldiers slept with smiles on their faces, satisfied with their first real meal after several days of eating compressed food that was only used in emergencies during wartime. The next day, Bai Zemin's group left the forest early in the morning. They even had breakfast on the way without stopping their steps. On the route they occasionally encountered some mutated beasts or mutated insects, but were easily decimated by the three main fighters without even using a single bullet. The soldiers held onto their guns tightly as they cautiously scanned the surroundings. But they gradually realized that the three people in front of them were simply monsters. They could no longer be considered normal humans from their point of view. The soldiers' world seemed to turn upside down when they saw with their own eyes how the cold and indifferent Shangyu and Bingzu crafted ice pikes to end the lives of her enemies, or when the beautiful and warm Wu Yijin used the surrounding grass to trap her enemies and cut them into pieces. As for Bai Zemin, he just casually swung his sword a couple of times all along the way, killing some enemies just out of boredom, since they did not encounter any major setbacks. After walking for 2 hours, the group finally reached the main road and immediately saw the two modified jeeps on the side partially covered with branches and dry leaves. The soldiers sighed in relief as they saw the sunlight clearly again without being surrounded by thousands of trees. Some of them could not help but shed tears of joy and comfort as if they had won a second chance at life when they had already given up. In fact, from a certain point of view it was not wrong. After all, had it not been for the appearance of Bai Zemin and the two women, the soldiers would have ended up being killed by some wild beast and then eaten or starved to death inside the weapons vault. Unconsciously, the caution the soldiers felt towards him diminished and the look in their eyes became a little warmer. After all, they were aware that the person who had saved their lives was the young man who led the two women. Chapter 175. Everything will come in proper time. At first, Shen He was surprised to see the military men. His surprise only increased even more when he saw the large military bag that Bai Zemin and the other men were carrying on their backs, barely revealing the butt of some guns. In fact, he had also seen the Type 88 marksman's rifle slung over Bai Zemin's shoulder and had been drooling over that weapon. After all, while his own Type 85 sniper rifle was powerful, it could not compare to the Type 88. Regardless of whether it was firepower, accuracy, range, or penetration capacity, the Type 88 rifle was undoubtedly multiple times better. However, his attention soon turned to Shangyu and Bingzu and Wu Yijin. He approached his childhood friends and began asking how they were and asking questions related to the mission trip and the military camp. Shangyu and Bingzu also seemed to notice Chen He's genuine worry, so she along with Wu Yijun began to narrate the events that happened slowly as they sat in a corner. On the other hand, Bai Zemin approached one of the modified jeeps they had come here in and ordered the driver go back to the village. I want you to tell Kai Jingyi that I need her along with Zhang De to bring a group of 200 worker survivors and another group of 100 survivors who were approved to join the armed militia. Any questions? The driver of the vehicle hurriedly shook his head. However, he soon seemed to think of something and hesitantly said, "This. Leader Bai, could you send someone with me just in case?" Bai Zemin thought about it for a moment and nodded. He looked to his side and casually asked, "Platoon Leader Fu Qigong, would you like to go and visit the beginning village? That way you can get in direct contact with one of my trusted subordinates. He will guide you through the place and there you can see the survivors. It will also be better for you to familiarize yourself with the rules of the place." Fu Qigong was silent for a few seconds before nodding in agreement. In fact, he was curious and wanted to see what kind of place this beginning village led by the young man beside him was. Only then would he feel more at ease and be able to wholeheartedly join him. After all, he needed to be sure that the person he was entrusting his life and the lives of his men to was not a total lunatic. Bai Zemin gave a few more instructions to the driver and then the modified jeep set off in a northerly direction, directly towards the beginning village. Fu Qigong had taken 2 other men armed to the teeth with him, so security along the way would be at least considerable. The reason Bai Zemin wasn't worried or afraid that Fu Qigong would try anything funny after arriving at the village was because not only were there several of his brothers in arms here with him, but Fu Zufang and Kang Lan, who would be staying in the village protecting the house, were by no means weak, especially Kang Lan. The current Kang Lan was capable of releasing 5 of his total strength in times of crisis thanks to the fact that she had willingly agreed to become his loyal follower. Moreover, she, just like Kai Jingyi, had also acquired a powerful skill from Bai Zemin. This was a gift he had given to both girls as a welcome for the driver together with the soldiers to reach the village to communicate his orders and then return to this place would require a travel of at least 20 hours considering that Kai Jingyi and Zhang De needed some time to reunite the survivors required by him and organize everything before departing. Therefore, Bai Zemin and the rest had nothing to do but wait patiently. Inside the forest, about 100 meters away from where the others were, Bai Zemin was sitting on a not-so-high branch, about 6 or 7 meters above the ground, leaning against the main trunk of the tree, with one foot firmly resting on the thick branch and with the other swaying gently in the air. He stared straight ahead with a calm gaze. The wind whistled and Lilith in her real form appeared at his side. She looked at his face before looking at the place he was looking at before asked curiously, "What are you looking at?" Bai Zemin remained silent for over 2 minutes, not answering. Lilith also did not speak again and simply remained seated next to him as she softly hummed a strange melody and swayed her slender legs that floated in the nothingness in rhythm. After what seemed like an eternity of silence, Bai Zemin finally opened his mouth. "Lilith, can you tell me about yourself?" Lilith looked surprised and her melodious humming stopped. She looked at him for a moment before asking with a smile, "What do you want to know? You already know my name. You also know that I belong to the demonic army faction under Lucifer's leadership. And you also know that I have absorbed enough soul power to become a 6th order being." Bai Zemin smiled bitterly and rebutted, "Doesn't that mean I know nothing about you?" Lilith raised an eyebrow and focused her full attention on his next words. "I don't know your age. I don't know what your favorite food is. I don't know if you have a family or not. What your favorite season of the year is. I don't know what your favorite color is either. I also don't know." Bai Zemin went on to name several other things he didn't know about her before stopping, so as not to continue an endless loop. Lilith looked at him in surprise. And then, he concluded, "Although I barely have some free time to relax, and many times we don't even have time to chat, just feeling your presence somehow calms me down. At first, I thought this was due to the fact that you were the person who helped me when the soul record destroyed my peaceful life. However, I soon realized that this is not so." Lilith's heart suddenly tightened. However, her smiling expression did not change as she asked in puzzlement, "And then why is it?" Bai Zemin frowned tightly and was silent for a long time before smiling bitterly and shook his head. I'm trying to find the answer to that as well. And something is telling me that you have the answer I'm looking for. I see. But you'll have to keep looking for it yourself. Lilith chuckled before stood up and stepped into the air as she walked slowly away, leaving behind a few words. When you become strong enough, all the answers will come to you naturally. Even if you don't look for them, everything will come to you in proper time. There are things that are better not to know until you have the power to do something about them. Otherwise it will only do more harm than good. Work hard, little Zemin. I'm cheering you on from the shadows and from the light. As he looked at the empty space in front of him, Bai Zemin didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he whispered softly, "Just, who are you, Lilith?" In the end, he just shook his head slightly and took out the only photograph he had with his family, his most valuable treasure. It was getting closer and closer to being able to meet them once again. He barely slept 3 or 4 hours during the night, because even when he was lying in his bed he was racking his brain thinking on different ways to become more powerful and to grow his small faction in order to reach his loved ones and give them a safe place in this chaotic world. What more would he not want than to be able to reach them now? What more would he want than to make sure they were really okay? Bai Zemin was aware that his family might as well be dead or starving while they were hiding in some corner. However, there was nothing he could do about it but to approach step by step to avoid falling. Only a part of one of the many forests in Yanqing district had managed to give him so much trouble. Bai Zemin could not even imagine how many dangers there were out there. Therefore, I don't just need to be stronger myself, he spoke to himself as he looked at the picture in his hands. I also need manpower. A few fierce lions or a large number of ants should be enough. Chapter 176 Future Plans. Time passed very quickly. Before Bai Zemin even realized it, he had remained in the same position, in the same spot, for a total of 5 whole hours. However, time was relative. When a person was doing something they found boring, the pointers of the clock seemed to stagnate in place, barely moving. But when a person was doing something they liked or loved wholeheartedly, the pointers of the clock seemed to be in too much of a hurry to make countless turns. Wasn't it ironic? The moments we wanted to pass quickly were the ones that seemed to last forever, while those moments we would like to last forever seemed to be over in a second. Although 5 whole hours had passed, with only 2 more hours to go before the sun began to descend on the distant horizon, Bai Zemin continued to contemplate the image in his hands with eyes filled with longing and overflowing affection. In fact, he was so absorbed with the faces captured in the photograph of each of them that he did not even notice when someone approached him, only realizing it when they entered a range of 10 meters distance. For the first time after so many hours, Bai Zemin stopped looking at the picture in his hands and looked down from the tree he was sitting on. Shangyu and Bingzu looked at him from the ground, her clear eyes as cold as millennial ice, but strangely, with a small enchanting flame within them, briefly glanced at the picture in his hand before looking him directly in the eyes again. Although she couldn't see the faces in the portrait clearly due to the angle, she had managed to make out 4 people, 2 male and 2 female. Even without asking, it was quite obvious to Shangyu and Bingzu that this must be his family. Still, she couldn't help but ask, "Is that your family?" Bai Zemin looked at her for a moment before nodding slightly. He turned the portrait so she could see it better and slowly pointed. "My father, my mother, and my little sister." The picture had been taken more than 12 years ago, so it was somewhat old. However, Shangyu and Bingzu noticed the care with which the small picture had been treated as. While it was a bit faded in some corners, it was mostly in perfect condition. "I see," she nodded slightly. Her voice was indifferent, but it was not an indifference meant for arrogance, but an innate indifference that seemed to come from her very soul. "You all seem very close." Bai Zemin found her last words a bit strange, but he didn't think too much of it as he simply replied, "Of course we are. We are family after all." Shangyu and Bingzu stared at him for 2 seconds before nodding and turning her eyes back to the picture once more. The couple, who were then in their early 30s, looked genuinely happy with smiles on their faces as they hugged the 2 8 or 9-year-old children. The little boy had a mischievous look shining in his eyes while the little girl was clinging to a small gray stuffed rabbit. Her eyes looking as limpid and pure as the clearest water in the world. Shang Yuanbingzu's eyes sparkled strangely for a moment before she closed her eyes and turned away. As she walked out of the forest again, she remarked, "Although it's kind of late, we decided to prepare something to eat since we're kinda hungry. You should eat something too." Bai Zemin followed her slender back with his eyes until she disappeared into the thick forest trees, and scratched his head while muttering, "How strange." However, he soon began to feel hungry, so he decided to follow the advice she had given him. After all, it had been many hours, and after the quick breakfast he had had while leaving the military camp, he had not eaten anything basically. Since the previous night's dinner, Bai Zemin had not had a proper meal. After climbing down from the tree with a nimble jump, he landed softly on the ground and walked towards the outside of the forest. The wait seemed to take forever. While Bai Zemin's group waited for the arrival of the group of survivors to begin work, none of them had anything particularly appealing to do, so they simply chatted among themselves, devising plans to improve the power of the beginning village. They also brainstormed about what to do next. In the end, the idea most liked by Bai Zemin, Shang Yuanbingzu, Wu Yijin, and Shen He, turned out to be the same: move in a southerly direction and move into Baiquan camp. The Baiquan camp had been established by the mayor of the Baiquan subdistrict of the Yanqing district. In addition, according to the radio broadcast, the military had managed to establish a large security perimeter. Currently with more than 10,000 survivors, Bai Zemin had decided to make a trip to Camp Baiquan personally. In addition, Wu Yijin had insisted on going with him, something Bai Zemin accepted after careful consideration. Wu Yijin was the granddaughter of the Premier of China and knew many powerful people. Perhaps her presence would make things easier for him in case he decided to negotiate with the high command of Camp Baiquan. As for Shang Yuanbingzu, she also wanted to go as she wished to see with her own eyes the place set up by the government. However, Bai Zemin rejected her outright, telling her that he needed someone powerful protecting the beginning village. If a first-order beast appeared, Shen He and the rest could repel it if they united and worked as a team. However, if two first-order enemies or a high-level enemy appeared among the first orders, then only Bai Zemin himself and Shang Yuanbingzu had the power to defend against such existences. In the end, Shang Yuanbingzu stopped insisting as she knew that Bai Zemin's words made sense. Therefore, she and Shen He together with Fu Zufeng and Kang Len would stay behind protecting the house while he was away. Time went by and in the blink of an eye it was already 6 a.m. of the next morning. The sun had not yet fully risen and the sky was almost completely black. Only the faint glow of the sun could be seen appearing far away. So far away and faint that the stars were still visible. Bai Zemin, who was sleeping in a huge military tent brought from the military camp, opened his eyes when he heard the sound of engines gradually approaching in this direction. A few meters away, Shang Yuanbingzu's blue eyes opened and a cold chill flashed within them. A few seconds later, Shen He also woke up just at the same time as Wu Yijin, followed by the soldiers who quickly picked up their guns lying at their sides. No need to worry. Bai Zemin waved his hand and slowly stood up. His bones creaked softly and he couldn't help but let out a sigh of pleasure before calmly saying, "They are here. It's time to get to work." Chapter 177 Master. They are here. It's time to get to work. Hearing Bai Zemin's words, they all looked a little lost due to the fact that they had only just woken up. However, some of them soon understood what he meant. Shang Yuanbingzu was the first to stand up. She said nothing and simply followed him out of the tent in silence. Wu Yijin soon reacted and also rushed outside with renewed energy after a long, sweet night's sleep. Shen He tousled his hair and sighed, still drowsy. Instead of leaving immediately, he began to check his guns carefully. After all, these guns were his main source of security. Outside the military tent, Bai Zemin surveyed as Wu Yijin straightened her body to shake off the traces of lingering rigidity. Her seductive body was extremely charming to look at and her big eyes that seemed to sparkle with childlike curiosity only added another layer of charm on her. Shang Yuanbingzu was doing the same. Her flexible body moved in different angles, highlighting the curves that her combat dress could barely dissimulate. She had trained in different martial arts from an early age and had even studied fencing when she started elementary school. Due to her constant training, Shengyuan Bingzu had forged a perfect seductive body no matter where one looked at it. Fortunately or not, the only man currently present was Bai Zemin. However, he only glanced at them for a second before turning his eyes back to the main road. Perhaps the two women knew that he would not pay too much attention to them or look at them with lust, and that was why they had dared to act freer around him. After all, they already knew quite well what kind of person Bai Zemin was. In fact, for Bai Zemin, there were only 3 goals in his mind. The first was to become more powerful, the second was to find his family, and the third was to help Lilith. The last 2 goals directly aligned with the first. As for sex, naturally Bai Zemin was interested. After all, he was an extremely healthy young man. However, while it was true that through sex he could release a great deal of accumulated tension and mental fatigue, Bai Zemin was aware that now was not the time for that. According to Lilith, if he could reach a certain threshold of power, he would be able to live forever. Therefore, Bai Zemin was not in a hurry. He had time for that sort of thing. Now there were more important things to worry about. Soon, the roaring of engines could be heard more clearly. The lights of several vehicles glowed brightly amidst the darkness, as the wheels spun at a steady speed in the middle of the road. From a distance, Bai Zemin and the rest could clearly see a convoy of more than 10 vehicles moving toward them. Leading the charge, a modified jeep was speeding ahead while 2 modified buses, 3 large cargo trucks, a tanker truck, and approximately 5 ATVs with modifications followed close behind. The sound of engines approaching the forest naturally attracted unwanted attention. Swoosh! Suddenly, a mutated cat over a meter tall jumped out of the grass and charged toward the convoy of vehicles. Due to its high agility, the beast managed to hit one of the buses with its sharp claws. Screech! However, except for the screeching sound, the metal casing protecting the bus did not even suffer a mark. Just as the mutated cat was about to continue its assault, a shadow swooped out from inside the front jeep at a speed even more astonishing than that displayed by the mutated cat previously. The wind howled, and the next thing the mutated cat saw was its own headless body as the world around it reflected through its pupils, spinning rapidly before everything went black. A pretty, child-king woman looked at the corpse of the beast with a casual glance. The female police officer's uniform clung to her slender body while her hair tied in a simple ponytail danced gently in the forest breeze. The female police uniform was mostly black as were her hair and dark eyes. So except for the Agarth dagger in her hands that flashed with a faint blue glow, she looked like a brave and fatal night assassin. As she looked ahead, she noticed that the convoy continued to move forward. She simply smiled slightly and with a quick movement, her body flashed, and in a matter of seconds she had caught up with the vehicles and a moment later had overtaken them. Soon, the woman, barely about 18 or 19 years old, arrived in front of Bai Zemin and looked at him with a small shy smile. Sorry to take so long, Leader Bai. Bai Zemin chuckled and shook his head as he praised. You did well, Kai Jingi. Hee. She giggled like a little girl. From the moment she became one of his loyal followers, the trust between the two parties had grown immensely to the point where there was practically no need to hide anything. Therefore, Kai Jingi had become more open and was no longer as reserved towards him as in the past. Shengyuan Bingzu, Wu Yijin, and Chen He, who had just arrived, observed the exchange between the two sides with curiosity. Soon, however, everyone's attention turned to the vehicles that had stopped at the roadside. A tall, muscular Zhongde got out of the passenger seat of the lead jeep and walked toward Bai Zemin. He smiled and nodded in greeting as he said, Leader Bai, we are here to carry out your orders. Bai Zemin raised his thumb in his direction and nodded with a smile. Zhongde and Kai Jingi were 2 of the 4 people who had decided to follow him from the beginning. Consequently, the trust between them was naturally higher compared to the rest. Soon, another person got out of the back seat of the main jeep. She was also wearing a female police uniform, although her face was not as charming as Wu Yijin's baby face, nor as beautiful as Shengyuan Bingzu's fairy face. Her body was tantalizingly seductive. Every curve seemed to have been carved by the hands of a pro-slain expert, and the aura surrounding her had stolen everyone's attention from the first moment she showed herself. Upon seeing her, Bai Zemin couldn't help but chuckle. She was someone who had been by his side at all times, just that the others were unaware of it. Of course, this person was Lily, the human form Lilith had taken to appear before everyone. Master, excuse my insolence. She began to speak in a pitiful tone as soon as she reached his side and lowered her head as she raised her eyes and looked at him through her long black lashes. Although you did not order it, I decided to come on my own. I am willing to accept any punishment. I will take the consequences. When those words were heard by Chen He and the rest, a somewhat awkward silence enveloped the place. Chapter 178 100 Warriors. Even a fool would be able to notice the teasing tone in Lily's speech. In fact, the soldiers came to think that perhaps that average-looking, but the somehow incredibly attractive woman was the woman of the leader of this group of survivors. However, Chen He and all those who knew the truth were aware that in reality, Lily and Bai Zemin had only met a couple of days ago. They had become so close in such a short time. Could it be that they had really known each other from before the apocalypse? Wu Yijin was secretly surprised as she eyed Lily warily. The fact that Lily dared to joke with him like that meant that there was at least this much level of trust between them. Shangyu and Bingzu even raised an eyebrow in surprise. She looked at Bai Zemin, waiting to see what his reaction to the teasing words would be. As for Bai Zemin himself, he stared at Lilith in her human form before chuckling with a calm expression. I guess I'll have to punish you. He reached over and with his right arm clung to her slim waist, pulling her body close to his in a swift movement that surprised everyone. Even Lilith herself was surprised. However, her surprise soon seemed to fly out the window as she pursed her lips into a charming smile as she stared at him as if daring him to do so. Looking at her blood-red lips, Bai Zemin was tempted to take them for himself. However, he knew that not only was the timing not right, but the circumstances and the atmosphere was not right either. I'll deal with you sooner than you think, little succubus, said Bai Zemin as he slowly loosened his grip and released her. She merely looked up at him with her enchanting bright eyes. Her smile never left her face and she seemed to be silently telling him that she was waiting for him. Bai Zemin did not seem concerned in any way about the thoughts of others. In fact, regardless of whether it was the soldiers or the group that Kai Jingyi brought with her, they all looked at him with smiles that any man could understand. All right, I think Kai Jingyi has already explained to you the work you need to do. He looked at the group of approximately 200 survivors and continued in a deep voice. Most of you will start dismantling what is possible from the bodies of some mutated beasts that were killed by us. As for a minority, you will be tasked with searching for and collecting an object very similar to this one. Saying that, Bai Zemin took out an unclassified soul stone from his pants pocket and showed it for all the survivors to see. This was one of the soul stones obtained from the wolf spiders that had been slaughtered by him when they entered the forest. The survivors looked at the small rock and nodded, expressing understanding as they etched the appearance of the object in their minds. If it was something that even the leader was so eagerly looking for that he didn't hesitate to mobilize so many people, then it definitely had to be something extremely valuable. If you do your job well, each person will be rewarded with 50 grams of rice and a slice of beef jerky, Bai Zemin announced. Hearing this, the eyes of the survivors sparkled with fiery fervor. To these people, no matter how valuable those blue-colored stones were, from their point of view, they were just pretty stones. For this group of people who had experienced the suffering of having their stomachs growling with hunger, food was the biggest attraction that existed at the moment. For food, they were willing to give their 200 and work hard, because they were clear behind their backs were hundreds of people waiting for the opportunity to be recruited to work in order to put food on the table of their homes. No one was willing to miss this opportunity. Bai Zemin nodded in satisfaction as everyone seemed to understand. He soon turned his attention to the other group of 100 survivors. These 100 people were in better shape than the rest and most of them were men, but there were also some women mixed in. They were all neatly dressed in police uniforms and looked at Bai Zemin with eyes brimming with respect. These people had been chosen by Wu Yijin to be part of the beginning village militia. It was just that due to the lack of firearms, These people were forced to fight with melee weapons, but they were all brave warriors who did not fear the slow zombies. Under the guidance of Kai Jingyi and the rest, these 100 people had an average level of 2 and 3, but there were also some of them who had reached level 4 as for level 5. Only 7 of them had that level. These 7 were the first to kill zombies during the capture of the second village. You have done a stupendous job. Bai Zemin looked at Kai Jingyi and Zhang De, praising them honestly. While he and the others went into the forest in search of weaponry, Kai Jingyi and the rest had by no means been idle and had taken men to kill zombies in the vicinity of the village. In little more than a day, these 100 people had risen several levels, taking their first steps on the path of evolution. While it wasn't much, for Bai Zemin it was a big first step and he was incredibly pleased. You are all brave warriors, he declared in a deep voice. Therefore, each of you is worthy of receiving the best possible treatment. Excitement shone in the eyes of the 100 warriors and they clenched their fists tightly. Many of them had suffered bullying from the 4 big bosses in the past, and there were even some women who had been physically abused or beaten. But after being welcomed by Wu Yijin, Bai Zemin and the other leaders treated them all with respect, gave them the best housing. They were able to eat the best food and even occasionally enjoy luxuries such as cigarettes. These 100 survivors were so grateful to them that they were willing to fight with their lives on the line to achieve their goals. In this new world filled with death and misery where human life was worth less than a piece of dry bread, having a leader who not only gave them respect, but also provided them with security was a blessing. This was something they knew well after living under the tyrannical rule of the 4 big bosses. After finishing this mission, all of you will be able to relax for a whole day and spend time with your loved ones or do whatever you see fit, always within the rules. Of course. Bai Zemin chuckled and joked, causing some of them to laugh unconsciously as well. Who dared to break the rules unless they had a death wish? No one would do such madness. Bai Zemin looked up at the sky and noticed that it was slowly beginning to clear. Now, the stars were no longer visible and a great part of the sky had been tinged with a beautiful deep orange color, heralding the imminent arrival of a new day. All right, time to get down to business. Saying that, Bai Zemin turned around and began walking into the forest. Chapter 179 Apprehensive. The 200 or so survivors who were gathered by Kai Jingyi and Zhang De were surrounded by the more than 100 men chosen by Wu Yijin to be part of the armed forces of the beginning village. The 100 men were using machine guns, rifles, and pistols. These were all firearms that Bai Zemin had taken out of the military camp the day before for precisely this purpose. Of course, while security was a lot higher due to the modern weaponry, in reality none of these 100 men had the ability to take on a large group of mutated creatures. In fact, probably only a dozen agility-based or especially high defense beasts would be more than enough to decimate them all. However, this would not stay that way for long, as Bai Zemin would not let them get too used to modern weaponry. Modern weaponry would be used by those who did not have the courage to fight enemies face to face. Due to the large amount of people and soul power, it was simply impossible that after entering the forest they would not attract the attention of some creatures. This was something that Bai Zemin was very clear about. His greatest fear was actually the elusive chameleons. These monsters were even lower than level 20 and posed no threat to someone with his power. But to 99 of people present they were fatal creatures. Perfect killers. Swoosh! Suddenly a silhouette jumped from the top of a tree and swooshed like an unstoppable shadow over the group of survivors. None of them even had time to react. The creature turned out to be a 2-meter-tall ape whose fur was completely brown, with bloodshot eyes. The mutated ape raised one of its front legs and slashed down ferociously with the intention of crushing the head of a survivor. The survivor's eyes filled with fear, but his body could not respond in any way, so he could only watch as the mutated ape's claw fell closer and closer to his face. Clang! A shadow appeared between the survivor and the mutated ape's claw at lightning speed, with a somewhat clumsy but at the same time controlled movement. The pretty Kai Jingyi positioned her Agarth dagger in a defensive stance and successfully stopped the beast's advance. Before the mutated ape could even react, Kai Jingyi disappeared from her position and appeared just above its head. With a fierce downward slash, the dagger plunged deep into the skull of the beast, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. As other survivors helped the still frightened one, she reached down and pierced the forehead of the slain mutated ape. After searching for a moment, she looked toward the front of the group and shook her head gently. Several meters ahead, Bai Zemin saw that everything was resolved with ease and calmly said, "Let's continue moving forward." Apart from the case of the mutated ape, the group led by Bai Zemin encountered a few other incidents that could be categorized as minor since, thanks to the quick intervention of one of the group's evolvers, no lives were lost, regardless of whether it was Bai Zemin himself, Shangyuan Bingzu, Wu Yijin, Shen He, Kai Jingyi, or Zhongde. They had all experienced many things since the arrival of the soul record on Earth. Combat experience was beginning to grow at astonishing speeds due to the constant danger they faced, and they were all slowly becoming more proficient in their own core skills. My God! Look at all this blood. There are thousands of spiders here. They were all slaughtered. Amazing. Even facing so many mutated creatures, they came out victorious. The most amazing thing is that they didn't even use firearms. When the group reached the part of the forest where Bai Zemin had fought the wolf spiders, everyone's face paled at the bloody sight. The normally brown trunks of the trees were now stained red. The green leaves were spotted with dried blood. Even the surrounding air still had that notorious iron smell of blood. Only those more fearless, or who had experienced many hardships, managed to recover faster and began to comment on the incredible sight of the hellish scene before their eyes. All right, Bai Zemin called everyone's attention and pointed to the surroundings as he said, "Start searching for the object I showed you earlier. Whoever finds more of these objects will be rewarded with 1 kilogram of mutated meat." The eyes of the survivors shone upon hearing Bai Zemin's promise. Mutated meat was extremely precious, as its nutrients and the mana it contained could fortify the body. Even those who were somewhat malnourished could recover at astonishing speeds if they consumed mutated meat. Of course, the reason why Bai Zemin was willing to do this was because he currently had a lot of mutated meat at his disposal, and if he didn't do something with it, it would end up falling into a bad condition sooner or later. Besides, that way he could slowly start nurturing people under his banner and use them in times of crisis. He looked at the tall Zhongde and the beautiful Wu Yijin and ordered, "Zhongde, you and Wu Yijin stay here to protect and supervise these people. I will leave behind 50 armed men for both of you to command at will." Bai Zemin left a total of 100 survivors to do the work of collecting the unclassified soul stones. Together with Chen He, Shangyuan Bingzu, and Kai Jingyi led the other 100 survivors and the remaining 50 armed men deeper into the forest. The reason why Bai Zemin took Shangyuan Bingzu with him, even though she was a first-order existence and would be able to provide more support to the first group, was for obvious reasons. After all, the deeper into the forest, the greater the dangers they had to face in case enemies appeared. This had been demonstrated before, and Bai Zemin had no doubts about it. Moreover, somehow he felt apprehensive for some reason. Therefore, under the confused eyes of Chen He and the rest, he began to hunt hostile creatures whenever they appeared. When the second group of survivors arrived at the battlefield where the 10 first-order beasts and over 200 unclassified enemies had been slaughtered by Bai Zemin, Shangyuan Bingzu, and Wu Yijin the day before, they all gasped and stagnated in their own steps. Even Chen He and Kai Jingyi, who had already seen their fair share of first-order beasts, were surprised to see the colossal size of the evolved elephants. This was the first time they had seen such a large beast. They were even bigger than the reinforced iron boar, almost twice the size. Shen He's eyes flashed with competitive light and he clenched his fists tightly. He had currently reached level 25 and was slowly fulfilling his conditions of evolving to first order. So he hoped that at the very least, that huge gap between him and the man he considered his greatest rival since birth would at least shorten a little. If Bai Zemin knew Chen He's thoughts, he probably wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 180 Hard Dismantling Process. Kai Jingyi's eyes glittered with adoration as she looked at the 10 slain first-order beasts. Just based on the heavy wounds on their bodies as well as the strange state of the blood, she could easily deduce that all of these terrifying beasts had been slaughtered by Bai Zemin. She knew his fighting methods well and knew that most of the time, The corpses of his enemies ended up in 3 conditions. 1 hacked to pieces by his sword. 2 strangely with few wounds but with a large amount of blood around the corpse. 3 completely crushed, overwhelmed with superior strength and beaten to the point of turning their internal organs and brains into a pile of pulp. If these beasts had been slaughtered by Shangyuan Bingzu, the condition of their bodies would be far less terrifying, since every time she killed an enemy, her ice skill almost always froze them along with the blood. To say that her way of slaughtering was beautiful might be the right way to describe it. As for Wu Yijin, Kai Jingyi didn't know much about her since they never chatted too much and most of the time both women were busy with different tasks. However, Kai Jingyi was completely sure that it was impossible for Wu Yijin to have the ability to kill a first-order existence. In fact, Kai Jingyi herself was hardly confident in fighting a first-order beast. Although she had not yet evolved and was level 24, thanks to a gift that Bai Zemin had given her on the day he awakened right after she and Kang Lan became his loyal followers. Kai Jingyi believed that with her current battle power she would at least be able to defend herself, and if she wanted to leave, very few first-order existences would actually be able to stop her footsteps. Soon, under the direct order of Bai Zemin himself, the 100 survivors began to work on the bodies of the first-order beasts. Those with the 2 hard shell were cared for by Shangyuan Bingzu herself, who, using a sharp mutant beast bone and activating the blazing ring skill, began to slowly cut through the hard shells of the armored elephants and the bright-scaled rhinoceroses. Due to their deaths, the body of the armored elephants and the bright-scaled rhinoceroses were now much weaker, although the lingering mana inside still made things difficult. Shangyuan Bingzu managed to slowly break through the tough defenses by making use of the wounds inflicted by Bai Zemin during their fight, and gradually the shells began to fall off. The other survivors worked on the bodies of the frost control lions as well as on the bodies of the impetus bull aura. These beasts were more focused on attack, so their defenses were much lower than those of the armored elephants and bright-scaled rhinoceroses. Making use of bone knives belonging to different first-order monsters, the survivors managed to slowly cut off the upper pelt and slowly began to remove the fur from the beasts. Kai Jingyi, Shen He, and the 150 men armed to the teeth had established a perimeter of 200 meters around. Any beast that came too close was immediately riddled with bullets or simply cut to pieces by one of the 2 main fighters. Gradually, the pelts of the frost control lions and the impetus bull aura were carefully removed and left on the side. Then, the survivors huddled around the body and began to take care of the flesh. They cut the flesh of the evolved animals into small pieces and put them in a large ice chamber that Shangyuan Bingzu had created earlier. Although she needed to provide her own mana to the ice chamber every so often, it was a manageable expense for the current her if it was before she evolved. Maybe it would be challenging, but it was no longer. The blood was collected in large plastic tanks that weighed nothing empty, so it was easy to bring them in. Then, it was placed next to the meat inside the frozen ice chamber. Little by little, kilos and kilos of delicious and extremely nutritious evolved meat began to accumulate inside the ice chamber. After working for 7 hours, the 100 survivors finished off the bodies of the frost control lions and the impetus bull aura, leaving only a pile of bones with some pieces of flesh stuck on them and blood. Surprisingly, the bones of the frost control lions had a faint chilling aura on them, which probably contained some ice-like power inside. After finishing off the 4 weaker ones, the survivors had a sumptuous and juicy meal with a good amount of mutated meat and then headed for the armored elephants and the bright-scaled rhinoceroses with renewed vigor. Thanks to the efforts of Shangyuan Bingzu, who worked hard for more than 5 hours, the thick armor covering the beasts' bodies had been successfully removed and they were currently piled up in a mountain of shiny metal in a corner. As the size of the armored elephants and bright-scaled rhinoceroses was much larger than that of the frost control lions and impetus bull aura, the amount of work for the survivors was naturally bigger. Therefore, Shangyuan Bingzu, Shen He, and the rest were certain that even if they worked until nightfall, they would not necessarily be able to finish all the work today. Shangyuan Bingzu looked at the surroundings with a slight frown. After a moment's hesitation, she approached Kai Jingyi, who was several meters distance away observing the surroundings cautiously. Kai Jingyi quickly noticed Shang Yuanbingzu walking in her direction and straightened her back as she looked at her with unconcealable admiration. If Bai Zemin was her idol, then Shang Yuanbingzu was a goal to which she aspired. She was not only beautiful and with a unique personality, but also extremely powerful and graceful. Kai Jingyi hoped that one day she could be that kind of woman too. Kai Jingyi, do you know where Bai Zemin is? I can't find him anywhere, and I wanted to discuss with him a matter about the remains of the corpses of the first order evolved beasts. Shang Yuanbingzu asked. Her cold and indifferent voice held a hint of confusion. Kai Jingyi quickly shook her head and pointed towards the forest before replying. Big Sister Bingzu. Actually, the leader went deeper northeast into the forest. He left hours ago, but I can occasionally see his silhouette flickering through the trees. Shang Yuanbingzu nodded without saying much about it, and after looking puzzled in the direction Kai Jingyi had pointed out, she returned to guarding the area she was in previously. After all, the established circle needed to be guarded, as a single mistake would allow a wild beast to enter and the lives of the weak survivors would be compromised. The survivors who were working were just normal people, and even the 50 armed men were barely at the initial levels. A single level 10 beast could cause a massive disaster if it managed to sneak in. Chapter 181 Apparition Second Order Enemy. As for Bai Zemin himself, he was currently doing another task. So, you can't warn me beforehand. His silhouette flickered through the trees and thick foliage at lightning speed as his voice traveled through the place. Swoosh! A 6-foot leopard leapt from the underbrush and opened its jaws wide. Its eyes seemed blood-red, glowing madly and filled with murderous intent as Bai Zemin's figure was reflected in them. The smell of putrid flesh assaulted his nostrils, and the creature's long fangs reflected the meager rays of sunlight that pierced the thick branches of the trees. Only a mere inch from his neck, Bai Zemin's face lingered unmoved, as if unaware of the existence of the beast that was about to claim his life. Nope. Lilith's voice rang out right after his question. At the same time, Bai Zemin's body intersected with the mutated leopard's powerful king body. As I said before, I cannot interfere in any way in your battles or future battles. I can only help you in small ways when the battlefield is clear of all enemies, and there is not even the slightest possibility of danger, or else I will fall to a lower existence, and a great part of my powers will disappear. I might even die. A sharp light flashed, and slowly a line appeared on the mutated leopard's neck. The beast couldn't even let out a howl of pain as its head fell heavily to the ground and rolled a few inches before stopping just as its decapitated body fell to the ground and blood splattered the ground. I see. Bai Zemin nodded calmly as if he already expected such a response. A message flashed in his retina. Blood will 50-50. It was exactly the same message that had been flashing across his retina for several hours now, without any change. With surprising agility, even without activating lightning movement, Bai Zemin's body flashed through the forest without stopping to look for enemies. A mutant cat appeared before him, but even before the beast could let out a menacing cry, it was cut in 2 halves. A mutant dog was cut into countless pieces in a matter of a second. A pack of 50 level 2 mutant mosquitoes burst into a bloody mess after activating blood manipulation and boiling the blood inside their bodies. Regardless of the type of enemy, Bai Zemin slaughtered them all. In fact, it was he who was moving through the forest looking for those enemies. It was he who was aiming for their lives. What is the reason for your trepidation? Lilith's puzzled voice sounded beside him, though she was nowhere to be seen. I don't know. Bai Zemin replied as he decapitated a mutated mantis with ease. I just feel uncomfortable. Like something bad is going to happen soon. Lilith remained silent and a small frown appeared on her beautiful face. Perhaps your danger sense skill along with your blood will skill are working together to warn you of a very big danger. She didn't sound too sure about it either, but it was the only thing she could come up with since this was the first time she experienced something like this. Just as Bai Zemin was about to reply, his face changed greatly and he stopped his steps in mid-step while concentrating his hearing to the maximum. Bang 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 bang. The unmistakable sound of gunshots and even the sound of some explosions were heard clearly amidst the deadly silence of the forest. But what worried Bai Zemin the most was that That's coming from the place where the bodies of the first order beasts are. Lilith's voice reached him once again. Apparently you were right. I can sense from here the appearance of a second order existence. Are you sure you want to face one now? You can just go and leave them behind. Bai Zemin gritted his teeth and did not hesitate as he charged forward in the direction of where Kai Jingyi and the rest were currently located. I'm currently at my maximum capacity. I don't think a second order beast can defeat me so easily. He had killed first order existences even before he evolved. He believed that he could do the same to a second order as well. Lilith did not respond to his words. She secretly sighed, because a second order existence was a lot more dangerous and terrifying than a first order existence was even at the top. Bai Zemin still had no idea how dangerous such beings were, but he would soon experience it for himself, and Lilith knew from the conviction in his gaze that he would not stop no matter what. I wish you luck. Remember that running away in times of crisis is not for cowards. Bai Zemin. That was all she said. But he did not change his course. On the contrary, he accelerated even more. Lightning movement. Blue lightning flashed over his body like tiny mischievous snakes that appeared and disappeared in different spots. Bai Zemin's body dashed through the forest, as the sound of crackling noisily echoed everywhere as if announcing the imminent arrival of a storm. Fire! Shen He shouted at the top of his lungs as he fired a burst of bullets propelled by his own mana at the creature in front of him. Each shot demonstrated his effectiveness as a marksman, even with a Type 67 machine gun in his hands. Every shot struck the monster's head with terrifying accuracy. Zhengde, Kai Jingyi, and the 50 armed men raised their weapons and began firing a blast of unstoppable bullets at the enemy that had appeared with the intention of turning it into a sieve. Due to the lack of military training as well as the lack of special skill like Chen He's, some bullets missed the target even though it was huge, and many of them only hit the limbs or barely grazed it. However, at a distance of barely 100 meters, it was impossible for such a large flurry to miss completely. Nevertheless, the creature remained standing on its two hind legs as it looked ahead. A glint of disdain flashed in the monster's eyes as it slowly began to advance, causing the ground beneath its feet to shake constantly as if a mini earthquake was shaking the world every few short periods. The beast was a massive 4-meter-tall bear. Its fur was perfect white with some deep black lines in the form of archaic patterns on its chest and back. Its eyes were a startling fluorescent gold color, and the claws on its paws were surprisingly long and sharp enough to seem to be able to slice through the entire world. Bang 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 bang. Hundreds of bullets hit the giant bear's body per second. When the magazines of the machine guns or rifles ran out, the gunman immediately changed the empty magazine, throwing it on the ground and hastily replacing it with a new one. However, no matter whether it was a light machine gun, rifle, sniper, pistol, or heavy machine gun, no matter the type of weapon or the caliber of ammunition used, the bullet casings fell to the ground uselessly in a constant metallic clink. Chapter 182 Second Order that cannot be defeated. Each shot from Chen He accurately hit the bear's head with strange archaic engravings. However, none of his attacks were effective. Although there were many shots that managed to accurately hit the golden eyes of the beast thanks to Chen He's marksmanship skill, the bear with runes did not even flinch or try to close its eyelids and simply allowed the piercing bullets to hit its eyesight. It was common sense that the eyes of every living being were the weak point, regardless of whether it was a mighty alligator, a huge elephant, or a human being. They all had weak eyes, and any kind of attack was enough to severely damage and even destroy it. Not to mention armor-piercing bullets capable of turning a vehicle into a sieve. However, the bear with runes simply continued on its feet. Every time the bullets hit its eyes, they were repelled, as if they had hit an armored plate instead of weak eyes. Damn it, a soldier shouted in a terrified voice as he replaced the empty magazine and threw it on the ground before replacing it with a new one. What the hell is this damn thing? Bing Zhu, this monster definitely isn't a first order, Chen He shouted out loud in a tense voice. If it was in the past, he might not be able to differentiate between first order and something else. However, now that he was about to evolve, he could sense that the creature before them was simply on another level. Regardless of whether it was the reinforced iron boar or any other first-order existence they had encountered so far, The bear with runes was definitely beyond any of them. 50 meters away, Shang Yuanbingzu's face was pale. Her expression was as cold as frost as her eyes flashed with murderous intent. She could sense that the monster before her exuded an aura of destruction, so great that it seemed to be capable of overpowering everything just by its mere presence. To her horror, she realized something. This beast is even more terrifying than that man, she muttered through gritted teeth. She could faintly sense an extremely frightening aura being released by Bai Zemin every time he fought. However, the beast before her eyes was on a completely different level. This could only mean that the beast in front of them was a second-order creature. This was the first time any member of the group had to face such an enemy, and based on the current situation alone, Shang Yuanbingzu knew that the chances of making it out alive were not particularly high. Unless that man comes back quickly and has some tricks up his sleeve. With a pale face, she raised both hands high in the air and, while pointing forward with her rare-grade treasure magic wand, she shouted, "Ice spears!" The mana inside her body resonated with her command, and the magic she could use moved the mana to activate and shape her ice maker magical skill. The next instant, a dozen powerful ice spears over 3 meters long floated above her head. The ruined bear's eyes glowed slightly, and ignoring the rain of bullets looked to its left just in time to feel the wind being pierced by several objects infused with mana and magic. What happened next terrified everyone. The beast opened its maw wide, and the strange engravings on its chest lit up with a strange amber-glowing light. Shang Yuanbingzu's face changed, and by instinct, she raised a mighty wall of ice before her just 1,000th of a second before disaster struck. Roar! A powerful sound wave visible to the naked eye filled with magic and mana traveled at astonishing speeds through the air, crashing into the 12 ice spears that were in mid-flight. Bang 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 bang. The ice spears exploded into countless pieces of tiny ice and fell to the ground in slow motion. Because she was the maker, Shang Yuanbingzu was aware of the destruction of her ice weapons. It was just that she could not believe it. Each of those ice spears had a large portion of her total mana. A single one was enough to freeze a body part of a first-order beast, and all 12 together were more than enough to freeze to death even a level 50 first-order beast. But they were destroyed so easily. You should know that after evolving to First Order and reaching level 33 after facing the horde of unclassified beasts, Shang Yuanbingzu's ice-like attacks were 20 more powerful than in the past. But even then, the beast before her destroyed her attack like they were nothing. But the unpleasant surprises had only just begun. After destroying the 12 ice spears conjured by Shang Yuanbingzu, the sound wave only weakened a little, becoming somewhat smaller, before continuing on its way forward. Arg! An armed man clutched his head tightly, releasing the gun in his hands as if an excruciating pain was torturing him. His ears soon began to bleed, and before a second scream of pain could leave his throat, his head exploded in a bloody mess after a loud bang. Arg! Ugh! More than 5 armed men who were in the path through which the sound wave was traveling clutched their heads at almost the same time before, just like the previous case, they noisily exploded and stained the ground around them with blood mixed with brain matter and pieces of broken skull. The sound wave also hit the ice wall that had been erected by Shang Yuanbingzu at the last second, and destroyed it into thousands of pieces before finally losing its power and disappearing. Shang Yuanbingzu's face was as pale as a sheet, and even her beautiful red lips seemed to have lost their color. Although she had avoided being critically injured, she could still feel her own soul shuddering as if her spirit had been harmed. In just a split second, and without moving from her spot, the ruined bear had slaughtered nearly 10 people with just a roar. Yifan, a soldier, shouted with tears in his eyes as he saw one of his comrades tragically dying without even being able to keep his body intact. Bastard! The same soldier seemed to have gone mad as he pulled out 2 grenades, and after removing their safety catch threw them towards the beast with all his strength. Bang bang! The grenades exploded immediately after hitting the creature's body, raising a cloud of dust and dirt a couple of meters high. However, even then, everyone despaired at the sight of the ruined bear's head above without even moving, and its disdainful gaze seemed to become more and more mocking with each passing second. Swoosh! The dust cloud suddenly shook, and the beast's body seemed to become a blur for a moment before disappearing from everyone's line of sight. "Watch out!" Shangyuan Bingzu couldn't help but shout. She was the only person present who could see the monster's movements with some clarity. But even then she could not match the beast. The next instant, like a ghost, the bear with runes appeared amid a group of armed men. Chapter 183. A brilliant woman, intelligent Kai Jingyi. Shangyuan Bingzu's voice reached the others correctly. At the same time, she erected several walls of ice in front of the beast to obstruct it. However, none of this was enough to stop it. Swoosh! Just like a ghost in the middle of the night, the rune bear appeared in front of a militant and lowered its body to look him straight in the eyes, as if it was having a lot of fun with the terrified look in the man's eyes. Before the militant could utter another word, the beast brandished one of its claws with a swift swing of its arm, and as if it were a sword cutting paper, the man's head detached from his body and flew several meters through the air, forming a beautiful but horrifying bloody arc before falling to the ground with a thud. Fire! A militant near the beast screamed in panic and began firing as he took aim in a hurry. However, after several clinking sounds, the militant's head shot skyward just as before, and his body collapsed decapitated as his head fell shortly after with eyes devoid of the characteristic radiance of life in them. And no, run away. Finally, some survivors could not stand the pressure at the bloody sight and began to turn around to run in different directions. "Idiots, don't run into the forest!" Zhang De shouted as he threw a grenade towards the rune bear in an attempt to stop it. However, more than 30 survivors ignored his warning and ran into the forest. Not even 2 seconds later, cries of pleading and clemency could be heard from the open clearing. "Don't move from your place, there are still many beasts in the vicinity." Kai Jingyi gritted her teeth, and a sparkle of resolve flickered in her eyes as she activated her most powerful skill. Crack! The sound of a lightning crack echoed across the battlefield, and tiny lightning snakes began to flicker on her body. With a swing, her body disappeared from where she stood and she quickly charged towards the rune bear. Surprisingly, Kai Jingyi was using the same skill as Bai Zemin, lightning movement, just before leaving to capture the second village. Bai Zemin had given a fruit to Kai Jingyi, and shortly after capturing the second village, a second formerly green fruit fully ripened, so he handed it over to Kang Lan. Therefore, his 2 loyal followers possessed in their arsenal of skills an active second-order peak-level skill. "Fool! Don't do it!" Shangyuan Bingzu exclaimed. Although she was surprised by Kai Jingyi's skill, she could see her movements clearly as her agility was still superior to hers even with such a skill. This meant that there was no way the rune bear, who was even faster than Shangyuan Bingzu herself, could not follow Kai Jingyi's movements. Indeed, the beast's eyes flashed and its body seemed to disappear from its position before appearing like a ghost before Kai Jingyi. Shangyuan Bingzu bombarded the beast with all kinds of ice weapons, ice spears, ice swords, ice pikes, even tried to stop its movements with ice vines. But nothing worked as the runes on the beast's stomach glowed with a strange amber color just like the runes on its chest before. All the ice spells exploded just before reaching the creature, and Shangyuan Bingzu's face lost all color after realizing that this monster possessed an active skill to block magical attacks. With a swift movement, the beast's claw struck Kai Jingyi's body, and from the other's point of view, she hadn't even had time to react. "No!" Zhang De shouted in terror as he watched the monster's claw descend on his companion's body. He and Kai Jingyi along with Kang Lan and Fu Zufeng had been following Bai Zemin since the beginning. The 4 of them had become great friends and could be said to be like siblings. How could he not feel pain at seeing a cherished one about to be slaughtered, but not being able to do anything? However, what happened next was unexpected by all. The sharp and seemingly unstoppable claws of the rune bear cut Kai Jingyi's body in 2. But instead of a bloody scene, what happened was that her body exploded into countless flashes of lightning that flickered and disappeared in midair. The beast's eyes flashed with a touch of confusion as if it did not understand what was happening. Just then, the air behind the creature seemed to have a strange movement, and with a loud swing of its claws, a second Kai Jingyi that had appeared was also cut in half. Bang, 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 bang. More than 20 explosions echoed everywhere, and the earth shook fiercely as the rune bear retreated 2 steps. A roar of fury and pain escaped from its mouth, as one of its claws came out from its right hand due to the explosions. In front of Shangyu and Bingzu, a Kaijingi with a face as pale as a sheet appeared like a ghost. She was panting noisily and was covered with sweat as if she had participated in a 50-kilometer marathon. However, her bright eyes had a glint of pride that was impossible to hide. Even Shangyu and Bingzu looked at her back with obvious praise. Understanding what had happened, Kaijingi had used one clone to confuse the rune bear. Another clone carrying several grenades took the opportunity to sneak in from behind, and when the rune bear destroyed the clone, the grenades completely exploded and enveloped it in a burst of explosions and fire, damaging it for the first time. It was only now that Shangyu and Bingzu remembered that before evolving thanks to Bai Zemin's support, Kaijingi stood out not because of her strength, but because of her amazing intelligence. Although it was slight, and was not completely with her strength as she used external objects and human technology to accomplish it. The first to succeed in wounding the rune bear was none other than Kaijingi, who had not yet evolved to First Order. The rune bear let out a second terrifying roar that made the ears of almost everyone within 50 meters begin to bleed. Through the cloud of dust, the beast's glowing fluorescent golden eyes seemed to be filled with murderous intent, as it glared at the human that injured it while the pain of losing one of its claw-like nails tormented it as blood dripped onto the ground staining it red. The runes on its chest radiated with a bright amber glow and a sound wave came out of his mouth again. Only this time there were only Kaijingi and Shangyu and Bingzu in the way. Shangyu and Bingzu could have avoided the attack, but seeing that Kaijingi couldn't even move, she realized that all her stamina had been completely drained. What a brilliant woman! Shangyu and Bingzu was moved, activating lightning movement and creating two clones as well as holding them for a few seconds had drained all of Kaijingi's stamina and mana. Therefore, she had made a final effort to reach Shangyu and Bingzu as she was aware that the powerful ice mage was the only one capable of helping her now that she had lost all her battle power. Chapter 184 Invincible Second Order. In the past, the reason Kaijingi had managed to establish her place among the lower leaders, and the reason she was able to participate in important meetings, even express ideas, and give her opinion was because she had a brilliant mind. She was a woman capable of coming up with great ideas, and this was more than demonstrated at this moment. Roar! The dark runes on the bear's chest lit up again and the sound wave flew towards Kaijingi and Shangyu and Bingzu at astonishing speeds. In fact, were it not for the clear movement of the air, it would be impossible to notice it with the naked eye. Kaijingi's face turned pale as a sheet and all traces of blood disappeared from her face. She no longer had stamina to run. She barely had enough energy to stand, but even that was costing her a lot. She had only managed to cut a fingernail off the rune bear at the cost of losing her combat ability. Worse yet, it hadn't even been done by herself, and the major work was done by the 20+ grenades. Fortunately, she already knew that the rune bear would attack her and had prepared for it. Swoosh! A wall of ice more than 5 meters thick appeared before her seemingly out of nowhere. When the sound wave hit the ice wall, it surprisingly did not explode just like the ice spears. It simply shuddered loudly and Shangyu and Bingzu's face became even more pale. But the wall did not collapse. What kind of attacks are those? Shangyu and Bingzu gritted her teeth and quickly grabbed Kaijingi by the waist before jumping back. Bang! The ice wall exploded into thousands of pieces, revealing the terrifying face of the rune bear behind it. The enraged beast let out another rage-filled roar, and stomped hard on the ground beneath its feet before its body turned into a cannonball that shot forward. Shangyu and Bingzu also knew that the rune bear would not give up until it finished off the lives of everyone here, especially Kaijingi, who had injured it after tricking it before. Ice spikes, ice spears, ice swords, ice arrows, ice vines. Shangyu and Bingzu continuously backed off as she cast magic spell after magic spell towards the rune bear. Although her ice creations could not pierce through the monster's defenses completely and there were barely any ice marks on its white fur, the freezing frost energy had managed to slightly decrease its agility and disturb its movements. It was only thanks to this that she and Kaijingi had managed to survive so far. Shenhe and Zhongde gritted their teeth until their gums bled, but neither of them could do anything but watch. In fact, it was just the two of them. Everyone present could only watch and pray. because the gunman's aim was not perfect. None of them dared to shoot since Shangyu and Bingzu was engaging in direct combat with the terrifying beast, and she or Kai Jingyi might end up being harmed by their own allies. The survivors also did not dare to flee into the forest. More than 30 had lost their lives, and from a distance, they could feel the bloodthirsty gaze of many mutated creatures from the shadows. It was clear to all of them that if they tried to flee they would be torn into pieces and eaten by the wild animals. Staying would at least give them a small chance of survival, though hopes were not particularly high, and it all depended on the beautiful silver-haired woman whose slender body flickered across the battlefield like a shadow as the rune bear chased and roared relentlessly. Although Shangyu and Bingzu's agility was high, it was still inferior to the rune bear. But thanks to her ice creations, she had managed to resist a little. Unfortunately, she soon began to run out of mana, because the ice creations she was using to slightly restrain the bear with runes were much stronger than the ones she normally used, since the normal ones wouldn't be of any effectiveness. Swoosh! The rune bear finally took advantage of an opportunity when Shangyu and Bingzu stepped on the ground badly due to Kai Jingyi's extra weight and lost her balance, which slowed down her already inferior speed. The beast raised a claw high, as its gaze brimming with malicious intent focused on the two women of pathetic size in comparison. All its anger seemed to be contained in this strike, as the air around it seemed to be cut into pieces as the tearing sound echoed everywhere. Shangyu and Bingzu knew that it was impossible for her to dodge this attack unless her agility was 2 or 3 times her current one, which was simply insane in her eyes. Therefore, she gritted her teeth and activated the skill she obtained when she successfully evolved to First Order and acquired her unique class Charming Ice. Charming Eye. Shangyu and Bingzu's blue eyes brightened intensely, and the little remaining mana was forcibly moved by her magic, activating the skill and sending all her power into her eyes. A strange aura invisible to the naked eye came from her gaze, and when her eyes met the fluorescent golden eyes of the beast, the rune bear's movement stalled. It was only 2 seconds, but Shangyu and Bingzu took advantage of that time to rush back, creating over 300 meters of distance between her and the beast, even with her stamina considerably consumed. If she had more attack power she could have tried to counterattack, and might even have gained the victory. After all, 2 seconds was too long in a battle to the death between existences capable of moving at such fast speeds. However, Shangyu and Bingzu did not currently possess such an ability. The difference in power was simply as great as when she faced the First Order anti-magic zombie back then. The most she could do was to activate the attack skill of the Blazing Ring. Crimson flames enveloped the beast and began to slowly consume it. However, 2 seconds later, the rune bear seemed to awaken from its daze when a roar filled with fury that shook the entire forest drove out the surrounding flames after a loud burst of mana. With some burns on its white fur, the beast seemed to turn into a cannonball again, and in a moment the distance of 300 meters was completely erased. Seeing the beast's claw descending, the world seemed to slow down for Shangyu and Bingzu as death weighed down on her. But it did not help her, and a bitter smile unconsciously appeared on her face. Her pretty eyes did not glitter with fear or worry, nor did there seem to be sorrow for not having achieved something in her eyes. However, an incredibly bitter and unwilling sparkle shone in them. She was not willing. Unfortunately, she had no more energy to run at full speed, and all her mana had been consumed when she activated Charming Eye. Just then, an explosion of lightning echoed throughout the forest, and the beast's movement stopped as its golden eyes for the first time flashed with a small tinge of dread. The beast quickly halted its attack and instead lashed backward with its right paw from the top down. Boom! Chapter 185 Face-to-face clash against the Second Order. The sound of lightning from the distance was approaching at breakneck speeds, even faster than the descent of the Second Order bear's claw. The bitter look in Shangyu and Bingzu's blue eyes disappeared, replaced by a look of pleasant surprise. This man is finally here, such a thought flashed in her mind along with the appearance of what she thought was gone hope for survival. The Second Order bear's eyes that until now had only revealed emotions of anger and disdain towards its enemies widened slightly, and a hint of caution and even a faint tinge of fear flickered in them. The beast did not dare to act in the same manner as it had been doing so far. It was not even hesitating for a moment before it turned around and swiped its claw from the top down with all its power to greet the incoming attack. Boom! An explosion that was even more terrifying than the 20 grenades exploding together earlier shook the battlefield. The survivors cried out in fright while covering their ears, and some of the gunmen who were closest to the explosion directly fainted on the spot with bleeding ears. Shengyuan Bingzu had already lost most of her stamina, and the lack of mana in her body made her feel anemic, so being the closest to the center of the impact, she was sent flying almost 10 meters away along with Kai Jingyi in her arms. Ugh! Shengyuan Bingzu complained, and even on the ground raised her face to see the situation before her. Roar! A roar that was nothing like the roars it had made before came from the second-order monster's maw. The beast retreated 12 steps as its right arm, with which it had attacked previously, bled horribly. Spurt after spurt of blood poured out of the beast's arm, which seemed to be covered in bloody cracks. Its once perfect white fur had already been slightly stained by blood, but this time the wound it had received was on a completely different level. A blood-red spear reflected the sun's rays. The tip of the spear had pierced from side to side the second-order bear's arm, stopping right in the center of the palm, which now had a 10-centimeter thick hole through which blackish blood gushed out. The beast looked out into the forest with bloodshot eyes and roared ominously again. Bai Zemin slowly emerged from the shadows of the forest with an expression as cold as ice. He momentarily ignored the beast, and his eyes scanned the battlefield, seeing the nearly 20 dead bodies as well as the absence of more than 30 survivors. The gaze in his eyes turned cold to the point where even he would be afraid of himself if he looked into a mirror. At the same time, an aura filled with murderous intent was released from his body as he looked at the second-order bear as if it were a dead corpse. This was the first time Bai Zemin had lost soldiers under his banner. What was worse was that the numbers of survivors who had died could not be counted as few, and even if it was already good enough that most of them were alive, considering that the enemy was a second-order existence, he felt the blood inside his body boil with fury. Previously, Bai Zemin had seen from a distance that Shengyuan Bingzu and Kai Jingyi were about to be smashed to death by the second-order bear, and even with his agility boosted 70 points by lightning movement, it was impossible for him to save them. Therefore, he created a blood spear by directly spending 200 mana points and taking advantage of the powerful speed boost. He threw it with all his strength forward to force the beast to stop, or else it would be seriously injured after all. A spear filled with so much mana was nothing to scoff at, and even less so when such a piercing weapon was propelled forward at such a terrifying speed. Unfortunately, Bai Zemin was unable to cast his most powerful attack skill, Crimson Blood Judgment. If he launched that skill, he was confident of defeating an almost dead second-order existence. However, everyone in the area would probably also be slaughtered, and such a loss was one that Bai Zemin could not afford. Still, the result was more than satisfactory. Due to burning anger, he couldn't help but laugh as he looked at the beast's right arm, now immobile on its side. As a blood berserker, Bai Zemin's overall attack power increased by 20 when using spears, another 20 when using blood attacks, and another 20 when facing beings more powerful than him. In other words, his job alone granted him a terrific 60 boost in general attack power. However, with blood will fully charged to the top, things were completely different. The current Bai Zemin had 110 more overall attack power than in normal times. Even a second-order beast would have to pay the price if it dared to take such an attack directly, as could be seen on the beast before his eyes. The blood vessels all over the second-order bear's right arm had popped out in a bloody mess. Pieces of flesh came off its practically destroyed hand, and the pain reflected in the creature's gaze was enough for anyone to understand how gruesome such an attack was. Suddenly, the second-order bear stomped the ground beneath its feet with vigor and lunged towards him like an unstoppable torpedo. Bai Zemin coldly snorted and pointed in front of him as he said indifferently, "Bang! Bang!" The blood spear that was filled and created with his own mana exploded with astonishing loudness. The second-order bear stopped abruptly and roared again in pain as the entirety of its already severely injured right hand was sent flying through the air, splattering flesh and blood everywhere. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Zemin shot forward at lightning speed and leapt into the air before punching downward with all his might. His fists seemed to want to crush the beast's head, and even the surrounding air could not withstand the pressure, creating a mighty bang. The second-order bear's eyes glowed ominously, and ignoring the pain after losing its right hand, it swung ferociously with its left claw in a mighty swing. Boom! Bai Zemin's fist and the beast's left foreleg collided, and a big shockwave burst out in the surroundings. The ground under the beast's feet cracked tremendously and, surprisingly, for the first time since his strength stat grew so high, Bai Zemin was directly sent flying 20 meters. His body slammed into several trees, knocking them down in the process, and only after destroying more than 5 did he manage to regain control of himself, driving both feet firmly into the ground and leaving 2 lines several meters long before finally coming to a halt. Strong Bai Zemin's gaze grew even colder. He could feel the blood inside his body rushing. But before he was forced to cough up blood, he activated his blood manipulation skill and slowed down the blood flow immediately, thus returning it to normal. Chapter 186, Bai Zemin into a dangerous situation. Regardless of whether it was the gigantic armored elephants or any other first-order enemy Bai Zemin had faced so far, including the evolving level 50 armored elephant, none of these beasts managed to force him back when it came to pure strength. When his Xuanyuan sword was not powerful enough, Bai Zemin would end the life of any of these enemies by bashing their skulls into a bloody mess and crushing their bones with his fists. Unfortunately, it seemed that this was not possible against the beast in front of him. Bai Zemin looked at his right hand for a moment and noticed how it trembled slightly due to the previous powerful impact. In addition, small dots of blood appeared on his skin that was even able to withstand gunfire. At least, not with my current strength. Bai Zemin thought silently, and a glint of resolve and madness flashed in his gaze. His current strength stat was 229 points, which made Bai Zemin a horrific monster that was almost 23 times stronger than a human being in excellent physical condition. Of course, excellent physical condition before the apocalypse. Now, was only average at best. One could imagine how terrifying the attack power behind his fists was. But even then, all that amount of attack power compressed into his body, boosted by 20 from fighting with bare fists, another 20 from facing an enemy more powerful than him, and another 50 due to blood will, was not enough to fight the second-order bear. The lingering pain in his right hand, as well as the muscle pain his body felt after hitting huge trees to the point of shattering them into pieces, was just too great to be ignored. Bai Zemin, seeing that he had no other choice, decided to do something that, while it was a pity, was the best option since he had no other way to break through the monster's defenses in front of him. With a quick thought, the 62 status points he had been carefully saving and had gathered after leveling up so diligently were consumed in a jiffy. A strange stinging feeling, strange to describe, hit every cell of Bai Zemin's body, and the great increase in stats was such that even he could feel his soul growing stronger, just as when he absorbed a great amount of soul power from powerful enemies. Bang! The second-order bear stomped the ground with a bang and charged towards him like a cannonball. Its golden eyes seemed to have turned blood red as anger and the desire to end his life overwhelmed its existence to the point that the beast's aura became chaotic. Bai Zemin advanced instead of retreating. He clenched his right fist with all his might and punched forward with all his strength, as he raised his left arm to head height to block the incoming attack. Boom! Bai Zemin's fist connected with the beast's left claw again, and a powerful explosion shook the surroundings once more. The second-order bear retreated 5 steps while Bai Zemin was forced to retreat more than 10 in total. The result had made it clear who had the advantage if it came down to pure strength alone. Even after adding all those points to strength, Bai Zemin was still inferior to the second-order bear. But he wasn't too surprised by this, as considering the way he had been sent flying before, forcing his enemy back and still being able to stand his ground was surprising in itself. You are more powerful than me as far as strength is concerned. Bai Zemin took a step forward as he looked at his enemy, and blue lightning flashed over his body at steady speeds. But I wonder if you were faster than me. He didn't just rely on his strength stat to fight. The sound of lightning spread everywhere as Bai Zemin's body became a blur for a moment, before disappearing from the sight of the survivors who were looking on from a distance with fearful eyes. The second order bear was startled, and its gaze scanned the surroundings until it finally noticed the hated enemy that had wounded it in such a way. The beast also charged forward, and when it arrived before him, it furiously slashed once more. However, Bai Zemin quickly tilted his body at a strange angle, just barely successfully avoiding the beast's claw, and taking advantage of the speed boost he fiercely punched the beast directly in the stomach. Boom! The second order bear opened its mouth, seemingly about to roar in surprise or pain. However, Bai Zemin punched the exact same spot 2 more times in the blink of an eye. Boom boom! With so little time between each attack, the beast's body was lifted slightly off the ground due to the gathered power. The second order bear felt its internal organs shake violently, and at the same time as a spurt of blood escaped from its mouth. The runes on its chest glowed in a terrifying amber shade. What is this? Bai Zemin was startled and quickly backed away. However, the beast roared just then, and a powerful sound wave assaulted Bai Zemin. For a moment he felt his world spinning, but soon, the spiritual earring in his left ear let out a faint pale glow, and that strange feeling of dizziness disappeared, leaving behind only some headache. Spiritual attack. Bai Zemin was shocked. This was the first time he had encountered this kind of attack, so he didn't know how to react to the appearance of one. If not for the spiritual earring that he had obtained by chance after he killed the strongest leader Yi Qigang back then, Bai Zemin might have fallen into serious troubles. However, I can only ignore 2 more spiritual attacks. Bai Zemin quickly remembered that the spiritual earring only protected him from 3 spiritual attacks each day, of which 1 had already been used. The second order bear's eyes glowed strangely as it saw that its enemy was fine even after receiving its attack. The beast charged and swiped out again. It seemed that the creature knew nothing else but to strike with its only healthy foreleg. Bai Zemin advanced once more, and after blocking the incoming attack, which almost forced him to his knees due to the power behind the blow, he countered with his own attack and shook the beast once more. However, just as Bai Zemin was about to put some distance, his expression changed tremendously as he realized that he couldn't actually move. When he looked down, Bai Zemin's face turned white as he saw that at some point, the beast before him had managed to step on one of his feet without him being aware of it. With the monster's superior strength, Bai Zemin could not even take a single step back. Seizing the opportunity, the second order bear swung its left and right arm in one swift movement. Bai Zemin was caught off guard, and his body was tightly embraced by the monster before being lifted off the ground. There was nowhere for him to run, even his arms had been blocked. Chapter 187. Raged Bai Zemin. When the survivors saw Bai Zemin being caught by the powerful arms of the enemy beast, they all cried out in panic and unconsciously wanted to flee frantically, only to be hurriedly stopped by Chen Hianzhangde, who knew that splitting up at this moment would be the worst possible option. Even the leader was caught by that monster. It's the end. The survivors and even the 30-plus armed men turned pale and began to lose all hope. Shangyu and Bingzu slowly stood up, and her heart squeezed before sinking when she saw Bai Zemin fall into the enemy's trap. This second order bear was clearly smarter than a normal beast, or else it wouldn't know how to set simple traps or such fighting moves. From the very beginning of the battle, Shangyu and Bingzu watched to her utter disbelief as somehow or other, Bai Zemin managed to wound the second order beast and even fight against such a horrific creature. That alone was a pleasant surprise for her and everyone else, as it meant that hopes were not yet as completely dark as they thought. However, it was hard to say that now, considering the situation. The battle so far had barely lasted 1 minute at most, so Shangyu and Bingzu had not yet recovered enough mana to be able to help and do anything meaningful in a battle of such magnitude. Although her physical stats were high, most of her power came from her main skill Ice Maker. It was impossible for her current physical attributes to be enough to do anything worth mentioning. Ugh! Bai Zemin growled, and his eyes widened as the second order bear began to tighten its grip on him with monstrous strength. The eyes of Lilith, who had now mingled with the survivors unnoticed, glittered with overwhelming worry as she looked at the scene from a distance helplessly. Her heart was beating 1,000 miles an hour and her palms were covered in sweat. She knew how strong Bai-Zemin was. But facing a second-order beast was a little too early for the current him. He needed to evolve his main skill before he could have a real chance of killing such a creature. You can't die here. You definitely can't. Your path definitely can't be broken here, she thought to herself with her heart squeezed to the point that it began to ache. Crack, crack. Bai-Zemin cried out in pain as the bones in his body threatened to shatter into dust under the beast's cruel grip. A thin trickle of blood trickled from the corner of his lips, and little by little his weak internal organs began to suffer. His blood manipulation skill allowed him to control the blood inside his enemy's body to a certain extent. However, it was not as easy as it seemed. Bai-Zemin had many limits. One of these limits was that, depending on the enemy's level and order, the effect of blood manipulation would be greatly affected, reducing the effectiveness of the skill greatly. Lilith had previously told him that for an existence to have a chance of evolving to second order they needed to be level 50. Simply put, the bear in front of him was at the very least level 50. Back then, Bai-Zemin had made the first order blazing beetle suffer greatly when he made the blood boil inside its body after expending all of his mana. While it was true that the mana he had in the past was absolutely incomparable to the current one, the difference between the first order and the second order was simply too great, as an existence was capable of acquiring more skills and a new job or upgrading the old one. Still, Bai-Zemin tried. He directly consumed 100 mana points with the intention of making his enemy squirm in pain in order to have a chance to escape from its hold. However, the beast's lips seemed to curve into a bloodthirsty smile and the runes on its body glowed brightly. Soon, Bai-Zemin noticed that all the mana he had used seemed to disappear as it entered the beast's body to activate his skill. His face turned pale at the horrifying realization that this beast even had an anti-magic skill, powerful physical abilities, spiritual attacks, and magical immunity. The second-order bear was undoubtedly one of the worst enemies that could currently exist. The sound of his bones threatening to break spread throughout the battlefield, and Bai-Zemin could barely contain his screams by biting his lips hard to the point of tearing them apart. His feet were off the ground, his hands and arms trapped, and his whole body firmly pressed against the monsters so he couldn't even move. It seemed like the end of the line. However, when Bai-Zemin thought on his loved ones, on his promise with Lilith, and when he saw the mocking look in his enemy's golden eyes, something seemed to break inside him. Kill me, you want to kill me, I'll eat you alive. Bai-Zemin was no longer thinking with any clarity, and the blood in his body began to rush uncontrollably, desiring nothing more than to fight and slaughter the enemy before him. Damn beast. Fuck you. After a bellow filled with murderous intent that terrified all the surrounding creatures, Bai-Zemin pushed forward the only part of his body he could move, his head. Under everyone's disbelieving and terrified eyes, Bai-Zemin opened his mouth wide and viciously bit the bear's left eye. Roar! Bai-Zemin's teeth were like indestructible metal pincers. When it clung firmly to that part of the body that was weak, but strong enough to even resist the impact of bullets, the beast's left eye exploded in a bloody mess. The bear roared in pain, and unconsciously released its grip on him as it backed up several steps with its mind in shock. Swoosh! The wind howled, and before the wounded beast could react, Bai-Zemin's fist had viciously smashed its head. Boom! The bear was sent flying nearly 10 meters before falling noisily to the ground. However, before it could move with the pain obstructing its thoughts and instincts, the sound of lightning echoed all around as 3 Bai-Zemin appeared and began to strike its already dizzy head. Bang, 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 bang. Although each clone only had 10 of his total power, 10 was enough to make the beast feel no better, considering it had just lost one eye and then received a hard blow to the head. The second-order bear, furious and with a face covered in its own blood, opened its single eye wide and roared ferociously as the runes on its chest glowed brightly. The sound wave struck the 3 clones, causing them to explode into tiny motes of light and lightning. However, just as the beast stood up, the wind behind it shook and a Bai-Zemin with a bloodied face appeared. His body was covered in lightning and blood while the look in his eyes seemed to be bloodshot. It looked like he had transformed into a beast just like the bear. Boom! His fist once again hit the beast, impacting hard against its back. causing the beast to cough up blood and stagger several steps forward. Chapter 188 Invisibility. Seeing Bai Zemin break free, Lilith's eyes sparkled and she unconsciously let out a sigh of relief. The tension on her shoulders largely disappeared, and as she looked at that face that was not especially handsome considering the large number of higher existences and other beings she had seen throughout her life, she felt that even covered in blood it was especially charming. Shangyuan Bingzu also felt such relief that her slender legs grew weak from the constant up and down of contrary emotions. Almost falling to the ground once again, she did not particularly care about the bloodthirsty way in which Bai Zemin broke free to Shangyuan Bingzu. The method was not what mattered. What was really important was to win and survive no matter how gruesome what had to be done. As if he had gone mad, Bai Zemin charged again, and punched the beast's back once more before it turned around with a fierce backward swing of its claw. Bang! Bai Zemin popped out in a pile of lightning, startling the beast again. Boom! From the top, Bai Zemin seemed to fall from the sky and with a powerful kick forced the second-order bear straight to the ground, making a crater of nearly 20 meters in the process. Kai Jingyi had the active skill stealth. Just like Fu Zufang, precisely for that reason she was able to take advantage of this skill along with lightning movement to surprise everyone earlier. However, Bai Zemin's skill was even better than stealth. When the 11 first-order beasts were killed by him, a skill scroll had fallen and Bai Zemin had not seen it until nightfall. He was very surprised when he discovered that the scroll was the first-order active skill level 1 invisibility. Invisibility first order active skill level 1 consume 20 mana points to activate. For the next 10 seconds, erase your presence from the enemy's sight. The effect of the skill can be countered by visual skills and when attacking the effect is automatically cancelled. Cooldown time 5 seconds. After long consideration, Bai Zemin had decided to learn invisibility. Although he barely had one free slot left for active skills, he felt relieved at this moment as this skill together with the lightning movement cloning skill, he had an opportunity to come out victorious in this battle. Bai Zemin lunged forward and slammed into the beast again before retreating, barely dodging a fierce kick from the monster. While he was in midair he checked his mana. I still have just over 70 points left, he thought silently as his mind was racing with what to do next. While he seemed to have gone mad, the only thing he had lost was all inhibition in battle. His sense of thought was as clear as ever, since magic was ineffective unless it was cast at a surprisingly high speed or from a hidden spot. Using his blood manipulation skill would not produce a great deal of results. This meant that Bai Zemin could only rely on pure physical power in this battle and, unfortunately, his human physique was inferior to that of a beast that was already more powerful by nature, but now even surpassed him in levels and order. Shangyuan Bingzu, the IFE's Bai Zemin shouted as he gave her a gaze before dashing like lightning into the distance. The second-order bear, battered and wounded, roared before dashing forward at full speed. It's only healthy I had nothing, but Bai Zemin, who had wounded it to such an extent. It was the supreme lord of this area. Everyone who had dared to challenge it had been devoured with their soul power absorbed. It had even begun to develop a mind of its own with simple thoughts. Such humiliation was simply unacceptable. In just a second, the two disappeared from the sight of all the survivors. From a distance they could hear the constant sound of explosions and the cracking of lightnings. Shangyuan Bingzu's eyes glittered as she remembered Bai Zemin's gaze and words before disappearing into the shadows of the forest. She ignored the dizziness she felt and appeared before one of the military soldiers. Do you or any of your comrades know how to control the M3 IFE? She asked, her voice as cold as eternal ice. The soldier, startled, nodded and stammered. I and Shun Yan have some knowledge. Shangyuan Bingzu interrupted impatiently. Who is this Shun Yan? Unconsciously, the soldier looked at one of his comrades. Shangyuan Bingzu nodded and before the two men knew it they were lifted up by two huge ice hands. She was not comfortable with touching them in any way and preferred to spend mana to keep them from freezing rather than touch them directly, which considering her intelligence and the current situation, showed how reluctant she was to do so. Soon, she disappeared like a whirlwind of icy air in the direction of the military camp, leaving behind a few words. You guys wait here and don't move. Shanhe, Chanda, and a completely exhausted Kai Jingyi looked at each other in fright and quickly got to work. None of them had the power to do anything in such a battle. All they could do was to secure the lives of the rest, preventing the other beasts from getting too close. The second order bear was incredibly fast. There was no doubt about this. However, with lightning movement active, Bai Zemin's agility stat was 282. Even a second order beast like the rune bear was slightly inferior, so no matter how much the beast chased, it failed to catch up. As two shadows, one white and one black with blue flashes occasionally glowing around, Bai Zemin and the second order bear flashed through the forest at speeds that could only be described as frightening from the point of view of any human or creature that had not yet properly evolved. Trees were hacked to pieces by the furious bear without even bothering to dodge them. When a frightened creature appeared in the middle of the road, Bai Zemin unsheathed his sword and in one swift motion cut it in two, thus keeping bloodwill at its maximum and resetting the timer to 5 minutes again. In just a few seconds, both beings had covered several kilometers of distance, and before he knew it, Bai Zemin had reached the main road as he halted his footsteps in his tracks. The second order bear continued the charge, and when it arrived in front of its hated enemy it didn't even hesitate as it slashed downward with all its might. Boom! The concrete floor cracked and the earth shook fiercely. A powerful shockwave rippled through the surroundings, and the air erupted in an uproar, unable to withstand the pressure of the blow. However, to the dismay and to further fuel the fury of the beast, Bai Zemin had disappeared. The Bai Zemin before the beast once again burst into motes of light and tiny flashes of lightning. Although the second order bear had begun to gain intelligence, it still could not compare to an adult human being like Bai Zemin and could hardly be considered an infant. Therefore, the beast looked at the surroundings in confusion and anger. Let me see how you withstand this now, Bai Zemin thought viciously as his body flew several meters high into the air. Chapter 189 Combustion Explosion. After creating a clone and leaving it right in his previous position while activating first order invisibility, Bai Zemin moved like a shadow and jumped high into the sky. In just a second, he had left the ground behind and was more than 10 meters high, but even then he was still ascending. Seeing how the second order bear crushed his lightning clone, and the cracks spread all over the concrete unable to withstand the impact and pressure of the attack, Bai Zemin's gaze flashed coldly as he turned his body so that the forest where the other survivors and the armed arsenal was at his back. With his right hand extended forward, the blazing ring glowed with a faint crimson radiance as Bai Zemin activated the rare grade treasure skill without hesitation. Bang! A powerful flare of red flames shot out towards the ground in a northwest direction, and the invisibility skill was immediately cancelled. Hearing the sound from above, the mighty beast looked up hurriedly, and under the bright glare of the sun, it could barely see the shadow of its hated enemy several meters away. Not caring about the crimson flames advancing in its direction, or perhaps relying on its anti-magic skill, the second order bear put all the strength of its body into its feet and with a mighty boom on the ground shot into the sky like a cannonball. Seeing this, Bai Zemin laughed out loud. His laughter contained both mockery and anger as the hurricane necklace on his chest lit up with a faint pale green glow, and before the beast could react, a whirlwind over 10 meters in diameter shot out towards the ground, reaching the crimson flames in a millisecond. Boom! The mighty hurricane of wind struck the crimson flames, increasing their power immeasurably. What could previously be considered a blaze had suddenly transformed into a flame monster over 200 meters in diameter, at the same time as a powerful explosion shook the surroundings. Ugh! Bai Zemin was sent flying straight backward due to the power of the explosion and due to the fact that he was in mid-flight. He couldn't even properly control his body at the same time as the burning heat assaulted his face. However, the second order bear took a much worse part. The beast was directly engulfed by the blazing fire monster, and its seemingly unstoppable body was directly sent flying backward again, hitting the hard ground with such ferocity that cracks, with more than 100 meters stretched along the concrete and even extended into the forest. Roar! A terrifying roar that resounded everywhere scared the surrounding beasts, and those who were in the outer areas of the forest could not help against that fear. which forced them to go deeper to get away from the place as fast as possible. Zeman soon landed on the ground 200 meters away, and quickly climbed a tree in the forest behind him while looking ahead with a cold expression. Although he could not activate third-order Crimson Blood Judgment because it was a skill that Zeman had not mastered, and needed a long time to form a weapon that could withstand the power of that skill, only the elemental union of wind and fire from the hurricane necklace, and the blazing ring contained power that could not be ignored in any way. When a large amount of wind envelops a flare, it is natural for a powerful explosion to occur due to the sudden increase of oxygen which generates excess combustion. Zeman sneered as he looked at the results of the explosion. The entire forest to the left or right 300 meters away with the road as the center was practically destroyed beyond recognition. The green grass was gone, replaced by dirty earth. The trees were crushed to the point where they became nothing more than a pile of small wood chips or sticks scattered everywhere. Besides, he narrowed his eyes and gazed as a silhouette writhed amidst the flames that burned the opposite forest. Roar! Roar! The second-order bear writhed in pain as it roared steadily. At the moment of the explosion, the beast had used its handless right arm to cover its head. As a result, its entire arm had been sent flying into the distance, which showed how terrifying the power of the explosion had been, which was completely normal considering the great destruction of the surroundings. The reason why such an explosion did not happen when Zeman activated Crimson Blood Judgment was because Crimson Blood Judgment was a magical skill that united different magical skills perfectly by using blood manipulation as the main catalyst. However, without blood manipulation as the core, the two magical skills of the two treasures came into conflict due to their obvious differences, which caused such a horrifying explosion. All of this had already been calculated by Zeman, but now he needed to see how much damage he could inflict on his enemy. The deep crimson flames resembled a raging sea that surrounded the second-order bear's body at the same time as it spread a little into the opposite forest. The beast roared not only in pain, but also to shake the surrounding flames. Each roar charged with mana, and the beast's own magic sent out blasts that expelled the flames from its body. However, these flames were immediately replaced by other flames without giving it a single break. Even so, Zeman noticed to his dismay that the sea of crimson flame seemed to be gradually being extinguished, as if a freezing winter storm suddenly swept through the world. At the end of the day, a second-order beast was a beast that possessed two magical skills or even more, especially the bear in front of him, who also possessed terrifying physical abilities such as outstanding agility and terrifying strength, as well as a large amount of stamina. Approximately 2 minutes later, the flames surrounding the beast were successfully expelled. The previously snow-white fur of the second-order bear was now 100 scorched to the point where the strange, archaic runes on its body could no longer be seen anywhere, as its entire body was carbon black. Its only healthy eye glittered with pain, anger, shame, exhaustion, and many emotions that would normally be impossible to perceive in the eyes of an animal before the intervention of the soul record with the earth's mana. Its entire right arm was gone, and burn-smelling blood was steadily pouring out of its body, as what appeared to be a cloud of fiery vapor surrounded it. Not so brave now, eh? Big guy, Zeman sneered, earning a roar from his enemy. Without waiting for more, Zeman confirmed that he had just over 50 mana points remaining, which meant he could activate invisibility only 2 more times or any other skill a few times depending on his own control. Then, he lunged forward and clenched his fist tightly before fiercely striking the beast's chest with a powerful bang. Wounded in such a way, the beast had lost a large part of its power, receiving Zeman's punch directly in the chest. The huge bear was sent flying like a kite whose string had been cut while blood splattered everywhere. Chapter 190 Fierce Battle to the Death. The second-order bear reacted faster than Zeman expected, as even before he could strike a second punch, the beast turned its body and roared while the runes that were on its scorched fur glowed brightly with a demonic amber color. The sound wave that represented the activation of a spirit-type attack skill flew towards Zeman. However, he decided not to jump aside and instead continued charging forward. As the spiritual attack assaulted his mind and soul, the spiritual earring in his left ear let out a faint pale glow. Zeman's mind cleared immediately. leaving only a small headache similar to a small prick. I can only take one more attack head-on, Zeman thought as his fist once again connected fiercely against the beast's chest. Bang! Apart from the bang sound, the sound of bones breaking echoed everywhere, and the second-order bear roared painfully at the same time as its chest caved inward slightly. Unconsciously or not, just as it was sent flying by Zeman's attack, the beast forcefully swung its left fist, surprising him greatly. Not expecting such a reaction, Zeman hurriedly raised both arms to cover himself, and when the beast's claw hit his body he felt as if a truck had hit him. Bang! Still, he held his ground, barely retreating half a step. Zeman bit his tongue to fight the pain and lunged forward again while creating two lightning clones. The second-order bear was incredibly enraged, as that very skill had been one of the main reasons for its current miserable state. However, in the midst of all that fury, the fear of death began to spread through every fiber of its existence. First-order beasts, unlike unclassified beasts, hunted enemies for the purpose of evolution. In other words, they were aware of the evolutionary path before them and did not know what fear was. They generally did not retreat from any combat, with the first-order anti-magic zombie that the group killed at the university being a special rarity. The unclassified beasts only hunted wildly out of pure instinct. There was no fear, and even in the last moments of life they only wanted to devour their enemies. On the other hand, the second-order beasts were beginning to develop intelligence and self-awareness. They hunted not only to evolve, but also to understand more about themselves and the world around them. At the same time, the feeling of fear began to be born as a consequence of that intelligence and conscience that was not present before, but now was. With its right arm completely destroyed, with its body completely burned, and with wounds so serious that they hurt horribly, the second-order bear began to have thoughts of retreating from the battle. However, the scornful look that Zeman was giving it, as well as his constant words filled with ridicule, hurt the pride of one of the forest kings so much that this thought of retreat was being forcibly suppressed by the bear. Bang! As if they had planned it in advance. Both beings, one first-order and one second-order being, rushed forward. The ground beneath the feet of both exploded and concrete flew everywhere as they looked at each other with eyes filled with nothing but desire to fight, defeat their opponent, survive, absorb each other's soul power, and evolve into something higher. Zeman was aware that if he managed to kill the enemy before him and absorb its soul power, he would become much stronger. However, the second-order bear was also aware of this fact. Although the human before it was one stage below it, his battle power was surprisingly frightening. With a roar in mid-motion, the spiritual earring once again glowed, fending off the attack. However, the two clones immediately exploded into a bunch of small flashes and motes of light. At the same time, the remaining claw of the beast clashed hard against Zeman's two fists. Boom! The crater resulting from the previous explosion grew deeper as a cloud of dust and dirt flew everywhere. But no matter whether it was Zeman or the second-order bear, both ignored this and began to fight fiercely. Boom! 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 Fists, kicks, elbows, knees. Zeman used every part of his body to beat the giant beast before him, managing to increase its injuries more and more. However, because he had decided to ignore all defense to attack with more power and ferocity, he too was by no means unscathed. Bang! The left paw struck Zeman in his right rib. The pain of the blow made his face contort horribly as the cracking sound echoed softly amidst his counterattack, forcing the beast to spit out even more blood. At least one rib had been cracked. Bang! The second-order bear managed to hit Zeman with a kick, and his left arm was incapacitated, so he responded with a vicious left blow to the beast's skull, plunging it in a frightening and dangerous manner as several bones in the head were broken. The battle only got bloodier and bloodier as the seconds ticked away and turned into minutes. It had been 4 minutes in total since Zeman and the second-order bear had started fighting. But both were in miserable states. No one would be able to recognize them if they saw them at this point. Zeman was covered in his own blood and the blood of his enemy all over. His left arm hung gently at his side and his face had a horrible claw cut on it. However, His eyes sparkled brightly, and he seemed to have no intention of giving up until he was victorious. On the other hand, the bear was not much better. In fact, its condition was even more miserable. Its right arm was long gone. Its once white fur was now completely carbonized black and dried. Burn-smelling blood covered its body. Its head was tilted to one side as a strange cavity had appeared there, almost leaving the pulsating brain in plain sight. In addition, a large area of the chest was now so badly hollowed out that it was surprising how the beast could still stand upright. Both seemed to be at the end of the line, and a single error or oversight could cost the life of one of them. Completely focused on the battle and the enemy before them, both were unaware of the sound of engines rapidly approaching in this direction. It was only when an urgent voice reached him that Bai Zemin finally regained some clarity. "Move away quickly." Shengyu and Bingzu's unmistakable Pharaoh-like voice startled Bai Zemin, but he didn't even linger for a moment, and quickly expended the little mana he had left to do something that caught the beast off guard. The blood of the beast itself suddenly hardened and like snakes with free will coiled around its body, stopping its movements momentarily. At the same time, Bai Zemin stomped the ground beneath his feet and with a mighty leap retreated several meters in less than a second. Out of the corner of his eye he caught sight of several modern war vehicles speeding out of the forest. Chapter 191 Second Order Surprisingly Strong Archaic Bear. Two M3 type IFVs were approaching very fast in the middle of the dirt road. The two military vehicles looked like two metal beasts, crushing everything in their path, regardless of whether it was large tree trunks or concrete parts. The M3 IFVs crushed everything in their path, and continued their forward march steadily, demonstrating the great power of these machines to move in different types of environments and situations. Standing on a tree a little over 200 meters away, the beautiful and cold Shengyu and Bingzu observed the battlefield for a moment, and her indifferent gaze could not help but shake slightly. The place was a mess to say the least, and although she had heard the explosion from before, and had also seen the flames burn part of the opposing forest, she definitely did not expect to encounter such a hell. Blood stained the ground. A crater over 200 meters in diameter stretched with what used to be part of the main road. Part of both sections of the forest had disappeared, turning into nothing more than a pile of loose dirt and jumbled rocks. But what surprised not only her, but also the two military men driving the M3 IFVs was undoubtedly the miserable condition of the Second Order Bear. The Second Order Bear had slaughtered nearly 20 people, and its overwhelming presence had caused 30 survivors to be unable to withstand the pressure, flee into the forest, and be slaughtered by other wild creatures. It did not matter if the weapon used was a pistol, light machine gun, heavy machine gun, or rifle. It did not matter if the ammunition used was normal or with high penetrating capability. The creature's defenses before them had reached the level where they could only despair. Even the explosion of about 20 grenades had only slightly wounded the beast. In fact, the wound had been so insignificant that it could almost be completely ignored. The only thing they had gotten in return had been the rage and unleashed power of the monster. However, now I don't know who the real monster is here. Shengyu and Bingzu didn't know how to feel about it as she looked at the miserable condition of the Second Order Bear. The beast was so badly injured that it looked like it was about to collapse at any moment. But when she looked at Bai Zemin, she realized that the battle that had broken out here had been even fiercer than she thought. This was the first time since the apocalypse had begun that she had seen Bai Zemin in such a miserable condition. Even when she had practically saved his life in his first encounter and battle to the death against the First Order blazing beetle, he was not in such an unfavorable condition as he was now, with the exception of the burns on his feet that almost prevented him from walking. Bai Zemin's entire body was a mess at this point. Not only did he have a broken arm hanging uncontrollably at his side, but he also had a large gash on the right side of his face, which had it been just a little deeper or a little lower, his head could have been severed from his body and cut to pieces. All of him looked as if he had come out of a battle against gods and demons. Shengyu and Bingzu scanned and analyzed the situation for 2 seconds before quickly shouting somewhat anxiously, "Move away quickly." Bai Zemin seemed to notice her as he quickly jumped back. Furthermore, Shang Yuan Bingzu was also sure that he had activated the skill that allowed him to control the blood, as the beast was trapped by its own blood as if it were firm iron chains trapping a small puppy. But she was aware that this could only last 1 second at most, so she hurriedly ordered in a voice brimming with leadership, "Fire!" The 2 soldiers driving the M3 infantry fighting vehicle did not even hesitate, and as if they were receiving the order from an immediate superior, they started firing the 40 cannons. Bang, 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 bang. A burst of fire fell on the area where the second-order bear was trapped just as the runes on its scorched body glowed brightly after a fierce roar. As the runes glowed, the mana surrounding and shaping the blood chains disappeared and the beast regained its freedom. However, that millisecond of time was enough to be engulfed in a burst of a dozen shots fired by the IFE's main cannons. Shang Yuan Bingzu did not stand idly by either. Taking advantage of the small amount of mana recovered during the time she was not fighting, she raised one hand to the sky and with her other hand holding her wand pointed to the spot where the beast was being bombarded. Ice spears. A dozen ice spears with a length of almost 3 meters shot out at full speed. After hitting the area, the freezing frost energy transformed the crater into an ice rink. Roar. A roar of fury, but mostly of fear and pain, shook everyone's eardrums. The 2 infantrymen did not dare to stop for a moment and continued firing the main cannons manually while the heavy machine guns started firing automatically at the indicated spot. Bai Zemin narrowed his eyes and saw the second-order bear running off in the direction of the forest. At a glance, he managed to see huge bloody wounds all over the creature's body, and now part of its only remaining arm had been torn off. "Don't let it break away," Bai Zemin shouted anxiously. He no longer had mana and his stamina had been greatly consumed, so there was no way he could continue fighting the same way he had been doing. Unfortunately, there was no way the soldiers, who were just normal unevolved humans, could follow the movements of such a terrifying beast as the second-order bear. Even being injured in such a way and with its movement speed severely affected, the beast's agility was not something a normal existence could comprehend or follow. Swoosh! Shang Yuan Bingzu gritted her teeth and activated one of her skills called Frozen Slide as she charged forward. The ground beneath her feet froze for every step she took, which increased her agility and thus her movement speed by several points. Thanks to the beast having been severely wounded by Bai Zemin in addition to having its stamina dangerously low, and then receiving attacks from the 40 cannons of the IFEs. Shang Yuan Bingzu's movement speed was enough to move deep into the forest and in no time catch up to the beast. The second-order bear's eyes flashed viciously in fear as it saw a human blocking its path. It wanted to run away in its current condition. Instinct and its low intelligence told it that if it stayed there it would definitely be killed by the iron machines. Without even thinking about it, the beast continued to advance with somewhat staggering steps and slashed with its claw with the intention of crushing the obstacle. Shang Yuan Bingzu turned pale. Even in such a miserable state the beast was still so powerful that she did not dare to underestimate it in any way, so she directly spent her remaining 30 mana points to form a halberd before placing it in a defensive stance. Clang! The claw of the beast, which was practically out of stamina, didn't have as much power as before. Hitting the ice halberd, it could not destroy it immediately. Shang Yuan Bingzu's beautiful and charming face was so pale that it was scary. Her sweet red lips had no trace of blood on them due to the loss of 100 of her mana. At the same time, the strength of the second-order bear caused her internal organs to shake, and a small trickle of red blood slid out from the corner of her mouth. Crack! Crack! Crack spread across the ice halberd, but she endured her condition and cried out, "Bai Zemin!" The sound of lightning was the answer she was waiting for. Like a ghost out of hell itself, a bathed in blood Bai Zemin appeared just above the head of the terrifying beast and with a full twist of his body, his right leg firmly and fiercely struck the practically destroyed head of the monster. Bang! With a horrific bang, the head of the beast that had given them so much trouble and pain exploded into thousands of pieces. After the loss of mana that constantly protected its body, its defenses had collapsed, so Bai Zemin's fierce kick that contained all his strength caused blood to splatter everywhere. At the same time, 3 orbs of soul power with different sizes came out of the beast's body. The smallest orb entered Shang Yuan Bingzu's body. The second larger orb flew into the forest and disappeared into the trees. As for the larger and brighter orb, it naturally entered Bai Zemin's body. Shangyu and Bingzu, Bai Zemin, and Kai Jingyi received a similar message that flashed in their retinas. The only difference in the message was the additional stats obtained after absorbing the soul power acquired from a powerful enemy. But the three of them focused on one thing in particular. You have obtained the soul power of second order surprisingly strong, archaic bear level 58. After what had been the worst battle to date, the nerves of the three people finally relaxed and a sigh of relief flew from their lungs. Chapter 192 Comfort Trust. As the beast's red blood splattered all over the floor with small pieces of broken skull and intermingled brain matter, Bai Zemin and Shangyu and Bingzu had never felt so relieved in all their lives. In fact, for the first time, they both felt that the messages magically flashing in their retina due to the existence of the soul record were not irritating. Even when they evolved to first order they had never felt so joyful. Such was the terror that a single second-order beast had managed to inflict on their bodies and into their minds. Bai Zemin and Shangyu and Bingzu were aware that if they both really wanted to, they could at least have a great chance of escaping when the second-order bear was unleashing a one-sided massacre on the other survivors. However, at the same time, neither of them could do such a thing. Although their motives were different, the result in the end was the same. Shangyu and Bingzu could not do such a thing not only because her two childhood friends were in the forest, but even though she was cold, she could not really just abandon to their fate people who had somehow or other entrusted their lives to her. Sometimes, the coldest people were those with the warmest feelings. Maybe this was a vivid example of that proverb. As for Bai Zemin, he had two simple reasons why he had not retreated regardless of Lilith's warning. One, he did not wish to see all his effort crushed just like that. He had worked harder than anyone could imagine to get to where he was and gather people willing to work for him in the midst of all this hell. Two, if he fled, Bai Zemin felt indistinctly that he would lose something too important. As for what that was, he did not know. Besides, if he had to run away once, then he would definitely have to run away twice in the future. And if on one of those occasions he was not allowed to run away, what would he do then? Therefore, Bai Zemin preferred to become stronger at the cost of risking his life a little. After all, he didn't think he would die. That way, he could absorb some of the soul power of someone far stronger than him and gradually prepare himself for those moments of real danger when he didn't even know if he would get out of a situation alive or not. You have obtained the soul power of second order surprisingly strong, archaic bear level 58. You have received strength 86, agility 75, stamina 62, health 41, mana 41, magic 59. You have leveled up and reached level 41. You gained 2 status points to distribute freely. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up and reached level 45. You gained 2 status points to distribute freely. Although Bai Zemin had not absorbed all of the second order surprisingly strong, archaic bear's soul power, just a portion was enough to raise his overall stats to new heights. Even he was very surprised. You should know that the soul power of the second order surprisingly strong, archaic bear that Bai Zemin, Shangyu and Bingzu, and Kai Jingyi had absorbed was not all the soul power they could have obtained if they had not used modern weapons. In fact, the only reason Kai Jingyi was rewarded with a portion of the soul power available by the soul record was probably because although she had used external weaponry, the strategy, the risk, the finding the perfect opportunity for attack, was all done by herself. Kai Jingyi's situation was completely different from those survivors who just raised a modern firearm and shot at a distant enemy. To say that she had earned the additional stat increase was by no means an exaggeration. Not only with his part he managed to gain so many stats, but his level shot straight up to 45 in one step. According to Lilith, many people couldn't even level up after spending months or years. After all, 95 of living beings hunted enemies of the same level or lower, slowly accumulating soul power until the soul record pushed them to the next level. This was the safest and most popular evolutionary path. Therefore, The fact of going up so many levels or leveling up so fast constantly was not something normally seen, and only a privileged few were able to achieve such feats. Of course, a privileged few in comparison to the entire living existence. These privileged few actually numbered in the hundreds of millions. After all, the universe was simply too vast, and the number of existing worlds was simply uncountable. When the additional stats were absorbed into his soul, Bai Zemin felt himself becoming much stronger, and from the look of pleasant surprise in Shangyuan Bingzu's blue eyes, she was experiencing the same evolutionary process as him. What gave Bai Zemin the most satisfaction was when his health stat increased a few dozen points. This was due to his current condition. Off. Bai Zemin slowly let the air in his lungs out as he slowly sat down on the floor. Without a care in the world, he simply lay down smoothly on the ground, and his blank stare looked up at the sky. His whole body hurt so much that no one would ever be able to understand it unless they experienced it for themselves. The bones in his left arm had broken into no less than 20 or 30 pieces, and now that he was more relaxed and calm, he realized that he had 3 broken ribs. As if this were not enough, his face itched and hurt badly. He unconsciously reached out his hand to touch his face, but Shangyuan Bingzu stopped him as she calmly looked at him. "Don't touch it." Seeing him looking at her, she explained, "You narrowly miss losing an eye. I guess your health statistic is very high, since even to the naked eye I can see how the tissues are moving slowly. I assume it won't be long before the wound disappears completely. Well, I guess with almost 300 points of health it's normal for my recovery to be monstrous." Bai Zemin thought silently before letting his hand fall to the ground again. Shangyuan Bingzu also sat down on the ground not far from where Bai Zemin was. The two of them remained silent. Neither of them had the energy to even care to see if they had gained anything from the death of the second-order surprisingly strong, archaic bear. She didn't notice that even though there was barely half a meter of distance, she didn't feel particularly uncomfortable. Maybe it was fatigue. Who knows? Bai Zemin did not realize that he was unconsciously beginning to trust Shangyuan Bingzu more, or else he would never allow himself to collapse in such a way. Apparently unable to protect himself. Maybe it was fatigue. Who knows? On the other side of the forest, Lilith in her human form sighed in relief, and a proud smile appeared on her face as she saw Bai Zemin and the Ice Princess sitting a short distance away from the lifeless corpse of the second-order surprisingly strong, archaic bear. Not bad, she thought. Her heart was overflowing with indescribable joy, not only because of the hard-fought and previously seemingly impossible victory. Chapter 193 External Beauty, Internal Beauty. A total of about 20 minutes passed, and both Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu remained silent. Both rested quietly, trying to recover as much energy as possible as quickly as possible. Although both he and she had leveled up at least once after absorbing the soul power of the second-order surprisingly strong archaic bear, recovering 100 of the stamina and mana consumed during the battle. The fatigue that seemed to come from deep within their souls was not something that the soul record could casually fix just by leveling up a couple of times. The strain that Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu faced during the battle against their first second-order enemy had reached such a level that while fighting they consumed more stamina than they normally would. Can we win? Can we survive? What will happen to the rest? What about my near and dear ones? All these and many more were questions that both he and she faced constantly, every second and every minute that passed. Bai Zemin was no different from Shangyuan Bingzu in that sense. After all, while he was confident of at least not dying even if he ended up seriously injured, the reality was that he had no confidence in coming out victorious either. Being completely honest with himself, Bai Zemin believed that he would be able to chase away the second-order surprisingly strong archaic bear. As for killing it, such a thing never crossed his mind. However, adding the two M3 IFEs to the equation changed everything. Furthermore, if it weren't for the fact that Bai Zemin had saved up over 60 free status points to distribute to any of his overall stats, increasing his strength enough to threaten the second-order surprisingly strong archaic bear, he definitely wouldn't have been able to fight for so long. Fortunately, lightning movement didn't run out in the middle of combat. Or else it would have been a problem to tell if that damn bear's head exploded, or mine would be the one that ended up exploding later. Zemin couldn't help but rejoice out loud. The second order surprisingly strong, archaic bear's agility stat was undoubtedly high to the point where it could stand on equal footing against Zemin with lightning movement activated. This meant that if he lost the great increase in agility and thus movement speed of lightning movement, Zemin would definitely have died. Therefore, the battle was to be concluded in 5 minutes at the most. Shang Yuan Bingzu slowly opened her eyes as she heard the Mons muttering a short distance away. Without looking at him, she calmly asked, "Lightning movement is the name of that skill that allows you in Kaijingi to make clones and boost your agility abruptly." If it was in the past, Zemin would definitely not answer anything that had to do with his skills to Shang Yuan Bingzu. However, after the battle they had just faced, things were a bit different. Not only was it partly thanks to her existence that he managed to win and was not forced to despair, but even when he was in such a miserable condition she did not seem to have any intention of betraying him either. That being said, Zemin's overall power at this time was perhaps, at best, 40 of his maximum total. This was because not only had he lost mobility in one arm, but his entire body hurt so much that even the slightest movement brought him hellish suffering. After all, the second order surprisingly strong archaic bear had hit practically his entire body, and even if it hadn't broken all his bones, Zemin was sure that if he took off his clothes he would see his body covered in ugly contusions. Besides, the question she had asked was not particularly private, nor did it reveal crucial information. Therefore, Zemin did not think too much about it and answered, "That's right. Lightning movement is my strongest movement skill. It's the same skill that Kaijingi has." "I see," she nodded. Although she was curious as to how it was possible for two people to acquire such a powerful movement skill practically at the same time, she decided not to ask too much. After all, everyone had their own secrets. After a moment of silence, Zemin grunted softly and struggled to stand up. His face tightened slightly at the pain and itching he felt all over. Lilith had explained to him previously that this was the result of his body recovering from deep wounds at surprisingly high speeds, so he did his best to ignore that discomfort. "It will probably take you about a week to heal that wound on your face." Shang Yuan Bingzu seemed to have rested enough, as she also stood up while looking him in the face. A week. Zemin was surprised. "Soon." However, he forced a smile and asked, "So bad is it?" She, having seen the speed at which he recovered in the past from his battle against the First Order Blazing Beetle, should be aware of how high his recovery speed was. But even then she said such words. Shang Yuan Bingzu said nothing and instead extended her palm forward. A faint icy mist gathered around it and soon a small ice sliver formed on her hand. "You look at it." She handed the ice mirror to him. "That skill is really convenient." Zemin wanted to chuckle, but didn't dare for fear of making his wound worse. Seeing his reflection in the ice, Zemin secretly sighed and his heart filled with lingering fear. There was a long cut on his face. From the chin on the right side to the bottom of the eye he saw a large bloody wound of not too pleasant appearance. Apart from the red flesh, Zemin could also see in several parts the white bones of his own skull. "You really were lucky," Shang Yuan Bingzu pointed out. She looked at him with the same indifferent expression as always, and her eyes did not seem particularly displeased by the sight. 1 or 2 more centimeters could have cost you your life." Zemin was silent before nodding. Indeed, death had been closer than he thought. Even with his high health, it would take him at least 4 or 5 days to recover. And to avoid a scar he would probably need Kanglan to use lesser healing on the wound once or twice. "Forget it." Zemin shook his head and looked at her before saying with a bit of surprise, "But I'm surprised that you can still keep your composure even seeing me like this. Forget that women were delicate and not too fond of ugly things." Even he himself was a bit scared when he saw his own reflection. However, the woman before him did not even have a visible reaction to the naked eye, which was surprising and made him curious. Shang Yuan Bingzu shrugged and said something that surprised Zemin even more. "At the end of the day, you and I are made of flesh and blood. You lost the layer that embellishes a little and covers the ugliness of our bodies. Besides, I stopped caring about things like external beauty when I was young. I'd rather worry more about whether a person has a trustworthy soul or whether under so much beauty he or she is actually hiding an evil being. Chapter 194 Green Orb Epic Grade Treasure. Bai Zemin was silent, pondering over the words Shangyuan Bingzu had just spoken. To say he was not surprised would be a lie. Shangyuan Bingzu was about 1 or 2 years older than him. Her background was also not normal, or else she could not be childhood friends with people like Chen He and Wu Yijun who were deeply connected with the Chinese army or government. However, the words she had just said seemed to come from deep in her heart, and not just nice words that were spoken to act mature. So what kind of life did a 22 or 23 years old girl have to live to say words that were usually spoken by middle-aged or even elderly people? Bai Zemin did not know, nor did he think it was polite to ask about other people's personal lives. Although the confidence between the two was gradually growing, it was just a step, and he did not believe that such a thing was something of direct interest to him anyway. Therefore, after staying silent for a couple of seconds, he simply nodded. I see. Want you see what's over there? Shangyuan Bingzu pointed at the limp, lifeless body of the second order surprisingly strong archaic bear. Bai Zemin, not feeling like lingering too long on the previous conversation, looked at the corpse of the second order beast with shining eyes. His heart began to beat uncontrollably at the thought of the war spoils he might have obtained this time. Even if the second order surprisingly strong archaic bear was slightly injured by the grenades and in the end was wounded quite a bit by the main cannons of the two M3 IFEs, there should at least be something good, right? Bai Zemin thought silently. No matter how you put it, a second order beast was a second order beast. Moreover, one that had been miserably beaten and killed by an existence several levels lower and a completely lower order. Walking towards the body of the dead beast with slow steps due to the pain he felt in every part of his body, Bai Zemin soon noticed something that made him audibly swallow saliva. This is. He mumbled dumbfoundedly in surprise to Shangyuan Bingzu. She walked forward and stopped beside him. Her pretty sky-colored eyes sparkled with a hint of surprise, and she whispered to herself, "Green." A faint green glow shone and flashed faintly right next to the body of the second order surprisingly strong archaic bear. The object was perfectly circular, like a natural diamond sphere, something no man could replicate. According to Lilith, the treasure orbs naturally born from the enemy soul power that could not be absorbed were divided into a scale of 7 levels. As for the orb before Bai Zemin's eyes, it was actually a green orb, ranked 4th among the 7 from the bottom up. The green-colored treasure orb represented an epic grade treasure. To say that Bai Zemin was incredibly excited and joyful would be an understatement of how he was feeling at this very moment. However, a doubt soon popped into his mind. Why? While it was amazing what he had just accomplished, defeating a being countless times more powerful than him, Bai Zemin did not believe that a treasure of such a grade should have appeared here. Don't overthink it. Lilith's enchanting voice rang in his head, clearing his doubts like a warm spring breeze clearing the autumn dew. The treasures of the soul record are generated according to the difference in actual enemy power. That is, the greater the enemy's soul power compared to yours, the greater the chances of obtaining a high-ranked treasure. A second-order existence is, as you may have already noticed, an existence that even you cannot face yet. But even then you killed one. Probably the soul record wanted to reward you for your achievement, who knows? Bai Zemin finally understood everything. Simply put, the appearance of treasures coming from the soul record did not depend on whether an enemy was of high order or not. It depended on the difference in power. This meant that even a 4th order being would not necessarily give even a normal great red orb if they were killed by an enemy of their own order, and would definitely give nothing if they were killed by a higher order one. Indeed, the second order surprisingly strong archaic bear should not have died here. Even Lilith still could not calm the astonishment that struck her heart as she stared at the bear's lifeless body from the distance. The difference in power between a first-order existence and a second-order existence was as great as the difference between a normal human being and a human being who had already become a first-order existence, and with several advanced levels within that order. It was like comparing the past Bai Zemin with him after advancing to first order and reaching level 30. That was how great and horrifying the difference between the first order and the second order was. Come on, pick it up, Shang Yuanbingzu urged. He looked at her and hesitated a little. While it was true that almost all of the work had been handled by him, the reality was that Bai Zemin knew very well that if it weren't for her, the enemy could have killed him at worst or fled at best. As for killing it, Bai Zemin would not have been able to do it. At that point not only had he lost over 90 of his mana, but he had also consumed approximately 7,080 of his stamina due to the constant activation of Bloodwill and the intense battle. The wounds on his body did not help, and there were less than 60 seconds left before the effect of his lightning movement skill vanished, leaving him at the mercy of the beast's superior agility. Shang Yuanbingzu understood his thoughts and secretly couldn't help but have her impression of him greatly improved. Just take it. We can talk about the loot and similar later. She simply waved her hand as if it was nothing. All right then. Bai Zemin nodded and took a step forward before picking up the green orb the size of a baby's fist. Swoosh! With a firm squeeze, the cracks spread across the orb, letting out a luminous white light that forced both of them to close their eyes momentarily. Bai Zemin felt a new object appear in his hand, and when he and she opened their eyes again, they finally saw with surprise the treasure that had emerged from the green orb. The object was surprisingly a strange-looking gun. A weapon in the shape of a gun that neither of the two of them had ever seen before. It looked like a sci-fi gun out of a movie or animation. The size of the gun was roughly similar to a 9mm pistol, but slightly larger. Its color was deep navy blue, and instead of a muzzle it had a thin 2mm wide line on the front whose color was milk white, as was the trigger. What caught Bai Zemin's attention the most was that on the part where the bottom of the magazine was supposed to be, there was actually a strange, crystalline-colored sphere with mysterious moving particles of light. Chapter 1195 Infinite Reduction Epic Grade Treasure. Bai Zemin and Shang Yuanbingzu unconsciously looked at each other. They both saw the complicated glance in each other's eyes. Never in their lives had they ever seen a kind of weapon similar to the one he held in his hands. Just based on its futuristic appearance alone, it was definitely many years ahead of mankind's current technology. Shang Yuanbingzu could not contain her curiosity about the weapon. She put her delicate hand on the top of the weapon and wished to know its description and details. Bai Zemin also did the same as her, and a series of green words flashed in both of their retinas. Infinite Reduction Epic Grade Treasure. Shoot a beam capable of reducing non-moving objects or lifeless creatures. The power depends on the energy administered through soul stones. The higher the grade and purity of the soul stone, the more objects it can reduce, and the higher its order or level. Consumes 1 soul megacyclone of energy per day to keep objects in a reduced size state. Generates 2 soul megacyclone of energy every 24 hours. Current soul megacyclone. Note the weight of objects is reduced by half regardless of the total size reduction. A weapon capable of reducing objects. Bai Zemin's heart pounded against his chest, so hard that it seemed to threaten to want to escape at any moment due to the excitement. Infinite Reduction had several limitations despite its extremely powerful name. For example, it did not work against moving objects, and was also useless against living beings. However, Bai Zemin was not worried about any of this in the least. After all, an epic grade treasure could not be all-powerful. But even with such limitations, that practically put the use of Infinite Reduction in real combat out of the question. This treasure was so precious to Bai Zemin that it was priceless. That's right, even if it was not a combatusal treasure, and even if it did not even grant a mere statistic. This treasure was from a certain point of view even more valuable than all the treasures Bai Zemin had acquired so far. With Infinite Reduction, Bai Zemin would finally be able to reduce the size of his items and carry them much more easily. Although he didn't have a spatial storage treasure as Lilith did, with this treasure his entire life had suddenly become thousands of times lighter and easier. What an incredible treasure. It really is worthy of the word epic. Shang Yuanbingzu sighed. She was naturally aware of how precious such a weapon capable of reducing the size of objects was, especially for a faction in the midst of formation. Now it would no longer be necessary that every time monsters appeared they would have to move hundreds of survivors to take care of the corpses. They could simply reduce the size, load them into a vehicle, and take them to the beginning village where the survivors could work more comfortably and much safer. Events similar to today's where an extremely powerful enemy existence massacred more than a dozen people directly or indirectly would probably never happen again. At the very least, the probability of such a thing happening had been greatly reduced. Zemin could no longer keep calm and for a moment seemed to forget the pain in his body and his wounds. He circled around the body of this second-order surprisingly strong, archaic bear to see if it had dropped any other items. He was definitely not willing to leave anything behind regardless of how worthless it was. Besides, neither he nor Shangyuan Bingzu believed that treasures coming from a being as powerful as the second-order surprisingly strong, archaic bear were of little value. Infinite reduction was a clear example of this. Unfortunately, even after circling the body several times, neither Zemin nor Shangyuan Bingzu managed to find a second item. I guess that's it. Zemin looked resigned. Shangyuan Bingzu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She observed, "We just obtained a treasure of such magnitude. It would have seemed even stranger to me if there were more things of such a grade." Zemin thought about it for a moment and finally his spirit lifted. Indeed, she was right. He shouldn't be so greedy. With his mood improved by what Shangyuan Bingzu said, Zemin scrubbed his hands maniacally in his mind and said aloud, "Let's test how well this baby works." Shangyuan Bingzu said nothing and advanced towards the almost completely crushed head of the monster. An ice dagger appeared in her hand and after a light search, her eyes sparkled with joy and surprise as she touched something hard between the middle of the destroyed brain. "There really is one," she exclaimed happily, losing her coolness momentarily. In his fist, to Zemin's delight, was a second-order soul stone. This was the first time he or she had ever seen a second-order soul stone, and its value was undoubtedly immeasurable. Who knew how long it might be before he or she would see a second one again? To avoid breaking precious items, Zemin had left his backpack hidden in the forest, so he didn't even have a single soul stone with him at the moment. But even then, he was unwilling to use this soul stone as an experiment. "Wait a moment. Let's see how these work first." Shangyuan Bingzu clearly didn't want to waste such a precious soul stone just like that either. Without saying a word more, she rummaged through her bag for a moment and soon pulled out a few dozen unclassified soul stones from inside. Zemin picked up one unclassified soul stone and, while he didn't quite know how infinite reduction worked, one didn't have to be a genius to figure it out. He brought the soul stone close to the bottom where the strange crystal sphere was located, and soon the white light particles inside began to glow brightly. The unclassified soul stone soon seemed to respond as it too began to glow with a faint pale white glow that quickly became brighter and brighter. After 2 or 3 seconds, the soul stone in Zemin's hand had disappeared as if it had vanished into thin air. Infinite reduction epic grade treasure current soul megacyclone 10,500,000. 10 soul megacyclone. Huh. Zemin muttered under his breath. He didn't know how the soul megacyclone thing worked. He also didn't know how much energy a soul stone could give depending on the level, or order the monster or creature it belonged to before it was killed. As for this, both Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu were helpless and could only continue to test. Zemin consumed a total of 40 unclassified soul stones to do some testing. Although he could not get much information out of it, what he obtained was enough to make him happy. The unclassified soul stones that he and Shangyuan Bingzu were using were naturally the soul stones that belonged to the wolf spiders that were slaughtered inside the forest. Those wolf spiders were not the exact same level even though they were the same type of monster, which was completely normal, with levels hovering around level 5 and level 10. The soul stones could be of higher quality or lower quality. However, to the surprise and relief of both of them, it didn't matter which soul stone they used. All 40 soul stones gave exactly 10 soul megacyclone each. Infinite reduction now has a total of 500 soul megacyclone. Shangyuan Bingzu pointed as she looked at her bag. "I don't have any more soul stones left here. I think we should check how much energy it takes to reduce the second-order bear's body to manageable levels for us." Zemin nodded in agreement. If 500 soul megacyclone wasn't enough to reduce the beast size to something manageable, then this treasure was trash. No matter how valuable the infinite reduction skill was, if the consumption was too high, then there was no point in using it. After all, soul stones were extremely precious and valuable. Bai Zemin was not willing to waste too many since in the future these items would be the main source of energy in the world. The more he obtained in the early stages, the better it would be for him and his faction's development in the future when things became more grim. Bai Zemin pointed the gun at the second order bear, but before he had a chance to press the trigger a tiny glass window appeared at the back of the gun. Because it had previously been turned off, Bai Zemin had thought it was just some sort of decoration. But now he realized how naive his thinking had been. How could such a technologically advanced and magically operated weapon have unnecessary parts? Target second order surprisingly strong, archaic bear size reduction to 10 cm 50 Sol megacyclone. Seeing the message on the small crystal screen, Bai Zemin let out a small sigh of relief. Fortunately the consumption had not reached a scary level. If all the unclassified soul stones regardless of the level of the killed beast gave a total of 10 Sol megacyclone each, then this meant that to reduce the size of a second-order beast, a total of 5 unclassified soul stones would be needed. A lot of testing still needed to be done, but temporarily that was all Shang Yuan Bingzu and Bai Zemin could do about it. Chapter 196 Special Formula Magic Gunpowder. After confirming the power consumption required to reduce the 4-meter-tall second-order surprisingly strong, archaic bear, to 10 centimeters, Bai Zemin decided to test the power of the treasure he had acquired. Swoosh! As he pulled the trigger of infinite reduction lightly while aiming at the lifeless beast, a violet-colored beam shot out from the tip of the weapon. Rather than a beam, Bai Zemin thought it looked more like a kind of scanner like the eye scanners seen in movies where the retina was analyzed by a softly moving light. After the violet beam of light seemed to scan the entire body of the second-order surprisingly strong, archaic bear, it simply disappeared. At the same time as the beam of light slowly faded away, the creature's body began to become smaller and smaller. 3 meters. 2 meters. 1 meter. Under Shang Yuan Bingzu's bright eyes and Bai Zemin's excited glance, the giant body began to get smaller and smaller at surprisingly high speeds. In just 5 seconds, the body the size of a large house had now become a small toy 10 centimeters tall. What is this? Bai Zemin soon noticed something strange. Right where one of the beast's legs had been, an object lay on the ground. It was probably being blocked by the second-order bear's body. Shang Yuan Bingzu analyzed and stepped forward to pick up the object. The object appeared to be something similar to a sheepskin, but the most surprising thing was that there were several runes engraved on all over the sheepskin. In Shang Yuan Bingzu's retina flashed the description and details of the object. Magic gunpowder formula, black fire sulfur blood with poisonous properties, carbon soul stone. Shang Yuan Bingzu had a confused look on her face. She said nothing, and simply passed the sheepskin to Bai Zemin for him to see with his own eyes. After reading the contents of the small sheepskin scroll, Bai Zemin did not know what to say about it. Gunpowder was a well-known substance long before the soul record appeared on Earth, but this was the first time he or she had come across a formula for creating magic powder. The gunpowder was extremely frightening. Its destructive power was absolutely unquestionable. So, the so-called magic powder should definitely be countless times more powerful and special, even more so considering its ingredients. Black fire, sulfur. Neither Bai Zemin nor Shang Yuan Bingzu knew where on earth they could obtain such a thing. Sulfur, sure. But black fire, sulfur, such a thing definitely did not exist on Earth before the arrival of the soul record on this planet. As for the rest of the ingredients, they were much simpler ingredients. Blood with poisonous properties was quite easy to acquire. In fact, Bai Zemin had killed several mutated and evolved snakes before leaving the university grounds back then. He just needed to keep the blood as it was without purifying it, and he could easily obtain several liters. Carbon could be found in many factories. There was no need to worry too much about it. He just had to find the right city and clean the monsters inside. As long as they were not unlucky, the group would not encounter monsters that were too powerful. As for soul stones, these could only be obtained by killing enemies. There was no other way. Let's just keep this for now. Bai Zemin shook his head and put the sheepskin scroll away carefully. It will probably be extremely useful to us in the future. Shang Yuan Bingzu nodded silently and did not comment on the matter. Today it had been proven that mankind's weapons would gradually become ineffective against the evolved monsters. It took a concentrated bombardment of 2 M3 IFEs, more than 20 shots, to force an already severely wounded second-order beast to retreat. You should know that such weapons had enough power to crush entire iron fortresses. Although Shangyuan Bingzu did not believe that there were many beings with the terrifying power that the bear had used, it had only been a little over 20 days since the eruption of the apocalypse. She was fairly certain that as time passed, second-order existences would no longer be a rarity as zombies were at the moment, and when such a thing happened, mankind should have the power to deal with them. If humans failed to evolve not only their individual power, but also their weaponry and technology, then the entire human race would probably disappear from existence in the not necessarily distant future. Although the second-order surprisingly strong, archaic bear's size had been reduced to just 10 cm from its original 4 meters thanks to the power of infinite reduction, its weight had actually only been reduced by half. With Bai Zemin injured and his left arm out, he could barely use 3040 of his total strength, and if he pushed himself too hard he could open up the wounds that had already begun to heal thanks to his high health stat. Therefore, with great care, he and Shangyuan Bingzu moved the beast's body onto an ice cart that she laboriously crafted. Although Shangyuan Bingzu's ice maker skill allowed her to make practically anything, in reality it was more focused on simple things. Therefore, to make an ice cart she consumed practically 90 of her total mana in a very short time. By the time he and she emerged from the opposite forest, the two soldiers driving the 2 M3 IFEs were waiting for them outside with anxious hearts. It had been almost an hour since the two had entered the forest on the other side of the main road without coming out. The soldiers did not dare to go into those unexplored lands by any means. Even with two machines as powerful as the M3 IFEs they did not feel safe. When they saw them leave, they both relaxed and soon the group of four moved back to the central part of the forest opposite the forest where the bear had been killed. Kai Jingyi and Zhang De practically dashed toward Bai Zemin when they saw him. The duo was shocked to see his horrible condition. This was the second time they had seen Bai Zemin receive such gruesome injuries. Another proof of how horrendously strong was the enemy which they had managed to survive thanks to him. While his two trusted subordinates supported him, Shangyuan Bingzu was immediately assaulted by Chen He and Wu Yijun, who began asking questions and checking her condition. "I'm fine, don't worry about me. The only injured person is Bai Zemin. He was the one who fought hand-to-hand against the second-order bear." Shangyuan Bingzu shook her head and looked at the man who was now resting with Lily beside him, who to her surprise, was completely unconcerned about the terrifying bloody wound on his face. This made her impression of Lily unconsciously improve. Shangyuan Bingzu could be indifferent and unconcerned about Bai Zemin's current appearance, but this was because she had a special passive skill due to past events that marked her current personality. Therefore, she was surprised to see how another woman, and a weak and powerless one at that, could still look at him with the same look as always even when his face was at very least 40 disfigured. Chapter 197 Post-Battle. Because of what had happened, Bai Zemin gave the order to rest. The sun had already begun to set on the distant horizon and staying in the forest without any protection during the night was no different from suicide for normal survivors. The survivors were still persistently frightened because of what had happened about an hour ago. None of them felt safe, and their fear-filled eyes scanned the surroundings cautiously as no one knew when a second terrifying bear like the previous one might jump out of the shadows. Most of them had never seen the real power of Bai Zemin, and very few had seen him eliminate first-order beasts or other powerful creatures. However, there were a few who had seen him at his peak, and seeing his current injuries only made the despair in their hearts grow even greater. This was probably going to continue this way since they had not yet seen the body of the second-order bear. But when they could see the even more miserable condition in which the beast's corpse ended up, they would probably feel some relief and comfort. In the heart of the forest military base, those in charge of the kitchen began to prepare dinner immediately. Although the previous commander of this base took many kitchen utensils with him for obvious reasons, there were still many that were left behind. Therefore, Bai Zemin had ordered the messenger who returned to the beginning village to tell Kai Jingyi and Zhang De that there was no need to bring pots and pans or anything like that. When dinner was served, the hard-working survivors began to devour with fervor. None of them knew if they could survive another day considering where they were. At least they wanted to die with their stomachs feeling satisfied and not roaring with hunger. While these people's dinner was simply rice and meat with a steamed bun, without too much luxury and without too much variety, none of the survivors had the slightest complaint in their minds. They all ate with joy shining in their eyes, because these people were aware of how cruel and painful it was to experience hunger. That feeling of helplessness that devours the bones little by little. The awareness that there was nothing they could do about it. The feeling of the strength of their bodies leaving them little by little. All this was something that could not be understood by those who never suffered or experienced great hardships in their lives. Moreover, although the dinner was simple, the meat they were eating was actually mutated beast meat. The mutated beast meat was filled with nutrients capable of improving the human body. It gave a few permanent stats to those who were weaker. And its blood was able to quickly replenish the energy they had lost after a day of hard work and filled with heavy and dark emotions. At one of the tables in the military dining room, the main leaders of the group as well as the armed soldiers were having their own dinner. First-order snake soup, small pie stuffed with first-order wild boar meat, noodles with different kinds of sauces, and so on. It was certainly a much more varied dinner than that of the normal survivors. However, everyone was aware of the rules of the group. Those who fought had the highest priority. The armed men were devouring their bowls voraciously. Even they could not enjoy this kind of treatment very often. Only the leaders could eat this kind of thing whenever they felt like it. Bai Zemin had already showered, and currently had his left arm resting on a bandage that went around his neck. Although it wasn't much, it was better than having his arm hanging carelessly. Even with his current health, he would need 2 or 3 more days to recover from such injuries unless he received magical medical treatment. The wound on his face had not bled for a long time. Tissues moved slowly and steadily, repairing those that were damaged while cells worked overtime to shape new tissues to replace those that had been completely destroyed. Are you okay, Chen? He asked as he looked at him with complicated eyes. He had noticed a strange closeness between Bai Zemin and Shangyu and Bingzu after they returned from the forest victorious. It was not a romantic closeness by any means, but he noticed a kind of harmony and calmness between the two. Something like this was hard to expect, since considering the similar personalities that Shangyu and Bingzu and Bai Zemin had. The most normal thing would be to expect a big disagreement between the two. This puzzled and worried Chen-He a little. However, he was also genuinely worried about Bai Zemin's health. After all, Bai Zemin was a battle colleague with whom he had been through a lot over the past few weeks, and while he secretly saw him as a kind of rival, he felt no hatred of any kind towards him. "I'm fine." Bai Zemin nodded as he took a piece of roast meat with his chopsticks and savored it slowly to prevent the wound on his face from worsening again. "When we return to the village tomorrow, I will have Kang Lan use her skill on me. I assume that in 3 days, maximum 4, I'll be back to my best condition. It's really a pity that Kang Lan didn't come. Otherwise she could start treating you now." Wu Yijun lamented as she imagined the pain Bai Zemin must have been enduring silently. She didn't think such wounds didn't hurt at all. "That's why we should finish everything here and return tomorrow at dawn," Shangyu and Bingzu calmly interjected. Chen-He hesitated for a moment before asking, "Doesn't it hurt?" He simply could not understand how Bai Zemin was not even blinking. Just imagining the pain of suffering such injuries made Chen-He shudder slightly. Bai Zemin was about to take another piece of first-order beast meat into his mouth, but upon hearing Chen-He's question, his movements automatically stopped. He looked at the talented young marksman as if he was looking at an idiot. "What do you think?" he asked rhetorically, and then rolled his eyes. "Stop being a sissy and eat. Isn't it just some pain? No need to make a big deal out of it." How could he not feel pain? It was just that Bai Zemin had been injured on more than one occasion during his constant fights, and sometimes they were tremendously painful injuries. It had gotten to the point where even the pain was no longer as horrendous as it was in the past. Chen-He shook his head and did not ask any more questions. He simply could not understand, because he had only received superficial injuries so far, and the worst wound he had suffered had been a gunshot on the arm when he had confronted the armed men of the village that now belonged to them. The group dined calmly, some of them worried about the future. Others worried about the present. Others missing the past. But they all knew that the only choice they had was to keep moving forward without rest. The appearance of the second-order bear had been a harsh wake-up call for all of them. It was a warning that told them to not forget something important. The era of peace and tranquility where the laws of society protected them had long since ended. Chapter 198 Return to the village. In the middle of the main road on the way to the north of Yanking district, a convoy of about 30 vehicles was moving at a steady speed. This convoy was quite unique in that there were not only jeeps, buses, vans, tractors, trucks, and some other normal vehicles. At the front of the motorcade was a giant metal machine that looked like a monster roaring viciously every time the engine sounded. At the back of the motorcade was a beast exactly like the first one. These two were the M3s that were previously in the military camp. The two metal beasts pointed their two thick cannons in different directions while the armed men inside were concerned with controlling the machine guns in the best possible way under the guidance of the experienced operators, although they still needed practice. Temporarily it was the best they could do until they received proper training. Even if in the future mankind changed its weapons, not everything would necessarily have to be changed. For example, they could continue to use the technology of the M3, but make modifications to the armored shell and replace the main cannons with magical weaponry in line with the appearance of the Soul Record and Evolution. Apart from the two M3s, there were also a dozen vehicles mounted with heavy machine guns guarding the buses and the rest of the vehicles in which the survivors were traveling. In the central part, apart from the vehicles in which the survivors were traveling, there were also trucks carrying seemingly nothing. However, if one were to look carefully, one would notice that there were many tennis-sized bodies. If a person were to see this, they would probably laugh, wondering why they were using such large cargo trucks to move something so small. Of course, these small bodies were actually the bodies of the creatures killed by Zeman and the rest before. Although the size had greatly reduced, the weight of each beast had only been halved. After a night of refreshing rest, Zeman awoke and immediately noticed that his injuries had recovered to approximately 20. This pleasantly surprised him, and once again he realized how terrifying his health stat was as the desire to become more powerful grew within him. After a leisurely breakfast, Zeman gave the direct order to start moving to leave the forest. Although he did not believe there was a second beast similar to the second-order bear, it was better to be safe than sorry in his current condition. If another such beast appeared, he would be forced to flee for his life, leaving everything behind if he wanted to survive. While Shangyu and Bing Zhu was in charge of reducing the size of the monsters with the weapon Infinite Reduction, Wu Yijun had informed Zeman that the task of collecting the unclassified soul stones had been successfully completed, but that they still needed some time to make a full count. After this, while the survivors carried the bodies of the unclassified beasts to the trucks, the stronger and more evolved ones like Zeman himself, Shangyu and Bingzu, Shenhe, Kai Jingyi, Shanda, etc., worked as a team with the tractors to drag the giant first-order beasts, now reduced in size and weighing half of the original. It was only then that they finally left the forest. Although the military base was large and its facilities were good, staying in the middle of a forest was by no means a good idea. Zeman did not even think of something so stupid as to move his base to a place as dangerous as that, so without hesitation, he ordered to leave immediately. When everything was done, several hundred weapons such as machine guns, pistols, rifles, grenades, shotguns, and so on, with boxes and boxes of orange, green, yellow, blue color, were carried by the heavy trucks and filled to the brim with ammunition. Because the noise that more than 30 vehicles made while moving was too great, it was simply impossible not to attract the attention of some wild beast or creature roaming around. Therefore, in the middle of the road, they encountered some enemies that assaulted the convoy with the intention of feasting on flesh and blood. Unfortunately for these creatures, even before they could do anything interesting about it, a rain of bullets rained down on them and filled their bodies with holes, leaving them in a miserable and unrecognizable state. The men armed to the teeth on the different vehicles did not even let the drivers press the brakes and, taking advantage of the volume of bullets, took it upon themselves to liquidate any nearby enemy. Even if many of them missed, Under such a torrent of bullets it was simply impossible to 100 not hit. Although a large amount of ammunition could have been saved if Bai Zemin simply ordered the vehicles to stop and let Kai Jingyi or someone else take over the task, this would in turn consume more time than simply firing wildly without slowing down the vehicles. At this point, Bai Zemin and the other leaders had already fully accepted that human weaponry would eventually become ineffective. Therefore, expending ammunition no longer became too painful for any of them in turn. What they lacked was precisely time. Therefore, no one said anything about it. Of course, this did not mean that Bai Zemin would allow bullets to be senselessly wasted. It was just that at this moment he wanted more than anyone else to get to the village to receive magical medical treatment and start working on important things that concerned his personal strength, and even that of all those under his flag. Due to the increase in vehicles, the time needed to reach the beginning village was a total of 12 solid hours in which the drivers had to be replaced once midway to avoid any kind of incidents. When the motorcade crossed the main entrance of the village it was already a little after 5 p.m., but the sun was still burning high in the sky. What is that? Tank? You idiot! That's not a tank, that's a M3. Amazing, so many powerful guns. Long live the leader. Long live the leaders. When the armed convoy arrived at the central square of the village where all the survivors under the command of Bai Zemin were gathered, the people there were surprised beyond words. Many of them failed to recognize what kind of vehicles the M3 IFEs were, thinking they were tanks. But others who had a little more military knowledge recognized this type of vehicle that was sold to the whole world as one of the best of its kind. The eyes of the survivors shone with relief when they saw the soldiers armed to the teeth descending from the vehicles, looking powerful and intimidating. None of them feared being abused anymore as long as they followed the rules. Everything would be fine. The more power Bai Zemin gained, the safer the survivors felt, and the more relief they felt leaving their lives in his hands. While the soldiers were unloading the boxes with guns and ammunition into what had now become a forbidden zone that unauthorized personnel was not allowed to enter, and if they broke this rule they could even be executed immediately. Bai Zemin looked for Kang Lan immediately. Inside the main villa. My God! The young mage covered her mouth in shock when she saw Bai Zemin's miserable condition. Since she had started following Bai Zemin's footsteps, this was the first time she had seen him in such a bad condition. His wounds might not be life-threatening, but they were undoubtedly far from minor injuries. She was even amazed at the willpower he must have had to keep his face from showing the pain he was probably suffering inside. Seeing Kang Lan's frightened and worried expression, Bai Zemin did not know whether to laugh or cry. Kang Lan, hurry up and heal him at once. Kai Jingyi sounded a little upset to see her just standing still without moving her hands. This was strange considering she was usually shy and quiet, which showed how much Bai Zemin's health was important to her. This was also normal considering that Kai Jingyi was his loyal follower. The trust between the two had reached an extremely high level and her dependence on him had also increased a notch. Chapter 1199 Monstrous Recovery. Hearing Kai Jingyi's voice and the urgent tone in which she spoke, Kang Lan finally came back to her senses. She looked at Bai Zemin and asked a little worriedly, Are you alright? Do you have a particularly serious injury that you want me to treat for you? Kang Lan simply didn't know how to react. To her, Bai Zemin was a supreme and invincible existence. In the past, no matter what kind of enemy it was or how strong it was, he always emerged victorious with overwhelming strength. However, seeing him with such wounds made her realize that he, like her, was a human being. This thought unconsciously made Kang Lan also realize that as a human, Bai Zemin must be feeling a great deal of weight on his shoulders. With the lives of nearly 2,000 people weighing on his back as well as the constant concern for food and safety could definitely cause him to collapse one day if he was not helped. Unaware of the thoughts of the woman in front of him, Bai Zemin shook his head and sat down on the couch as he slowly said, Just heal my left arm. Use your lesser healing skill both times on my arm. On your arm. Kang Lan repeated while looking at the wound on his face. She wanted to say something, but soon understood the thoughts of the man in front of her and couldn't help but bite her lips as a complicated glint flashed in her dark eyes. The reason why Bai Zemin chose his arm over any other part of his body, even ignoring the pain he felt due to his broken ribs, was most likely because he wanted to be able to use as much of his strength as quickly as possible again. If a powerful enemy appeared, even if he had 2 or 3 broken ribs, Bai Zemin could face them as long as he had his 2 arms and 2 legs in perfect condition. However, with his left arm out of action, his total strength was naturally much less than normal. At this realization, Kang Lan exchanged glances with Kai Jingyi before starting to move the mana in her body by pushing it with all her magic. Her hands glowed with a faint white radiance as she carefully activated her first-order lesser healing skill. Kang Lan's lesser healing skill was originally a first-order active skill level 1, but little by little, she was fulfilling the requirements to evolve this skill, and together with the acquisition of some soul stones, the level of her skill had been raised from 1 to 4 in a short time. Now, first-order lesser healing level 4 was 15 more effective than in the past. This coupled with Bai Zemin's high health stat as well as the passive bonus of his superhuman health skill, which increased the healing he received by 20. The results were astonishing. After the first activation, when the first orb of white light went into his left arm, Bai Zemin felt all the broken bones seem to twist at speeds that were simply too dazzling. He felt as if a drill was constantly piercing his skin, and the pain alone was enough to make 90 of the people howl like ghosts. 10 minutes later, when the effect of the first magic healing orb ended, Kang Lan once again cast lesser healing on the same spot as before. Crack, crack, crack. The cracking sound spread through the silent room, causing Kai Jingyi and Kang Lan's hair to stand on end. The only person who maintained a composed expression, other than Bai Zemin himself, was Lilith in her human form. Lilith observed everything, every detail in Bai Zemin's expression, and noticed that occasionally his resolute eyes hesitated. That was when she realized that he was in a lot of pain, but by pure willpower he was barely enduring it. But how could he not be in pain almost a month ago? He was just a normal human being. It was just that Lilith had unconsciously not treated Bai Zemin as a human equal to the rest at times. She even forgot that he was just a lower existence of the first order. 10 minutes after the second magic orb began to work inside his body, the white glow that illuminated Bai Zemin's left arm slowly dimmed until it disappeared completely. Feeling the arm still somewhat stiff, Bai Zemin stood up and, to the surprise of his 2 loyal followers, he began to move his left arm back and forth casually. He even punched the void in front of him several times naturally. "You, leader, your arm healed completely," Kang Lan exclaimed in shock as she looked at him in disbelief. She had previously touched Bai Zemin's left arm. Naturally she felt how his bones had broken into several pieces each. She estimated that it would take at least 3 or 4 more sessions to heal it in its entirety. Little did she expect that after a single shot, with the 2 activations of her lesser healing skill, all of his bones came back together again. Seeing how he moved like this, it seemed as if his previous fractures were nothing more than illusions. Kai Jingyi's eyes lit up brightly as she looked at him with adoration. Recovering from more than 20 fractures in such a short time, who else besides him could do something like that? Kai Jingyi was sure that even the second most powerful person in the entire group, Changyu and Bingzu, was not capable of such a thing. The only one who did not seem surprised was Lilith. She knew Bai Zemin's current stats as well as all of his skills after all. Bai Zemin chuckled and revealed with a hint of pride in his voice, "My health stat is close to 300 points. So my recovery rate is almost 30 times faster than a particularly healthy person before the arrival of the soul record on Earth. I also have a passive skill that boosts all the healing I receive by 20. Kang Lan and Kai Jingyi gasped as they heard that their health had almost reached 300 points. Kang Lan's health stat was barely 57 points, and although Kai Jingyi was a little better at 87 points, she still couldn't compare to him. It was only then that the 2 realized that they were simply too far behind him, and that if they wanted to be of any use to him, and not hinder him in the future, they would have to work much harder. Both women looked at each other and saw the same glint of resolve in each other's eyes. This was the first time Bai Zemin told another living being about his stats other than Lilith. And the only reason he did this was because he knew that the 2 women in front of him would not reveal anything to anyone. After all, for better or worse, They were under the passive effect of the skill attached to his lower leader subclass. I suppose with another 3 more sessions you'll be able to return to your max condition. Lily stood up and approached him with a happy smile. I think so. Bai Zemin nodded as he looked at her with shining eyes. Kang Lan, Kai Jingyi, listen carefully. He looked at them with a serious expression and revealed his plans for the next few days. Hearing what he said, both women's eyes shone with intense fervor. Chapter 200 Factions Lower Existences Higher Existences. It was past 6 o'clock in the afternoon and little by little the sun was beginning to lose its power. Although it still shone high in the sky, the temperatures were beginning to drop at speeds that would be noticeable to anyone, and that bright golden yellow that characterized it so much was slowly becoming faint until it took on a slight orange tinge. The beginning village consisted of a secure perimeter of at least 10 kilometers around with the village itself as the center. In this perimeter, the probability of a survivor encountering any kind of mutated creature or zombie was especially low since Fu Zifang and the rest had worked hard to wipe out any kind of latent danger. Still, it was simply impossible to prevent the occasional wild animal or zombie from sneaking in. After all, to prevent such a thing from happening would require a large armed manpower guarding the perimeter day and night. Such a thing was simply impossible at present. To avoid unnecessary deaths, the survivors, who now numbered almost 2,000 in total, only lived in the houses near the middle perimeter. Although they were still on the outside, since they were only normal citizens. The normal citizens, those who did not want to do any kind of risky work or use their strength to earn their meals, were the minority inside the village. The majority were noble citizens willing to work, so they occupied the middle perimeter. Under such a protective regime, unless someone ignored the established rules and wandered too far, casualties were practically zero. To further secure the surroundings, Shan He, Chingyuan Bingzu, and Kang Lan took over 100 noble citizens with construction experience or strong bodies to do heavy work before heading to the outer perimeter of the settlement. Under the care of 3 powerful fighters and more than 70 armed soldiers, some survivors began to dig 2 or 3 meter deep holes while others carried large tree trunks or sturdy wooden planks. Little by little, a rustic but firm wooden wall with a height of 6 to 7 meters was erected. Meanwhile, Bai Zemin was currently inside a building at the back of his villa. The beds and furniture that had previously occupied it had been removed in their entirety. Several walls had been knocked down, leaving only a huge living room with over 100 square meters of space that was now filled with many strange objects that had replaced the previous furniture and appliances. Tongs, a fireplace, hammers of all kinds, different-sized anvils, large work tables, etc. All kinds of tools hung on the walls or rested on neatly arranged shelves on the sides. In a corner one could see all kinds of large pelts hung up and stretched by various ropes. In addition, in another corner were several mountains of objects of different sizes that seemed to shimmer with a metallic touch in the glare of sunlight coming through the large, solar window in the ceiling. Not bad. They did a good job here. Bai Zemin walked over to the pelts and touched them to check that they were dry as he commented casually. Will you start working now? Lilith asked. She was in her natural form as she rested comfortably on one of the work tables and looked at Bai Zemin's back with a small smile on her lips. Bai Zemin waved his left arm several times before nodding. That's right. I need to urgently start working on the pelts or they will start to go bad as time goes by. Even the world's mana can't beat decay, can it? Lilith agreed. The power of time still reigns supreme, and only when one reaches the 5th order can one become immune to the decay of the river of life that flows endlessly. 5th order. Bai Zemin paused for a moment. After considering for a moment, he asked tentatively, after you reach the 5th order is when you become what you call higher existence. Lilith did not hide it and nodded calmly. She explained in an indifferent voice, putting aside unclassified existences. From 1st order to 4th order, no matter how strong an existence is, it will eventually die. This is an absolute fact. While the life expectancy between a 1st order existence and a 4th order existence is completely different, at the end of the day, they all end up turning to ashes. These existences that fail to defeat the passage of time are called lower existences by the higher existences. Bai Zemin remained silent. He finally understood many things. The term lower existence was not meant to offend anyone. It was just that from the point of view of those who managed to defeat the time, they were special beings, different from the rest. That was why they differentiated between lower and higher. Bai Zemin wanted to ask what level he needed to reach the fifth order, but in the end he decided not to ask that question. He was just a miserable first order level 40 existence. What was the use of asking a question that would probably only end up depressing him when he knew the answer? Bai Zemin believed it was better to focus on what was ahead of him rather than looking so far ahead. Of course, this didn't mean that he was neglecting the future. It was just that there were things beyond his reach that he didn't need to worry about. Regardless of whether it was a powerful higher existence or whether it was a mere level 100 lower existence, all of them could crush Bai Zemin with one hand. This was an undeniable fact, therefore, there was no difference between one or the other for him. Still, he decided to ask one more question. A question that would not make him feel overwhelmed, but would at least give him some clues about the general situation of the universe as a whole. Can you tell me how many factions of higher existences exist? Bai Zemin was not an enemy of any of these factions. At least not yet. Therefore, he was not concerned about them whether one existed or thousands existed. Such things had nothing to do with him figuratively. Lilith thought about it for a moment, tilting her head to the ceiling and gazing up at the sky through the light breaker. She looked like a celestial goddess illuminated by the rays of the sunset. Just when Bai Zemin thought she wasn't going to respond, she answered somewhat unsure of herself. I'm not too sure. There are probably more hidden beings. But to my knowledge and probably to most, the number of factions of higher existences that currently exist are 8. Lilith then listed them one by one. The army of heaven, led by the God of the Bible. The demonic army, led by Lucifer or Satan. Dragon God kingdom, led by the dragon monarch. Immortal bloodlust, led by the vampire king. Endless crimson flame, led by the eternal phoenix. The heavenly moon army, led by the wolf emperor. The army of evolution, led by the zombie ancestor. Devourers and destroyers, led by a beast who calls itself Star Devourer. Chapter 201 Blood of Second Order. Bai Zemin was a bit surprised to hear the list of higher factions Lilith knew. Somehow there were more of them than he expected. However, soon his attention was directed to the 7th and 8th faction she named. The army of evolution, led by the zombie ancestor. Devourers and destroyers, led by a beast who calls himself Star Devourer. Lilith, could it be that zombies and beasts can also become strong to such an extent? Bai Zemin secretly felt a little worried. I mean, from the beasts it was something I expected to a certain point. But zombies too. Zombies, so far, were the least dangerous creatures to mankind. If you put aside their terrifying appearances and overwhelming numbers, they were so slow that even a 4-year-old child could run from them if they wanted to. But apparently things were not so simple. To mankind's misfortune. Of course it is. Lilith didn't even think about it and answered in a matter-of-fact voice. Zombies are a bit of a special species among all evolutionary species. As you well know, the mana inside the zombie's body is mana that they couldn't control when the soul record awakened the mana of the world. But if any zombie manages to acquire enough intelligence to stop being just a mindless savage beast, and manages to control that mana, then they will naturally start to become strong at astonishingly high speeds. So far, zombies have been leveling up very slowly as they only absorb mana from the surroundings and only occasionally gain some soul power when they kill an enemy. But this won't stay this way forever. And there will come a time when zombies will have intelligence in no way inferior to humans, generally, and unless some kind of anomaly impossible to explain happens. A world has 10 years of time before the second phase of evolution begins. Many things will change when that happens, Lilith pointed out in a serious voice. Bai Zemin felt that the more he listened, the more headache he got. He already had his hands filled with everything that was going on. He just couldn't imagine a world even more chaotic than the world he was currently living in. Facing intelligent zombies was by no means a joke. Zombies could be considered the weakest of the weak. but at the same time they were the most terrifying. Their ability to infect was something that even Bai Zemin himself did not dare to face. This was because the mana inside the zombie's body was evil mana, and if he was attacked by that evil mana, there was an extremely high probability that all the mana inside his body would start to spiral out of control and mutate. The mere thought of imagining fast, intelligent zombies with such a capacity to infect was something that Bai Zemin could not tolerate. Forget it. Bai Zemin refused to pursue the matter further. At this point he agreed with Lilith's statement earlier. When I am strong enough, everything will come naturally. Knowing more at this point will not only not help, but will give me more worries than I already have. It's good that you know that. She nodded with a smile. Well, let's get started then. You're going to start hammering. No. I haven't evolved blood manipulation yet. Lilith was speechless. Hurry up, my demon god. What have you even been doing all this time? Just leave it. He replied, somewhat embarrassed. Did you forget it? With everything that had happened, Bai Zemin didn't even remember about the evolving skill requirements. It was only 1 or 2 hours ago that he remembered that he could now fulfill all the requirements. Bai Zemin walked over to a huge bookshelf that took up almost an entire wall, which was filled with neatly stacked bottles of blood arranged in order. Small black and white signs described the type of blood each bottle contained. This had been arranged by his housekeeper Qin Ming and a few other maids. Bai Zemin had to admit that Qin Ming was really excellent. She had carried out his orders to the letter while he was away. Unclassified blood was the most abundant. There were hundreds of liters, if not thousands. First-order blood was relatively more scarce. But even then there were at least 20 or 30 bottles filled to the brim with this precious blood. This blood had the capacity to strengthen the body of an evolved human to a great extent if consumed in the right way. A normal human could not drink such a thing. If a normal human drank first-order blood, their body would definitely explode into thousands of pieces. Normal humans could only drink unclassified blood and in small quantities. As for second-order blood, there was none of that here. Now, Bai Zemin took out a bottle filled with blood from his backpack and looked at it with intense eyes. Somehow I feel that you appreciate that blood more than me. It's just your imagination. The reddish blood looked more like a divine potion than blood. Unlike the unclassified blood and the first-order blood, the second-order blood not only didn't smell bad at all, but it gave off a strange, very faint glow as if it was a precious gem. You're thinking of drinking it, aren't you? Stop reading my mind. You naughty little succubus. I knew it. I swear I knew it. Bai Zemin said nothing more and instead opened the bottle cover slowly. A fragrance similar to fruit juice assaulted his senses immediately, and just breathing in that smell he felt his whole body relax tremendously. Just a single order of difference, but such is the change. Bai Zemin marveled. Each order is a world apart. I told you. Lilith rolled her eyes. Bai Zemin nodded and brought the spout of the bottle to his mouth. Soon, he began to drink the liquid inside the bottle in large gulps. Fortunately there was no one else present where they might be frightened. Putting aside the fact that he was drinking blood, he was drinking the blood of a second-order beast while he was just a first-order existence. This was no different than suicide. With your health stat barely comparable to a second-order and with your stamina comparable to a third-order existence, probably only you could do such a crazy thing on this planet. Lilith sighed as she looked at him. After drinking about half of the bottle, Bai Zemin stopped. He even licked his lips and nodded with a smile. Ugh. Soon, his smile froze as an embracing warmth filled his veins and his head began to pulse as if it were his heart. This was the first time Bai Zemin directly drank blood from a beast, let alone a second-order one. In the past he had also drank first-order blood, but only cooked. The problem was that he at that time did not manage to receive basically any benefit since when he evolved to first-order and eliminated a good number of first-order beasts during the battle at the university. His soul power was much more powerful. But things were different now. Chapter 202 Requirements met evolving blood manipulation. The lower the level and the lower the order of the existence, the more benefits one would receive if by chance of destiny, luck, or by real skill, succeeded in defeating and killing a higher level existence of a higher order. The clearest example was the effect and the amount of soul power absorbed. Back then, when Bai Zemin faced a first-order existence for the first time, he went directly from level 15 to level 20 with a single step. The same thing happened recently when he killed the second-order surprisingly strong archaic bear. Just one kill sent him from level 40 to level 45. Apart from acquiring a lot of additional stats as a reward, Bai Zemin had made a wild and rough estimate just based on his experience so far, and deduced that to rise from level 40 to 45, he would have to have killed hundreds of thousands or even millions of enemies, or at least 100 to 200 first-order creatures. That's how hard it was to accumulate soul power and level up by defeating weaker beings. But, after defeating someone of a higher level and of a higher order, the amount of soul power and its purity was not the only reward one could obtain. The enemy's entire body was a treasure in itself. Their furs could become tough armor and their bones could become powerful weapons. Bai Zemin's group of survivors used bones as knives. These bones were even sharper than a real knife, burning at high temperatures. In addition to furs, bones, tendons, and more, flesh and blood were another treasure. As a first-order existence level 45, Bai Zemin would naturally obtain good benefits from drinking the blood of an existence not only 13 levels higher than him, but also a higher order. You have received health 29. Your first-order level 1 superhuman health skill has leveled up. First-order superhuman health level 5 increases the effects of healing skills on you by 200 health points permanently. The strange feeling of pain and pressure he felt soon disappeared, and 3 messages flashed in Bai Zemin's eyes almost at the same time as everything calmed down. "Whoa, that's a lot of health," he exclaimed in shock. He was definitely expecting benefits, but he wasn't expecting that much. "That's natural." Lilith smiled sweetly as she waved her little feet dangling in the air. "A second-order existence has a great deal of health. Why do you think that bear didn't die even after all the blows you gave it, and even survived a heavy bombardment from those machines?" Bai Zemin was silent and soon realized that Lilith's words were true. The higher an existence was, the longer its life expectancy was. Therefore, the health naturally was higher, and the higher the health, the harder it was to kill this existence. Each statistic played an important purpose. Even the most seemingly useless statistic, health, was incredibly important, and it had saved Bai Zemin from many problems. "I can feel the speed at which my wounds are recovering increase." "Well, you just gained 109 health points in total if we add the 80 points you received when your skill leveled up. Before you ask me, the skill leveled up because of the second-order beast blood. That kind of blood is a treasure for the current you." "I see," Lilith had told him before, but in the world there were many treasure and plants like the one he obtained in the university when he killed the first-order anti-magic zombie was not the only type of treasure. This second-order blood, for example, was a treasure for him. "He'll give some of this blood to Shangyu and Bingzu as well," Bai Zemin reasoned carefully. "She's probably the only one capable of withstanding the effect of second-order blood right now. I should also give her a lightning fruit after Zhongde and Fu Zufeng obtain a fruit first." That's good." Lilith nodded. It was undeniable that Shangyu and Bingzu was powerful and important. Lightning fruit was the name Bai Zemin had given to the fruits of the mutated plant, a plant that he had conveniently named Thousand Lightning Plant. At this time, the Thousand Lightning Plant had 5 fruits. Too bad. These fruits had barely begun to ripen, and Bai Zemin estimated that it would take at least 7 to 15 days for them to fully ripen. If it were a normal plant it would probably take more time. But with the evolution of the world, things had changed considerably. Now, Bai Zemin looked at the remaining half bottle of blood and scrolled through his records for a while before finally stopping when he found what he was looking for. Blood manipulation, first order, active skill level 5. This skill can evolve to the next order if the following requirements are met. Collect 100 liters of blood from 50 enemies level 5 or higher 100,100. Collect 10 liters of blood from 5 first-order enemies 1010. Collect 1 liter of blood from 1 second-order enemy 11. Do you wish to evolve the skill to the next order? Seeing this window, Bai Zemin could not help but secretly sigh. Other than joy, his current emotions were really hard to describe. Back then, Barely a day had passed since the unknown entity called Soul Record arrived on Earth when he, along with Lilith, saw the evolution requirements of his only skill at that time, blood manipulation. The first time Zeman saw these requirements, he didn't have much of a reaction. After all, he had no idea how terrifyingly powerful first-order existences were, let alone second-order existences. However, he could remember how Lilith smiled bitterly. This alone was enough for him to know that it would not be easy to evolve his main skill when he had his battle to the death against the first-order blazing beetle. The first-order existence he had met. Zeman finally came to understand the difficulty of such a task. Only a first-order beast with remarkable weaknesses had put him in a miserable condition. How could he get the blood of 5 such enemies, and even worse, the blood of one infinitely more powerful? At that time, for him, evolving blood manipulation to second order was nothing more than a distant and remote dream, as unreachable as the distant stars were to the humans who were locked inside this world. For him in those days, it was not even worth thinking about such things. But now, almost a month later, he had managed to overcome all the obstacles that the new world had put in his path. No matter how hard or how cruel the trials that fate imposed on him, he gritted his teeth and endured. He never complained to anyone. He just endured and fought hard every day, barely having even some time to get a proper night's sleep. Almost a month ago, he believed that evolving his main skill was an impossibility. Almost a month later, he had managed to fulfill all the requirements that the Soul Record had set for him to evolve blood manipulation. One moment we might be desperate, but who knows, the next instant we might be at the absolute peak. Zeman was far from the absolute pinnacle. He wasn't particularly aiming for the peak either. He just wanted to be stronger in order to control his own destiny. He just wanted to be stronger enough so that tomorrow another mysterious entity wouldn't appear and bring down his day-to-day life, as it happened with the Soul Record. Maybe, sensing the complicated emotions he felt, Lilith said softly, "Only by experiencing hardship can human beings appreciate the moments of calm. Only by experiencing pain can one appreciate joy. For a star to shine, darkness has to exist. You experienced a lot. But isn't this a good way to be rewarded for your efforts in your own hands? And with your own body, you are experiencing how little by little, that which you thought was impossible, in reality was not as far away as you believed." Hearing her words, a smile unconsciously appeared on Zeman's face. Indeed, with all that had happened in his life, he had changed. He had changed so much that his past self would probably be shocked beyond words if he saw him. But this was natural. It would be impossible for him not to change. Life pushed him and forced him to change. Fortunately, those pushes and those changes also came with rewards. Evolve. With a single thought, his first and main skill started the evolution phase. Chapter 203, Second Order Blood Manipulation, Second Activation. With Zeman's words as command, the Soul Record immediately began to work, demonstrating its might once again. The bottles of blood that were neatly stacked on top of the rack began to move until the corks that sealed off the inside from the outside began to slowly rotate until they opened, as if an invisible hand was controlling them. Now losing the obstructing object, the blood inside of approximately 20 bottles slowly rose and began to fly into midair. "No matter how many times I see it, I don't get bored of this," Zeman commented as he watched in wonder, as the liter of blood inside the bottle he held in his hands magically levitated and joined the rest of the blood to form what appeared to be a huge spiral. With the united sight of the unclassified blood, the first-order blood, and the second-order blood, even someone who didn't know what was going on here would definitely know which blood was better due to the clear difference in quality. The blood of exactly 6 enemies that were slaughtered by Zeman began to rotate slowly at first. But in a matter of seconds the rotation speed was gaining speed until it was no longer possible to differentiate what was what. The only thing in sight was a huge orb of blood spinning surprisingly fast. Just as Zeman wondered what was next, the mana of the world around him shook violently. He could clearly sense the immediate change. "The mana is flowing into the blood," Zeman pointed out in amazement. "The Soul Record can control the mana at will and can do whatever it wants with this energy," Lilith added calmly as she observed the changes in the blood with sparkling eyes. The bloody sphere began to slowly light up from the center. At first it was just a small luminous dot, but before long that small dot spread like the waves of the sea to the entire sphere, and in a matter of seconds the entire orb began to glow with an intense light ruby color. The glow of the bloody sphere was so bright that Zemin and Lilith unconsciously closed their eyes to avoid being blinded. Tink! A tinkling sound echoed softly in the middle of the silent room, and when Lilith and Zemin opened their eyelids again, they were surprised to find that the blood sphere along with the miraculous glow was nowhere to be seen anymore. It failed. Such a thought flickered in Zemin's mind, and for a moment he was startled. However, he soon shook off that thought forcibly. Such a thing cannot happen, he said to himself. Indeed. A moment later, both he and she looked down to the floor to see what the previous sound had been, and there they saw a small bloodred pearl giving off a faint miraculous shimmer. This is. Zemin bent down and picked up the object in his hand, marveling at how soft it felt to the touch. Just eat it, Lilith urged as she looked at the red pearl in his hands. That small pearl is probably the trigger to evolve your blood manipulation. That's unusual. Zemin frowned as he received no description of the object in his hands. Although he found it strange that his skill did not directly evolve as his past skills did. He ate the pearl without hesitation, as the pearl went down his throat and into his body. Zemin felt all his blood heat up for a split second before returning to normal. All the energy from the blood pearl seemed to flow into his soul. More specifically, into the red rune that represented his blood manipulation skill. The rune of the skill glowed, and its reddish color deepened a bit at the same time as a strange additional engraving appeared on the rune. You have evolved blood manipulation to the next order. Blood manipulation second order active skill level 1 first order blood manipulation level 5 power multiplied by 2. Your blood weapons have a 10 chance to inflict critical hit when hitting an enemy. Second activation consume 20 mana points to activate and 1 stamina point every 5 seconds. Envelop your weapon or a part of your body with a crimson blood flame, increasing your physical attack power and magical attack power by 20. Zemin's eyes flashed at the sight of the blood manipulation evolution, and his heart pounded against his chest fiercely. Only one thought was in his head at this moment: strong. Zemin felt that all the efforts he put in and all the trials he had to overcome to get this far were really worth it. The power of the skill had been multiplied x2. This in itself was amazing considering all that he could do with this skill. Already terrifying with its previous power. One could imagine how terrifying blood manipulation was with its doubled power. In addition, as a bonus, blood manipulation gave Zemin a 10 chance of inflicting a critical hit when using blood weapons against his enemies. This meant that the current him had a 40 chance of critical hit as long as he met the requirements. 10 came from his one hit to kill title, 20 came from his passive skill throwing, and the last 10 from second order blood manipulation. Just imagining the power of Crimson Blood Judgment, a third order skill, with a critical hit, made Zemin's hair stand on end. Moreover, the second activation was something Zemin did not expect to receive. A second order skill did not always possess a second activation, and most of the time, even in the third order or fourth order, skills only received general boosts, but not a skill attached to the main one. The case of lightning movement was a rarity. Not for nothing did one of the archangels of the army of heaven, Gabriel, a seventh order existence, possess this skill as his main skill. The second activation of blood manipulation was actually a crimson blood flame that increased both his physical attack power and his magical attack power by 20 if Zemin used his skills well along with his blood berserker job and blood will. The overall power increase he would receive could reach up to 110 against beings of his own order and up to 130 against beings more powerful than him. A 130 increase in his overall attack power was no joke. This was an amount that could scare any being if they found out about. At this point, Zemin was confident that if he encountered that second order bear again, he would definitely not end up in such a miserable state as he ended up in after the battle. I knew you would definitely receive a second activation, but I didn't expect one that would increase your already terrifying battle power even more. Lilith sighed, seemingly exasperated. Although she said that, Zemin could notice a small smile on the corner of her lips that revealed her true feelings. Bai Zemin felt like hugging her or squeezing her cheeks, but in the end restrained himself. What needed to be done has already been done. Now let's start working on my next equipment. Chapter 204 Selecting a Weapon. The first thing Bai Zemin did was to take out a sheet of paper and a pencil. Then, he simply stood silently with a strange look on his face. Lilith stood silently at a short distance, looking at him. However, after more than 5 minutes passed and he still showed no signs of movement. The beautiful sixth-order higher existence finally became a little impatient and asked in a puzzled voice, "What are you doing? If you continue to be lazy, you won't get your paycheck at the end of the month." Wasn't he supposed to get to work? All she could see was a person standing around doing nothing. "Are you my employer?" Bai Zemin chuckled. "Actually, I'm thinking about what kind of weapon I should use. I thought you were happy with swords." Lilith tilted her head prettily. That's not the point." Bai Zemin seemed to have trouble describing his thoughts. After a while of silence, he finally seemed to find the right words and continued. "To be honest, while I'm more used to swords due to the fact that I've been wielding the Xuan Yuan sword back and forth since the beginning of the apocalypse, my blood berserker job grants me some knowledge and mastery over multiple types of weapons. Actually, the problem is something different." The corner of Lilith's mouth twitched a couple of times when she heard what the man in front of her said. So, his blood berserker job gave him the knowledge to control various types of weapons. Wasn't this cheating? You have a unique job. This cheating, but you still complain about problems. Apologize to all those who spend tens of years and even centuries studying and training endlessly in order to master their weapons. Bai Zemin ignored the complaints of the beautiful succubus and pointed out his concerns. "Let's leave aside the daggers. Normal swords are weapons that allow me to cut quickly. Its uses are numerous, and no matter the situation they can prove great utility depending on how they are used. But at the same time, swords are not good at anything specific. Basically, swords are weapons that don't specialize in anything and are instead more balanced." "Oh, so you don't want to use a sword?" Lilith asked with apparent surprise. "It's not about that. It's more like, I'm looking for what kind of weapon would suit me best. An axe? I don't think so. Even though my job is blood berserker, axes seem to be more for a barbarian with pure physical strength, while I'm a mage and a fighter at the same time. How about a spear?" Spears are good. They have a long attack range. Their piercings are undoubtedly terrifying. They can swing around the body to ward off enemies, and can even be used to perform long-range attacks by throwing them. Bai Zemin muttered as he gently tapped the tip of the pencil on the white sheet. "Then I guess a spear it is?" Lilith asked, as she secretly wondered what kind of weapon he had in mind. "I don't think so." "Well, if it was before evolving blood manipulation to second order, it might be. But with a second fire type activation available and considering how high my strength stat is, I feel like a spear isn't the right weapon of choice either." Bai Zemin was puzzled himself. Before, he was going to forge a spear, although he was not used to this type of weapon, and it was 100 opposite to swords, a weapon he was used to using. Spears were very much suited to his skills. But now, he began to hesitate and was no longer as confident as before. A weapon that suits the second activation of blood manipulation and at the same time gets the most out of your strength stat. Lilith frowned slightly and considered this matter seriously for a long time. How about a giant hammer like the one that human named Liang Peng used? It could also be a mace. She looked at him and asked somewhat uncertainly. "Definitely not." Bai Zemin shook his head without hesitation. He said without a care in the world, "Hammers and maces are weapons I don't like. Besides, hammers and maces were weapons that did not suit his fighting style. On the other hand, it would also be missing the magic part of the equation." Lilith fell silent. The two were silent for what seemed like an eternity, thinking carefully. This was a matter of utmost importance. After all, depending on the weapon and its uses, Bai Zemin's overall strength could reach new heights, and could even save his life in a battle to the death. For example, if he had a better or more suitable weapon for the situation, Bai Zemin could have fought better against the second-order surprisingly strong, archaic bear. While he wouldn't necessarily have won, at least he wouldn't have suffered a loss. Right. Loss. For him, That was a battle he was defeated even though the soul record considered him the winner. It was true that Bai Zemin had exploded the head of the second order surprisingly strong, archaic bear with a kick, and it was true that he had seriously wounded it before that. But he was aware that had it not been for the quick arrival of the IFE M3, the one who would have died would not necessarily have been the bear. The M3 IFEs made the already wounded beast suffer greatly, and it was thanks to Shangyu and Bing Zhu that Bai Zemin was able to kill the enemy. If it wasn't for her intervening just in time, he could not have stopped the beast's footsteps, nor could he have prevented it from fleeing deep into the forest. Seconds turned into minutes, and before Bai Zemin or Lilith realized it, more than 30 minutes had already passed in silent thought. There were simply too many weapons and too many possibilities. Suddenly, Lilith's eyes glittered and she looked up to look at him. How about a two-handed greatsword? A two-handed greatsword? Bai Zemin's eyes lit up like stars in the night sky when he heard Lilith's words. A greatsword was a rather special and rare weapon. Greatswords not only had the edge of a normal sword, but also possessed the power of a heavy great hammer and at the same time possessed a range similar to that of a spear. As if that wasn't enough, with the second activation of blood manipulation the weapon's power would increase explosively. Moreover, Bai Zemin could already imagine a powerful attack by using the unstoppable frontal charge magic skill that he obtained after defeating the reinforced iron boar back then. That's it, a great sword. He jumped up excitedly and unconsciously took a big step forward, closing the distance between him and Lilith. Under Lilith's surprised and slightly incredulous eyes, he clung to her face and planted a big kiss on her forehead. It could be said that this was the first time he initiated contact between the two of them on his own initiative. Lilith, you really are awesome. Bai Zemin seemed especially excited, and didn't seem to realize what he had just done as he immediately began to draw on the sheet of paper with a smile. Lilith touched the spot he kissed just now with her fingertips, and a strange glint flashed through her ruby-colored eyes as she looked at his back. Only she knew what she was thinking. Chapter 205 Blazing Scale Greatsword Part 1. When constructing a building, the first thing needed to avoid problems in the future were the plans of that future site, the dimensions, the partitions, where each support beam would go, and so on. With blacksmithing the process was much less cumbersome. It was not imperative to draw a draft plan of the general idea that was to be built. But even then, Bai Zemin preferred to sketch out the shape and type of object he wanted to create. This made the process of creating the object much easier for him. After about 10 minutes, the sketch of a sword had appeared on the previously pure white sheet. The drawing was only in black and white, without any color. However, although Bai Zemin was not a genius-level draftsman, he still considered himself quite decent. Now I can start, he declared as he walked towards the pile of metals. Rather than metals, these items were actually mutated and evolved monster material. The noble citizens had worked hard to dismantle the armor of various high-defense monsters such as the iron-reinforced boar, while they still had a lot of work to do. The amount of materials Bai Zemin had received was considerably large. At the very least, he would have no problem creating several dozen pieces of equipment. There were materials with metallic properties of black, red, silver, blue, and various other colors, all of them from different monsters. Bai Zemin need to first understand the material before starting to work. Let's start with this one. First he took a pair of tongs, which he used to pick up a large scale with metallic properties that was more than 30 centimeters long and belonged to a first-order snake. With a wave of his hand followed by a thought, the blazing ring glowed softly and a crimson-red flame flew out into the smithing furnace. Just as the flame seemed to want to devour everything, Bai Zemin hurriedly threw 5 unclassified soul stones into the furnace. Surprisingly, the flame seemed to calm down a bit, and instead of going wild they made an effort to devour the soul stones. Fortunately this actually worked. Bai Zemin sighed in relief as he saw that his temporary workroom was not turned into a raging hell. Normal flames would definitely have trouble melting metal that was enveloped by mana. Therefore, he had no choice but to look for a more powerful flame. The crimson flame of the blazing ring was quite strong, but Bai Zemin could not control it. Fortunately, Lilith had come up with the idea to entertain the flames with the soul stones, and this idea was working to perfection. The soul stones contain a mixture of pure soul power and wild mana. Lilith calmly said, "If you eat a soul stone, you will undoubtedly get a boost of power depending on the degree of purity and order of the stone. However, this is only temporary, as your body will definitely suffer a backlash that could even cost you your life. Unless it is a case of life and death where all hope is lost, you should never eat a soul stone." Bai Zemin nodded silently. His current strength was enough to resolve almost every dangerous situation he encountered, and temporarily, unless he met a high-level second-order enemy, he believed that no one could force him into a corner. Like a small child finding a new toy, the crimson flame engulfed the 5 soul stones inside the furnace in an effort to eat away at the energy inside. Although little by little the soul power and wild mana from within the soul stone was being consumed, the crimson flame would need a long time before it succeeded, and while by the time such a thing happened the flame would become more powerful, Bai Zemin planned to mitigate it long before such a thing happened. Bai Zemin pulled the tongs towards the furnace while surrounding them with his own mana to protect them from the fire. On the other hand, the mana that remained in the red-colored metal should fight against the crimson flames. After a total of 30 minutes, the mana in the scale finally surrendered to the relentless attack of the crimson flame, allowing the fire to slowly begin to surround the material. So far, the flame of the blazing ring had demonstrated great power. This was an undeniable fact. However, against enemies with heavy armor or shells with metallic properties, it was not especially useful. Its power could mainly show up against enemies with fur skins and the like. Even after 30 minutes, the red scale showed no signs of overheating. Bai Zemin could only sigh secretly and wait patiently. This is a magic flame, but it's already so hard. I don't even want to imagine how long it would take me to be able to red-hot this scale with a normal flame. Bai Zemin rejoiced. "You'd probably have to spend days. Even then you wouldn't necessarily make it," Lilith said from beside him. Time passed as the two chatted with each other. Before they knew it, 2 hours had slipped by. The sky was practically completely red at this point, proof that the sun was at its final point for this day. The only thing that made Bai Zemin happy was that his mana consumption to protect the crimson flame metal tongs was not high at all. At most, he consumed 1 mana point every 10 minutes, and considering his high mana reserve, he would have no problem doing this practically all day without feeling the slightest setback. It had been an hour and a half since Bai Zemin had put the reddish scale from a first-order beast called Flaming Snake, which had been defeated some time ago by Shangyu and Bingzu. It was only then that the material began to overheat. Finally Bai Zemin could not help but cheer. Bai Zemin was not an expert in blacksmithing, but at least he knew how to defend himself in this matter. When he saw the blood-red color of the material turn fiery red, he removed the tongs from the fire, and while still holding the scale firmly between the tongs' teeth, he held it on the anvil without letting go. "Hammer, when I called you master I expected other kinds of orders from you. In any case, here you go. Please put another scale in the fire." "Yes, sir." With the large scale of the Flaming Snake now reaching an exponentially higher temperature, Bai Zemin covered the hammer with his mana to make it even harder and more powerful before beginning to swing it with a serious expression. It was a bit challenging at first. After all, Bai Zemin didn't know how hard the scale was at its melting point. He swung the hammer with some softness at first, but as time went on, the strength he used for hammering increased more and more until it came to a point where he found himself hammering with all his strength. "I think I can do it." Such a thought flashed in his mind, relieving him greatly, as he noticed how little by little the scale with metallic properties of the flaming serpent began to change its shape under his will. Chapter 206 Blazing Scale Greatsword Part 2 Last. The sun had set and the moonlight was the only source of light reaching the world on a starless night. Although this season should be especially hot considering that summer was approaching, the reality could not be more different. With the intervention of the mana on planet Earth, the world as a whole was changing little by little, as well as the laws and rules that governed it. Not only the humans and the other beings that inhabited this small blue planet of the Milky Way had to adapt to the changes. The world in which they lived also had to adapt and evolve little by little. Although it was not as bad as the last years where the weather was completely unpredictable, even with the control of the Soul Record it was still difficult to prevent a sudden storm even if the previous day had been extremely hot. In the center of the main square of the beginning village, the normal citizens, composed of that minority who didn't want to work or were simply no good at anything, gathered. In a corner, a large stall could be seen where a small number of people were preparing grains of rice, before dipping them into a huge pot with a large amount of water, before starting to prepare the food without much enthusiasm on their faces. Line up. A man armed with a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle bellowed. His eyes filled with disdain looked at the people in front of him as if he was looking at drones instead of humans. The normal citizens, the lowest caste of survivors, lined up obediently under the gaze of a dozen armed men. None of them dared raise the slightest word of complaint or show the slightest dissatisfaction on their faces. These people knew that they were not looked upon favorably by anyone in the camp. But how could they be looked upon favorably after all? While everyone was doing their part to make life better for everyone else, they were doing nothing but eating and sleeping. They knew that if they caused the slightest disturbance they would be discarded to the side. Even if someone bullied them, the leaders turned a blind eye as long as there were no serious injuries, rapes, or deaths involved. Therefore, these survivors behaved obediently like lambs as they waited for their rations for the night. Although it was after midnight, they were probably the last to eat because they had to wait until the soldiers and other personnel were free before receiving their meals. These were the consequences of being nothing but leeches. Liu Cheng had been living well recently. His younger sister Liu Ning had been leveling up under the care of the group's core evolvers, and he also managed to slowly rise through the ranks of power and was now the leader of this small group of people. Although he knew that he could not become a core member under the banner of the main leader, as long as he could bring food to the table it was enough for him. Liu Cheng, I leave you in charge of the rest. As Liu Cheng sighed internally, and felt extremely grateful to Bai Zemin for making everyone's life simpler and better, a melodious, but icy cold voice sounded a short distance away from him, snapping him out of his thoughts. Of course you can leave the rest to me. Thanks for your hard work as always. Liu Cheng couldn't help but bite his tongue when he saw Sheng Yuanbing Zhu at such close distance. He was 3 or 4 years older than her, but he never ceased to be amazed by her beauty every time he saw her. Sheng Yuanbing Zhu gave him a glance before nodding slightly, and then looked towards the main villa that was shining like a sun in the middle of the night. After hesitating for a moment she walked towards it. As he looked at her slender back disappearing into the distance and appreciating her bright hair dancing in the wind, Liu Cheng couldn't help but let his heart race. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. She and I are 2 people from 2 different worlds. Let's focus on the reality before my eyes instead of such a distant fantasy world, he muttered before putting on a serious expression and starting to give some minor orders. Clang 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 clang. Inside a large well-lit room, the constant sound of clanging metal rang out constantly, and except for the breathing of the only 2 people in the place, the other sound that could be heard was the constant crackling of fire. The crimson flames danced softly within the furnace, still struggling to devour the soul power and wild mana contained inside the 5 soul stones. But even after several hours it had not succeeded. Pass me the next scale please. Bai Zemin spoke loudly as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. The constant heat released by the magic crimson flame of a rare grade treasure inside a locked room was nothing to scoff at. Here you go. Lilith, now in her lily form, approached him with a red scale that burned at high temperatures, but she held it in her bare hands as if she were holding a normal rock. This should be the last one. A few more details to touch up and that should be it. Bai Zemin took the tongs and carefully grabbed the red-hot scale. Then, he placed the scale right on the open part that had been purposely left open by him before he started hammering with all his strength. Clang 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 clang. Little by little, the scale changed its shape, and thanks to the burning heat it began to melt and join the other scales that had now joined together to form a huge red sword. If it was in the past, Bai Zemin's strength probably wouldn't have been enough to mold these first-order scales at will. But after boosting his strength with the 60-plus status points he had saved up as well as the strength boost he received after absorbing the second-order bear's soul power, he could barely handle the work. while Bai Zemin was immersed in the smithy. The closed door leading to the outside opened softly, and a small head covered in silver hair peeked around the corner at the same time as two beautiful blue eyes observed the situation inside. Lily looked in that direction, and upon seeing Shangyuan Bingzu waved her hand indicating that it was okay to approach. Shangyuan Bingzu nodded and entered before carefully closing the door behind her again, so as not to disturb Bai Zemin's work. She approached, and the closer she got to the furnace, the more surprised she became and the deeper her frown deepened. She really hated the fire and the heat. Her favorite season of the year had always been winter since she was a little child. Seeing Lily sweating so much that her clothes had stuck to her curvaceous body, Shangyuan Bingzu secretly sighed. This woman endured all this heat for so many hours just to accompany him. She thought at the same time as she spent a small point of her mana to cool the surrounding air. She was especially careful not to cool the area where Bai Zemin was, as the hotter the area he worked and the better the results would be. Lily looked at Shangyuan Bingzu with funny eyes before smiling sweetly and thanking her softly, to which she responded with a simple nod. The reason Lilith was sweating so much was to pretend. If she was perfectly fine while Bai Zemin was sweating, it would have been unusual, and that was why she tricked Shangyuan Bingzu. What she did not expect was that the usually cold and indifferent ice princess would actually make such a kind gesture towards a stranger. As the sound of clanging metal rang out, the two women silently watched the man working. Bai Zemin was so focused on the work he was doing that he didn't even notice anyone else in the room. This was the first time he had worked in the forge for a long time, and he was also working with materials precious to him. His first weapon depended on it. Therefore, he focused his 200 on the hammer in his hands and the evolved monster material. After hitting the same scale for 20 minutes, Bai Zemin started to ask for some more materials without looking back. Sometimes it was Lilith who passed them to him, and sometimes it was Shangyuan Bingzu since she was closer. But Bai Zemin didn't seem to mind any of this, as he only hammered when he had to pound metal or tied knots when working on long strips of leather. After about another 2 hours or so, Bai Zemin's movement stopped completely. He again wiped the accumulated sweat from his forehead with his forearm and sighed. A smile formed at the corner of his mouth, and he unconsciously nodded, seemingly satisfied as he looked at his creation. Not knowing that there was an additional person inside the room, Bai Zemin put down the hammer and touched the hilt of his new companion. Blazing Scale Greatsword. Two-handed weapon. Rank 1. Physical attack power 750. When attacking, increases attack power by 10 as fire-type damage. Durability 20,002,000. Description: a heavy sword created primarily from first-order flaming snake scales. It has a faint amount of fire-type power along the blade. Chapter 207. Next item: armor. Bai Zemin looked at his creation with an extremely pleased and satisfied expression on his face. He was far from being a talented blacksmith, but even then he worked hard to overcome that gap with effort and dedication. In the past, due to his family being only a middle-class family, Bai Zemin was always a very careful person. For him at that time, any skill was of use, as it could be useful to get any kind of job in the future. It was precisely because of this kind of mentality that he also endeavored to learn smithing. Fortunately he did, or else he would still have to use the Xuan Yuan sword. Although Bai Zemin did not know how powerful the blazing scale greatsword he had forged was in comparison to the Xuan Yuan sword rare grade treasure, his instincts told him that he would definitely no longer have difficulty slashing his enemies. Besides, this was by far the piece of work he was most satisfied with to date. The blade of the blazing scale greatsword was completely blood red in color, as it was composed solely of powerful and sharp scales of a first-order beast with a small rise separating the center from the sharp edges. At the top, the hilt was made of the armor from the first-order shining scale rhinos that he killed in the forest a few days ago. In addition, to prevent his hands from slipping on the hilt, Bai Zemin used bright golden-colored leather in the shape of a spiral as a hillock, which not only gave him a better grip, but also made a great contrast with the dark hilt. The cross between the blade and the hilt was as wide as Bai Zemin's own shoulder-to-shoulder distance. His enemies could forget about trying to break through his defenses at that part. The blazing scale greatsword in its entirety measured over 2 meters, being even taller than Bai Zemin himself. I guess I'll have to hang it behind my back diagonally if I don't want it to touch the floor. Bai Zemin scratched his head and sighed. He looked at the details of his blazing scale greatsword, but no matter how much he looked he didn't understand much. After all, he needed to test the weapon in combat to know how good those 750 points of physical attack damage were. What surprised Bai Zemin a bit was actually the appearance of a bonus. 10 of the attack power will be added as fire damage. But after thinking about it for a moment, Bai Zemin finally understood. The scales he used to make 90 of the greatsword possessed a certain remaining fire type aura due to the monster with fire-like skills, from which the scales came from. Hey, what do you think about this, Lil? Bai Zemin wanted to ask Lilith what she thought about his creation, but when he turned around and noticed that there was another person inside the room, his words automatically got stuck in his throat. Shangyu and Bingzu, what are you doing here? How did this woman get in here? He was dumbfounded and unconsciously looked at Lilith as if searching for answers. Too bad for him. She simply shrugged her shoulders and said nothing about it. Shangyu and Bingzu had a strange expression on her face as she looked at him. She had been here for over an hour and had even participated a bit in the construction of the weapon on the workbench. But apparently he didn't really even notice her until now. I came to see how your work was going, she replied casually and looked at the giant sword before pointing, somewhat confused. That sword? Are you sure you can swing that thing up? Bai Zemin followed her eyes, and when he saw the greatsword even he hesitated a little. This thing. He used over 400 scales to create the entire greatsword. Some scales were crushed on top of another, piling many in one spot. The weight of the sword was something even he needed to check yet. Let's see it now, Bai Zemin muttered to himself and put a hand on the hilt. He flexed the muscles of his right arm and tried to lift the greatsword with all his strength. Slowly, the greatsword was lifted into the air by him. Although he could indeed lift it with only one arm, it was actually quite difficult for Bai Zemin to keep it up, so he hurriedly grabbed onto the hilt with his other hand as well, starting to use all his strength. It's actually a bit heavy. He nodded but still smiled. Though it is a bit heavy and in the long run it could be problematic. As long as my stamina doesn't drop too much it should be fine. The entire greatsword definitely weighed over 1 ton. One could imagine the mess such a weapon could make if it hit the ground, or the body of an enemy. Bai Zemin shuddered at the thought. The desire to want to try out his new weapon assaulted him, but he quickly suppressed it as he looked around the room filled with mutated and evolved monster materials. I should make a light armor too, he thought aloud. Shangyu and Bingzu shook her head and said calmly, I'll let you work then. Another reason I came here was to tell you that tomorrow we will begin to break through to the south, directly towards Baekwon camp. I see. Bai Zemin nodded. I probably won't leave for about a week. I plan to make weapons and armors for quite a few people, so it will take me some time. Make sure everyone knows the rules and in case not someone doesn't adhere to them. You know what I mean. Shangyu and Bingzu looked at him intently for a moment before nodding and turning to leave. While looking at her small back, Bai Zemin suddenly thought about something and stopped her. Hey! Wait a second. Shangyu and Bingzu stopped her steps and looked over her shoulder at him with questioning eyes as she waited for his next words. What kind of weapon do you want? Although I think you are a mage, your melee ability is exceptional, so I don't know what your preference is. Hearing his question, Shangyu and Bingzu's small mouth opened slightly and her blue eyes sparkled strangely. For a moment she didn't know what to answer. What's with that surprised look? Bai Zemin was dumbfounded. This was probably the first time he had seen Shangyu and Bingzu surprised by something so small. Didn't I tell you that I was going to make weapons and armors for everyone? Shangyu and Bingzu shook her head. But this gesture was more for herself than for anyone in particular. She looked at Bai Zemin and then looked at Lily, who had been silent all this time. After several seconds, she walked towards the exit without saying anything. Just as Bai Zemin was beginning to get irritated, a clear voice rang in his ears. A sword. Thank you. The door opened and a moment later it closed again. The room was almost completely silent, the only exception being the steady crackling of the flames inside the smithing furnace. Well, that's already the second time she's thanked me, I guess. Bai Zemin shrugged indifferently and looked at the pile of materials surrounding him. His next target was a suit of armor for himself. Part 3 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.